Chapter 1. The Erroneous Answer. Prologue. As the rules collapse and the uncanny descends, the shadows of towering edifices consume lives, and common sense devolves into a lethal trap. While others grapple with the distorted laws of physics, Wang Lu discovers that he alone possesses the unique anomaly of transitioning freely between male and female forms. This is not a blessing, but rather his solitary glimpse into the authentic world. The male perspective reveals a cold, calculated menace forged by logic. The female experience embodies a silent curse, woven from the fabric of emotion. He becomes the most bizarre weapon in the official containment agency, dissecting the macabre tales through dual perspectives, performing life and death in a theater of gender. Inversion, seeking an escape within a realm of inevitable demise. Yet, as he inches closer to the source of the bizarre, a primal dread emerges. His ability may very well constitute the answer to this calamity. Is he the savior destined to restore the world, or the ultimate contamination that precipitates its collapse? When the balance of yin and yang falters, and the duality converges into one, the inception and conclusion of the apocalypse hinge solely upon him. Chapter 1. The Erroneous Answer. The lights of the subway flickered ominously, a stark departure from the usual erratic flickers of a mere malfunction. It pulsed like a dying heart, the intervals of brightness and darkness suffocatingly prolonged. Each extinguishing moment felt as though a century had elapsed. Each resurgence intensified the metallic tang of rust and an elusive sweetness that pervaded the carriage. Wang Lu leaned against the frigid, unyielding wall of the carriage, his nails nearly embedding themselves into the plastic armrest. His breath fell to an almost inaudible whisper, each inhalation akin to shards of ice scraping against his throat. The heart within his chest thudded violently, like a frog cast into a cauldron of boiling oil, frantic and despairing. This was not the familiar Line 3 that traversed the city from north to south, perpetually teeming with life. This was a moving steel coffin. In the carriage alongside him were 5 other souls, a middle-aged man in a suit, his tie askew, battered futilely against the sealed doors, his voice evolving from furious roars to desperate pleas tinged with sorrow. A girl, appearing to be a student, curled in the corner, her face buried deep within her knees, her shoulders shaking silently with fervent sobs. Across from Wang Lu, a young couple clung tightly to one another, striving for unity, yet from his vantage point, he could distinctly observe the boy's trembling calves. Despair was the sole atmosphere that enveloped them. The inception of this malaise lay in the words that had replaced the advertising posters upon the carriage walls, words that oozed with crimson droplets. The hue was dark and viscous, as though imbued with life. Safety regulations for Subway Line 3. 1. Please ensure that the number of your shadows remains singular. 2. Passengers clad in red attire are benevolent and shall not deceive. 3. Refrain from conversing with anyone prior to the train's arrival at Serenity Station. 4. This platform is named Cycle. Cycle. Wang Lu silently repeated the station's name. A chill coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, he distinctly remembered that the last station announced over the intercom was Cycle Station, and then everything transformed. The train did not halt. Instead, it progressed at a disquieting, steady pace through the eternal darkness. What sent shivers down his spine was the first rule. He lowered his gaze, observing the elongated shadow cast by the dim light beneath him. There was but one that he quickly scanned the others. The man in the suit, a student girl, and a couple nestled together, their feet entwined, casting 2 clear shadows. The numbers matched. For the moment, they were safe. Yet his gaze fixated on the student girl, who wore a vibrant red hoodie. The second rule dictated, passengers clad in red garments are friendly, they shall not lie. As if to validate this decree, the man in the suit, who had been incessantly banging on the door, abruptly turned, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the girl in the red hoodie. You. His voice rasped like sandpaper. Speak. How we get out? What in the devil's name is this place? Startled, the girl lifted her head, revealing a pale, tear-streaked visage. She shook her head in terror, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The rules state that those in red do not lie. Tell me. The man in the suit stumbled forward, grasping the girl's shoulders and shaking her violently. I don't know. I truly don't know. The girl broke down in tears. Wang Lu's heart sank. The rules proclaimed that those in red do not lie. Yet the girl claimed ignorance. This meant that either the rules were false, or she genuinely did not know. Which scenario was more terrifying? You're lying. You're lying. The man in the suit seemed to succumb to madness, raising his hand to strike. Enough. The male half of the couple stood up, attempting to intervene. The rules also state that we must not converse. At the very instant he spoke, the lights above the carriage extinguished with a sharp snap. It was not the flickering of before, but a complete, all-consuming darkness, a thick void so dense that even his outstretched fingers vanished from view. In the pitch black, Wang Lu heard a faint sound, akin to a damp cloth dragging across the floor, followed by the man in the suit inhaling sharply, as if his throat had been seized. And then that silence enveloped everything. The lights flickered back to life. Wang Lu's pupils dilated in shock. The man in the suit had vanished. Only a pool of dark crimson liquid seeped through the cracks of the floor, the air thickening with a sweet, metallic scent. The student girl emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The couple's faces drained of color. The boy clamped his hand over his girlfriend's mouth, stifling her cries, while his own teeth chattered in fear. He was gone. For breaching the third rule, please do not converse with anyone. A man in the suit had disappeared into the darkness. The punishment of the rules came swiftly and mercilessly. Now, only four remained. Fear enveloped the carriage like an invisible, icy shroud, freezing the air around them, and no one dared utter a word. Even their breaths felt like an unbearable intrusion. The train continued its unhurried journey. Outside lay an eternal and despairing darkness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps a minute, perhaps an hour. In the profound stillness and mounting pressure, the girl in the red hoodie appeared to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. She began to weep softly, her sobs escalating into frantic soliloquies. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. My name. This isn't my platform. I want to go home. An alarm blared in Wang Lu's mind. She was speaking again. She was violating Rule 3. He yearned to intervene, yet found himself rendered mute. Sheer terror had seized his vocal cords. He could only watch helplessly as the girl, amidst her weeping, unsteadily rose to her feet and staggered towards the enormous mirror that reflected their pale faces, situated at the junction of the train cars. The mirror. Yes, the mirror can show the way home, the girl murmured, reaching out as if to touch the glassy surface. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the cold mirror, the lights extinguished once more. Darkness enveloped them. Wang Lu's muscles tensed instantaneously, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He heard a wet, dragging sound resounding again. This time it was closer, and it was unmistakably directed towards the girl. In the pitch black, he heard her emit a sound that was not of this world, a whimper, as if someone had grasped her throat. A primal instinct for survival surged within him, compelling him to look towards the source of the sound. Then he saw, not in the conventional sense, but through an inexplicable realm of perception. In the utter darkness, he sensed a twisted entity, composed of pure malice and frigid rules, coiling around the girl. He could see that moment. An unprecedented sensation of tearing erupted from within him. It felt as if a searing iron had struck down the center of his spine. One half of his body was engulfed in molten lava, while the other plunged into an eternal ice cavern. Amidst the excruciating pain, his consciousness seemed to be forcibly bifurcated. From one perspective, he remained Wang Lu, an ordinary man ensnared in despair, filled with fear and helplessness. From another perspective, it was as though he had donned a different lens. The colors of the world shifted. That sweet, metallic taste morphed into a sharp signal of danger. In his perception, the twisted entity entangling the girl revealed a distinct structure of chaotic lines and flickering, sordid light. He could even hear a deep, repetitive murmur, seemingly emanating from the abyss, elucidating a chillingly absolute rule. The man grasped the logic of impending peril. This thought flashed through his nearly shattered consciousness like lightning. In that logical perspective, he instantly comprehended that the twisted entity was the enforcer of the rules, correcting those who transgressed them. Its structure harbored a core, a constantly fluctuating weakness. At nearly the same moment, a starkly different sensation surged forth. He felt the girl's overwhelming terror and helplessness. As if a chilling tide were drowning him, he also sensed the inner turmoil of the rule-enforcing entity, which was not purely frigid but instead harbored a profound, bound sorrow and resentment. akin to a tormented soul wailing in captivity. The female perception sensed the curse of resentment. Two perspectives, two sensations, surged into his mind like a deluge, threatening to rupture his consciousness entirely. Ah! Wang Lu could no longer contain himself, letting out a painful groan. At that moment, the lights flickered back to life. With a whoosh, the carriage illuminated like broad daylight, even more blinding than before. Wang Lu slumped to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. He gasped violently, feeling his body oscillate between icy cold and searing heat, his mind akin to being thrust into a high-speed blender. The student girl had vanished. The mirror at the connection point was splattered with dark crimson droplets, a shocking sight. In the carriage, only he and the terrified couple, tightly entwined, remained, silenced at a deathly silence. Wang Lu lifted his gaze, involuntarily drawn to the bloodied mirror. In its reflection, he beheld his face, pale as parchment. Yet, curiously, in that fleeting moment, he perceived a hint of an expression not his own, mingled with profound sorrow and indifference, flickering across his mirrored visage. Was it an illusion? Or, he abruptly turned his head to the couple. The young man was also staring at him, his eyes filled with sheer terror and a trace of incredulous suspicion. You just the young man's voice trembled uncontrollably. Your appearance, it seemed to change for a moment. Wang Lu's heart skipped a beat. At that instant, ding-donged in the stillness of the carriage. A crisp announcement echoed. The voice was both familiar and foreign, resonating at this moment like a heavenly melody and a funeral bell from hell. Anning Station, arrival. Passengers, please take care of your belongings and disembark from the left side doors. The train gradually slowed, eventually coming to a smooth halt. The carriage doors slid open with a familiar pneumatic sound. Outside, the consuming darkness was replaced by the bright, warm lights of the platform. The tiled floor gleamed, the billboard stood silently, and everything returned to normal, so normal it was almost tear-inducing. The couple, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the carriage, as if fearing that a single moment's delay would lead to their eternal entrapment within this dread-filled vehicle. Yet Wang Lu remained seated, unmoving. The overwhelming sense of relief did not wash over him. Instead, a deeper chill enveloped him. Anning Station? The third rule, clearly stated, do not converse with anyone before the train stops at Anning Station. The man in the suit and the student girl had both been obliterated for breaking the rules through conversation before the arrival at Anning Station. As the vehicle came to a halt and the door swung open, this seemingly serene resting station appeared to offer an exit, but was it truly a passage to freedom? Do rules exist solely in their superficial form? Was the peculiar entity, which had momentarily retreated after being inadvertently provoked by his strange ability, still lurking in the shadows, watching? He lowered his gaze to his hands, which had seemingly brushed against the cold, intricate web of rules beneath the chaotic facade of this world. How had he achieved this? What was the essence of the dual perception, both masculine and feminine, that he had experienced? With great effort, Wang Lu rose to his feet, his steps unsteady as he approached the open door of the vehicle. Before stepping out, he cast one final glance back. The empty compartment, with its blood-stained floor and mirrored surfaces, along with the lingering, sweet metallic scent in the air, silently narrated the tragedy that had just unfolded. All clues seemed to converge upon the unfathomable and newly awakened secret within himself. He stepped through the door and onto the polished platform of the resting station. The train doors behind him slowly closed, gliding silently into the dark tunnel, vanishing from sight. The platform was deserted, with only the echo of his footsteps reverberating in the vast emptiness. Under the bright lights, Wang Lu felt a chill far more penetrating than in the darkness of the compartment, for he understood that this world had irrevocably changed. And in this fractured reality, perhaps no correct answers had ever been intended for all living beings. Chapter 2. The Eye of the Observer. Chapter 2. The Eye of the Observer. Silence, a profound and absolute stillness, far deeper than that within the train compartment, enveloped him. The station hall at Anning stood illuminated, the convenience store shelves meticulously arranged, and the advertisement screens remained motionless. Yet the absence of humanity, the most vital element, rendered the scene unervingly hollow. Wang Lu found himself at the center of the expansive hall. His heavy heartbeat and the pulsating thrum of blood coursing through his temples, the only sounds that broke the silence. Instinctively, he turned to gaze at the stairway leading to the platform, where a monstrous entity seemed to lurk, poised to devour life itself. A chilling apprehension surged through him like a tide, causing his calf muscles to tremble slightly. The distraught visage of the girl in the red hoodie, the desperate eyes of the man in the suit before his disappearance, and the dual perspective that had momentarily shattered his consciousness. All these fragmented images assaulted his nerves. What had just transpired? What was happening to me? He pinched his arm with force, the sharp sting confirming his reality. This was no dream. The faint, sweet metallic scent, an unsettling blend of rust and decayed confectionery, still lingered in the air, clinging to his senses. He needed to escape this place, immediately, without delay. He dashed from the hall, the glass doors sliding open automatically, allowing the night breeze to rush in, cool yet tinged with an even more pronounced aura of desolation. The sight of the street made him draw in a sharp breath. The neon lights continued to flicker, outlining the skeletal framework of urban splendor. Yet the flesh had been drained away. Vehicles lay haphazardly in the middle of the road, doors flung wide open, their hoods cloaked in dust. The traffic lights futilely changed, directing an empty intersection. This was not the city he knew. It was a vast ruin, as if the play button had been pressed in pause. A chill deeper than that of confronting a tangible monster seeped through his spine. Something sinister had descended, far beyond the confines of that single subway train. Where was he to go? Home? The office? Where could safety be found? Leaning against the cold wall, Wang Lu gradually sank to the ground. An overwhelming sense of confusion and isolation threatened to engulf him. He fished out his phone, only to discover there was no signal. It felt as if he were the last person on Earth. No, that was not quite right. In the midst of this profound silence, a peculiar perception within him stirred once more. A sensibility inclined toward the feminine began to subtly awaken, extending like antennae into the surroundings. He sensed that beneath this stillness lingered an ineffable emotion, a cold, inhuman gaze. Something was watching him. It felt as though the very space itself had acquired eyes. He sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The street lay desolate, the windows of the buildings shrouded in darkness. Was it merely an illusion? A faint, high-frequency hum materialized from above. He abruptly looked up. A sleek, jet-black drone, streamlined in design, hovered silently in the shadows of the structure. It blended seamlessly with the night, its underside sensors emitting a faint red glow, precisely locking onto him. The observer. Wang Lu's heart constricted in terror. He was not alone. The drone exhibited no signs of aggression. It merely hovered there, a detached arbiter. The standoff lasted no more than 10 seconds. A calm and steady female voice emanated from the drone's speaker. "Mr. Wang Lu, please remain composed. We mean no harm." "Who are you?" Wang Lu inquired, his throat parched. "We are the Anomaly Containment Society," the voice replied. "We have detected a survivor departing from the Serenity Station node and noted a significant anomalous fluctuation. Congratulations. Your survival is a rare occurrence. Containment Society, monitoring, anomalous fluctuation." These terms struck Wang Lu like a sledgehammer, making him realize that the other party seemed to possess a profound understanding of the unfolding events. What on earth was happening? "The world is being polluted by rules," the voice succinctly stated. "The subway incident you experienced is merely a minor reflection of a greater reality. Alone in the open, your survival time will be measured in hours." Those words hit him like a bucket of ice water. Wang Lu gazed at the desolate street, unable to refute her claim. "What do you want?" he asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "We offer you a chance. Accompany us, and you will gain shelter, information, and a preliminary assessment regarding the unusual changes in your body." Wang Lu's pupils constricted. They truly knew. Was it a trap, or the only path to survival? He scrutinized the cold gaze of the speaker, feeling the lingering sense of unease within him and the immense threat posed by the desolate city. He had no leverage, no options. All right, wise choice. A retrieval vehicle has arrived. At the end of the street, 2 black SUVs silently approached and halted before him. The doors swung open, revealing nothing inside. Wang Lu cast a final glance at the familiar yet alien dead city before bending down and entering the vehicle. The door closed, and darkness enveloped him. After more than 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at a logistics park and finally entered a vast warehouse, descending a brightly lit underground corridor. After passing through several heavy gates requiring identity verification, they came to a stop. Wang Lu exited the vehicle and found himself in a hall imbued with futuristic technology. The walls were pure white, the lighting soft, and the air circulation system emitted a low hum. Several staff members in white or gray uniforms hurried past, casting either curious or scrutinizing glances in his direction. A young woman in a lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a tall, sharp-eyed man approached him. "Welcome to the 7th containment site. I am Lin Lan, the head of the Behavioral Analysis Department," she said, adjusting her glasses and extending her hand. Her handshake was brief yet firm. "This is Qin Wu, the captain of the field operations team." Qin Wu merely nodded, his gaze penetrating and vigilant, embodying a soldier's scrutiny. Without further pleasantries, Wang Lu was escorted into a series of sterile medical examination rooms, blood draws, scans, physical tests, psychological questionnaires. The entire process was efficient yet devoid of warmth. He felt more like a precious but perilous specimen. Finally, he was taken to an observation room encased in special glass on all sides. Lin Lan and Qin Wu sat across from him. "Mr. Wang." As Lin Lan opened the electronic notepad, she addressed the matter directly, stating that the preliminary isolation checks had dismissed the possibility of your carrying conventional pathogens and evident physical anomalies. "Now, we must discuss the most crucial aspect, your anomalous characteristics exhibited at the subway node." Wang Lu's heart raced. "Based on the sporadic data retrieved from the train's black box and your remote physiological monitoring records," Lin Lan displayed a series of complex waveforms, revealing an instantaneous and inexplicable leap in your physiological indicators when the survival pressure reached a critical threshold. Subsequently, you became the sole survivor at that node. She lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing as she fixed them on Wang Lu. "We need to know what transpired at that moment. What did you do?" Wang Lu opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. I do not know how to describe it." It was as if the perspective shifted abruptly. Qin Wu snorted disdainfully. "A shift in perspective? Is that sufficient to cause two living beings to vanish before your eyes while you remain utterly unscathed?" His tone brimmed with skepticism. Lin Lan gestured to Qin Wu to cease, continuing to address Wang Lu. "It is acceptable if you cannot articulate it clearly. We require empirical evidence. Therefore, we have prepared a straightforward adaptive test for you." They led him into a vast, warehouse-like space. As the lights illuminated, the surrounding scenery began to transform, with holographic projection technology instantly conjuring a realistic, dilapidated corridor of an antiquated hospital. The air was even permeated with the scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint whiff of decay. This was a simulated environment constructed based on the data from the previously contained Merciful Hospital urban legend. Lin Lan's voice resonated through concealed speakers, explaining that the rules were relatively simple, and they had been deciphered. "The risks for you were manageable. We need you to survive within this setting for 10 minutes, or find a loophole in the rules and break it." On the walls, dark red text emerged, seemingly inscribed in blood. "Inpatient regulations of the Merciful Hospital 1. If approached by a nurse in white, please do your utmost to fulfill her requests. 2. Do not enter any patient room numbered with a 4. 3. Upon hearing a child's cries, promptly close your eyes until the sound ceases." Chapter 3. The Eye of the Observer, Part 2. In the twin trials, Wang Lu's heartbeat began to quicken. Despite the knowledge that this was merely a simulation, the environment evoked terrifying memories from not long ago. A holographic projection of a woman clad in a stained nurse's uniform, her complexion ashen and her gaze vacant, materialized at the end of the corridor, staggering towards him while uttering fragmented words. The medicine is missing. The patient in bed 3 needs a change of medication." Wang Lu, with his male persona in control, forced himself to remain calm. Inhaling deeply as he attempted to apply logic to the situation. The nurse's medicine. "The rules state I must assist her. Where could the medicine be? I cannot enter room 4. Perhaps it lies within a room that does not bear the number 4? Or perhaps, on her person?" He cautiously maintained his distance, striving to observe the nurse's details. Just then, a faint sound of a child's cry echoed from the depths of the corridor. The third rule. Wang Lu immediately shut his eyes tightly. The cries persisted for several seconds before finally ceasing. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find the nurse's projection almost upon him, her pale face magnified, her hollow eyes fixated on him. Medicine. Give me the medicine. Her voice became piercing. Wang Lu, terrified, took a step back, his back pressing against the wall, cold sweat instantly soaking his spine. What should he do? Where could he find the medicine? Warning. Simulation entity crying nurse request timed out. Resentment level elevated. Aggressiveness intensified. The system's cold notification rang out. The nurse's projection before him began to distort, her fingers elongating, the corners of her mouth twisting into an unnatural arc, emitting a hissing, monstrous sound as she lunged ferociously towards Wang Lu. The sense of imminent death felt achingly real, instantly submerging Wang Lu's rationality. It was identical to that moment in the subway. No, he could not endure this again. The familiar, soul-rending agony erupted once more from deep within his spine. The male aspect of him, desperately attempting to think rationally, screamed in retreat, while another presence, cold and indulgent, even tinged with a hint of cruel delight, surged forth like a tide, seizing control. When he lifted his head again, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. The prior panic vanished without a trace, replaced by a languid indifference, as if he had just awoken from slumber. His eyes brimmed with derision and boredom. Internal perspective shift, TSK. Another tedious charade. That feeble fellow. What else can he do besides cower? It's always left to me to clean up this mess. How dreadfully dull. She paid no heed to the distorted entity about to pounce upon her, instead leisurely raising her hand to inspect the fingers of her own body, letting out a soft sigh. Couldn't there be something more challenging? Then, she directed her gaze towards the now aberrant projection of the nurse, emanating palpable malice, and spoke in a tone imbued with an unusual rhythm, almost coaxing yet mocking, her voice starkly contrasting Wang Lu's male timbre, more rounded, magnetic, yet chillingly cold. You're quite noisy. Do you desire the medicine? Is it not concealed beneath the gauze bandage on your right hand? A fool incapable of hiding even their trivial thoughts dares to don this white garb in pretense? The nurse's projection, suspended in midair, abruptly froze as if struck by an unseen force. Its program appeared to encounter an incomprehensible directive conflict. Its contorted arm instinctively reached towards the bandage on its right hand, a detail so minuscule in the simulation that even the designer might have overlooked it. Yet it undeniably contained a data node that could be logically defined as a hiding place. Rules. Re-evaluating. Request. Satisfied. Logical conflict. Error. Error. Simulation entity behavior logic collapse. Anomalous state forcibly terminated. The distorted nurse projection dissipated in a swirl of data streams, akin to smoke. The piercing alarm ceased abruptly, leaving only the dim lights of the simulated corridor and an eerie silence. Inside the observation room, an oppressive stillness enveloped the air. Lin Lan abruptly rose from her seat, nearly pressing her face against the one-way glass, her hands deftly manipulating the console, retrieving vast amounts of data, her eyes shimmering with an almost frenzied excitement. Physiological signals had completely transformed. Heart rate, body temperature, brainwave activity patterns, all transitioned into an entirely new stable state. Voiceprint analysis indicated a distinct, predominantly feminine vocal characteristic, a personality switch, a manifestation of embodied personality shifting. What had she just done? She had not sought an object. She had directly commanded the very rules themselves. She had discerned the system's foundational logic, revealing a narrative loophole based on narrative integrity. Incredible. This is nothing short of art. Yet, at that moment, Qin Wu's expression darkened to an extreme. What he witnessed was not a survivor who had found a path to life, but an utterly unpredictable entity, viewing life-threatening crises as mere trifles, capable even of easily distorting the rules. This peril far surpassed that of those entities who merely adhered to fixed rules to kill. His hand, resting on the holster at his waist, instinctively tightened. In the training ground, she slowly turned, her gaze seemingly piercing through the layer of one-way glass, landing precisely upon Lin Lan and Qin Wu. A smile, alluring yet devoid of warmth, curled at her lips, imbued with a mocking comprehension of all. The game, she intoned softly, her voice carrying a unique, slightly husky magnetism, clear through the pickup, has concluded so swiftly, dear observers. Chapter 4. The Mirror Chessboard. Chapter 4. The mirror game. The atmosphere within the observation room felt as though it had solidified. Doctor. Lin Lan pressed her face against the one-way glass, her breath coming in rapid bursts, her fingertips dancing across the control panel, diligently recording every surging physiological datum. A fervent, almost religious light gleamed in her eyes as she murmured to herself, self-regulated transitions, completely independent physiological characteristics, neural signal patterns starkly divergent. This is no mere dissociative identity. It is two complete entities coexisting as one. Suddenly, she turned sharply to face Qin Wu, her voice tinged with excitement. Slightly distorted, "Team Leader Qin, do you see? She is not merely exercising her abilities, she is defining the rules. She has pierced through the foundational vulnerabilities of the system predicated on narrative logic. This is of immeasurable value." Yet, Qin Wu's countenance was darker than the bottom of a pot. His hand remained firmly on the holster at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the strain. What he perceived was not value, but an unmitigated, catastrophic loss of control. The woman in the training arena, beneath her languid and mocking demeanor, displayed a blatant disregard for order and life itself. "I have witnessed an exceedingly dangerous, anomalous entity, Dr. Lin." Qin Wu's voice emerged from the depths of ice. "She treats rules as playthings, and threats as mere entertainment. To allow her to remain at the base is akin to accommodating a bomb that could detonate at any moment. I recommend the immediate initiation of the highest-level containment procedures." "Containment? No, that would be a stifling," Lin Lan retorted, gesturing towards the data streams on the screen. "This is an unprecedented research specimen, a key to understanding the essence of rule contamination, and it may even lead to methods of reverse control. We need to observe, we need to guide, we need to neutralize the threat before she transforms us into mere pieces in her game." Qin Wu remained resolute. As the two leaders continued their impassioned dispute, the female persona of Lu Yingwang Lu in the training arena seemed to grow weary of their reactions. She gracefully stifled a yawn, the gesture imbued with a languid, careless beauty that starkly contrasted with the frigid training ground surrounding her. "It appears that the audience's opinions are rather divided." She addressed the air, or rather the direction of the one-way glass. Her voice, imbued with a hint of languorous rasp, resonated clearly through the microphone. "Are we discussing how to deal with me? Shall it be slice and study, or a more direct, humane annihilation?" Tilting her head, she revealed an innocent yet cruel smile. "What a pity. I am quite fond of this body of mine." No sooner had she spoken than she abruptly raised her hand, not towards the observation room, but towards an inconspicuous emergency light panel on the side wall of the training arena. There were no physical interfaces present, only a few insulated data lines supplying power to the simulated environment. Within the observation room, several screens before Lin Lan began to flicker simultaneously, torrents of garbled text cascading across them. "What is she doing?" Lin Lan exclaimed. "She is attempting to access the base's internal network?" A technician exclaimed in disbelief. "It is impossible. There exists no physical interface, and a tri-layered firewall stands guard." Yet, the flickering data streams upon the screen indicate that some incomprehensible exchange of information is transpiring. Lu Ying employs no tools. Her fingertips hover mere centimeters from the panel. Yet she seems enveloped by an exceedingly faint, distorting light field, akin to a biological entity possessing an innate ability to interfere with electronic signals. Warning: unauthorized information access attempt detected. Source: location failed. Simulated environmental control system experiencing unknown interference. Stability decreased by 1.7. Moments later, the disturbance dissipates. Lu Ying retracts her hand, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. A mischievous smile plays upon her lips as her gaze returns to the one-way glass. "Do not be alarmed, merely a greeting." Her crimson lips part slightly as she casually glances at your staff cafeteria menu. "Ah, the sweet and sour ribs on Wednesday appear quite appetizing." A chill surges from the feet of Lin Lan and Qin Wu, ascending straight to their crowns. Not only can she perceive the loopholes in the rules, but she can also, in ways they cannot comprehend, subtly influence and even touch the electronic network. This transcends their understanding of biological anomalies. Qin Wu abruptly presses the communication button, his voice unusually stern. "All units, attention. The target exhibits unknown information manipulation capabilities. Security level of the training area elevated to orange." Repeat, orange level. Rapid, synchronized footsteps echo outside the training ground, clearly indicating reinforcements of armed personnel being mobilized. Lu Ying appears utterly unconcerned. even taking a keen interest as she listens to the commotion outside, remarking, "The response speed is adequate, though the footsteps are too heavy, lacking in grace." Within the observation room, the previously silent highest-ranking official, a gray-haired, composed elder named Director Chun Yuan-shan, finally speaks. His voice, calm yet undeniably authoritative, resonates throughout the room. "That is enough," he states. "Dr. Lin, cease your data recording. Captain Qin, instruct your men to retreat to the second alert line and stand by." "Director." Both Qin Wu and Lin Lan exclaim in unison. Chun Yuanshan disregards them, directly opening the communication channel with the training ground, his voice crystal clear to Lu Ying's ears. "How shall I address you?" he inquires straightforwardly. Lu Ying raises an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the sudden intervention of this composed elder. "Lu Ying," she replies succinctly, as if this name were her intrinsic appellation, the fleeting and enchanting Lu Ying. "Excellent, Ms. Lu Ying," Qin Yuanshan responds, his tone remaining steady. "I am the person in charge here, Qin Yuanshan. I apologize for my subordinate's excessive reaction. We are not enemies, at least, not necessarily." Lu Ying chuckles softly, neither affirming nor denying. Qin Yuanshan continues, "Your companion, Wang Lu, will he return? We need to speak with him." "Him?" Lu Ying scoffs, her tone laced with subtle complexity. "That coward is resting after a little fright. Here and now, I am in command." She emphasized the word now, subtly suggesting that dominance is not eternal. "I understood." Qin Yuanshan nodded and said, "Then, Ms. Lu Ying, might we relocate to a more comfortable environment for an open discussion? I assure you, this will be an equal exchange rather than an interrogation." Lu Ying tilted her head, seemingly in contemplation, her alluring gaze sparkling with calculated intent. She recognized that her counterpart was wary of her abilities and understood that this so-called equality would inevitably come with conditions. However, compared to remaining in this frigid training ground, she found herself more intrigued by the inner workings of the containment agency and its concealed secrets. "Very well," she finally conceded, her demeanor as graceful as accepting an invitation to an elegant soiree, yet added, "I prefer not to be observed by too many." Her gaze pointedly swept over the one-way glass. "As you wish," Qin Yuanshan readily agreed. A few minutes later, in a room designed like a high-end conference space, yet laced with countless surveillance devices, Lu Ying reclined comfortably on a soft leather sofa, crossing her legs and idly toying with a cup of appropriately warmed red tea that Lin Lan had specifically prepared for her. Opposite her sat Qin Yuanshan, Lin Lan, and Qin Wu. Qin Wu's expression remained grim, but under orders, he could only remain silent. "So, Ms. Lu Ying," Qin Yuanshan began, "could you please enlighten us about what exactly you are, and what is your relationship with Wang Lu?" Lu Ying sipped her tea lazily, lifting her gaze. "What am I? I am Wang Lu, and Wang Lu is me. We are two sides of the same coin, the high and low notes of the same melody. As for why this is so," she set down her teacup and shrugged. "That is perhaps a question for what you refer to as rule pollution. Maybe it is because this world has become so mad that it has given rise to beings like us. Antidotes, or perhaps poisons?" Her response was ambiguous, laden with metaphor. Lin Lan, unable to contain her curiosity, pressed on. "How do you perceive the loopholes in the rules and even influence electronic signals?" "Feeling," Lu Ying replied, pointing to her temple, then to her heart, indicating, "Here and here. Those rules, they resemble a collection of clumsy verses, rife with logical gaps and emotional voids. And I happen to be a discerning reader. As for those electronic signals," she chuckled lightly, "in my eyes, they are merely a different, more subdued, yet orderly form of emotional fluctuations. A slight soothing or stimulation is not difficult." Her words were delivered with nonchalance, but to the ears of the professional Lin Lan, they struck like thunder. This implied that her perceptual dimensions might far exceed conventional physical and biological realms, touching upon the essence of information itself. "Your existence, along with your abilities, could hold significant implications for our response to the current global crisis," Qin Yuanshan stated gravely. "We hope to collaborate with you." "Collaborate?" Lu Ying echoed the term with interest. "How would that collaboration manifest? Would I be treated merely as a tool, dispatched to various perilous locations to resolve troubles you cannot? We shall ensure your safety and provide you with all the necessary resources," promised Qin Yuanshan. "Safety?" Lu Yingxiang found something amusing, letting out a peal of laughter that was both crisp and chilling, resonating in a world where the very laws of physics might fail at any moment. What guarantees do you have to protect my safety? Moreover, her smile suddenly faded, her gaze sharpening as it swept past Chen Yuanshan, Lin Lan, and finally lingered on Qin Wu. True threats often arise from seemingly secure environments. Are you truly certain that your containment association is a solid entity? The eyes hidden in the shadows are not felt solely by me. Her words left the three present momentarily stunned. Qin Wu's brow furrowed tighter. Lin Lan wore a contemplative expression, while Chen Yuanshan's gaze flickered slightly. Just then, a knock sounded at the conference room door. A staff member entered, whispering a few words into Chen Yuanshan's ear and handing him a tablet. As Chen Yuanshan glanced at the screen, his expression subtly shifted. He raised his head to look at Lu Ying. It seems our conversation must be temporarily interrupted. A new, high-intensity area of rule pollution has emerged in the city, with unprecedented energy readings. One of our field teams has gone missing. He turned the tablet towards Lu Ying, revealing a satellite map where a section of the city was marked in alarming red, accompanied by fluctuating danger level data. Oh, there was no fear in Lu Ying's eyes. Instead, a profound interest ignited within them, akin to that of a hunter discovering an intriguing prey. It appeared the game had commenced ahead of schedule. She rose, adjusting an imaginary skirt with poise. Let us proceed, she commanded Chen Yuanshan, her tone imbued with an inherent sense of authority. Take me to see what dares to overshadow my stage. However, remember, she paused, casting a bewitching smile that was both enchanting and perilous. This is my first endeavor as a partner. The cost will be substantial. Her figure vanished through the conference room door, leaving behind three individuals with varying expressions. Chen Yuanshan's gaze was deep, lost in thought. Lin Lan immediately seized the tablet, fervently recording and analyzing everything Lu Ying had just expressed and performed. Meanwhile, Qin Wu quietly checked his sidearm, his vigilance peaking. He understood that unleashing Lu Ying might resolve the imminent crisis. Yet it could also unleash a Pandora's box far more terrifying than any rule-related horror. Chapter 5. The Scarlet Plague. Chen Yuanshan's decision was not without its challenges. In the emergency briefing room, Qin Wu vehemently opposed allowing Lu Ying, the greatest unknown factor, to enter a high-risk domain. It risks everyone's lives, he bellowed. It may also be the only hope to rescue the Gray Fox team, Lin Lan retorted, her eyes ablaze with conviction. We must obtain first-hand data. Lu Ying leaned casually against the doorframe, relishing the discord she had inspired, as though it were of no concern to her. It was only when Chen Yuanshan decisively concluded the debate with a single statement. The decision is made. Ms. Lu Ying, what preparations do you require? That she leisurely straightened, her gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Qin Wu, a smirk playing at her lips. I only need one promise. What promise? During the course of my assistance in resolving your troubles, her smile turned dangerously enchanting. None of your people may aim their weapons at me. She paused deliberately, savoring the tension in Qin Wu's taut jawline. Of course, once the task is accomplished, we can negotiate the cost. This demand rendered the briefing room silent as a grave. It hung like an invisible thin ice above the impending operation. Within the underground passage of Site 7 of the Containment Association, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Lu Ying walked at the forefront, her strides unhurried, as if attending a long-anticipated banquet rather than confronting an unknown and perilous anomaly. Trailing behind were the fully armed Qin Wu and his Obsidian Rapid Response team, alongside Dr. Lin Lan, who clutched various detection devices, her expression a blend of anxiety and excitement. Director Chen Yuanshan did not personally attend. He remained at the command center, maintaining contact with the field through encrypted channels. His voice resonated steadily in the earphones of the gathered team. The target area is completely isolated. Energy readings are stable at threshold limits. The last transmission from the missing Gray Fox team depicted a chaotic proliferation of organic structures. Exercise utmost caution. Our primary objective is intelligence gathering, with immediate evacuation permitted if necessary. Organic structures? Lin Lan queried, hastening her pace as she accessed data on her portable terminal. Some sort of biological tissue proliferation? More like forcibly distorted life forms. Chen Yuanshan's voice carried a barely perceptible weight. The other shore observation station detected anomalously high-dimensional energy ripples in the area prior to the contamination outbreak. This incident may be extraordinary. The other shore? Lu Ying interjected suddenly. Though she was not wearing an earpiece, her voice clearly infiltrated everyone's channels, causing several team members to instinctively tighten their grips on their weapons. She turned back. Her interest peaked as she glanced at the blurry energy waveform on Lin Lan's terminal. Sounds like the name of a voyeuristic organization. Lin Lan and Qin Wu exchanged a glance, each taken aback by the other's astonishment. She had not only intercepted the encrypted channel, but had also directly mentioned the other shore. Just how much did she know? Suppressing his rising doubts, Qin Wu coldly commanded, "Focus. We have arrived." At the end of the passage stands a formidable alloy gate. Beyond this barrier, the world glimpsed through the observation window reveals a scene that sends shivers down the spine. It is no longer the familiar urban landscape. Instead, a dark crimson, resembling muscular fibers, envelopes the surfaces of all structures, undulating as if alive. The streets are interwoven with robust, vein-like conduits, pulsating with a viscous substance that flows rhythmically. The air is saturated with a potent aroma that is sweet yet putrid, akin to a colossal, decaying incubator. The sky is shrouded beneath a foreboding, dark red dome, reminiscent of a biological membrane, casting a faint and eerie light. The entire area resembles the interior of a vast organism, a forbidden zone, aptly termed the Crimson Incubator. Through the mask, Qin Wu's voice resonates with a metallic timbre, delivering a preliminary analytical assessment. Any independent life form deemed non-native to this region will be classified as foreign and subjected to immune system aggression. Physical destruction proves negligible, as the damaged tissue regenerates rapidly. The notion of an immune system intrigues Lu Ying, who approaches the observation window, her fingertips delicately tracing the cold glass, her gaze reflecting the perspective of an artist contemplating a grotesque masterpiece. It is indeed a creation, both raw and teeming with primal vitality. She closes her eyes, inhaling deeply, as if savoring the nauseating atmosphere. Upon reopening her eyes, the languor previously present transforms into an intense focus and insight. The logic of the male perspective is profoundly disrupted here. She muses softly, almost explaining to Chun Yuanshan and Lin Lan on the other end of the channel. The growth of these tissues appears chaotic, yet adheres to an exceedingly primitive and efficient logic of survival and assimilation. As for the immune system, she raises her hand, pointing towards the depths of the street where a massive, flesh-like ovum slowly swells. I sense something is hatching there. It radiates aggression and hunger. Almost as if to corroborate her observation, the fleshy egg abruptly ruptures, and a distorted creature, reminiscent of a skinned hound, emerges. It is eyeless, possessing only a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, emitting a hoarse roar. With astonishing speed, it charges towards the gate. "Open fire," Qin Wu commands without hesitation. Instantly, a barrage of gunfire erupts, energy beams and physical projectiles raining down upon the beast, tearing its flesh apart. Yet, the splattered remnants that fall to the ground wriggle as if animated, swiftly assimilating into the surrounding environment. The creature itself, despite being riddled with wounds, only slightly reduces its pace, with the flesh around its injuries writhing madly, healing at an alarming rate. The effectiveness of physical attacks is subpar. Its regenerative capabilities are formidable. A team member reports loudly. "Switch to cryo rounds." Qin Wu orders. Several rounds, exuding white frost, strike the creature, instantly freezing portions of it, significantly slowing its advance. Yet more of these grotesque beings are emerging from the streets, each taking on a myriad of forms. Some resemble multi-legged spiders, while others appear as bloated, flying jellyfish. Their commonality lies in their aggression and astonishing regenerative abilities. This could go on indefinitely. Lin Lan exclaimed anxiously. "We must locate the core of this domain." "The core?" Lu Ying suddenly chuckled, her smile appearing particularly bewitching under the dim red light. "Why seek it out? Would it not be far more entertaining to let it find us?" In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, she did not retreat. Rather, she advanced a step closer to the metallic gate. She extended her right hand, gently pressing her palm against the cold metal surface. In the next moment, something astonishing transpired. From the center of her palm, a dark red light, reminiscent of circuit board patterns, began to faintly illuminate beneath her skin. The air around her began to warp, and a deep, ancient sound, as if countless voices were murmuring, spilled from her throat. It was not any known language, yet it resonated with a power that pierced the very essence of rules. She was not battling the domain's rules. She was communicating, or perhaps deceiving. What is she doing? Qin Wu demanded sharply, feeling the surrounding crimson entities writhe with increasing intensity as if enraged. She is simulating. Lin Lan fixed her gaze on the wildly fluctuating data on the detector, her voice trembling with excitement. She is simulating the life frequency of this domain. She is deceiving the domain's perception, making it believe she is one of its own. Indeed, the previously frenzied, distorted beings hesitated as they approached Lu Ying within a certain proximity, beginning to circle the gate restlessly, emitting confused growls, yet no longer actively attacking her direction. Permission successfully obtained. Lu Ying withdrew her hand, beads of perspiration forming on her brow, clearly indicating the toll this exertion had taken on her. Yet her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Now, we are guests, albeit uninvited ones. She turned back to the astonished crowd, revealing a cunning smile. Let us proceed. The landlord has tacitly granted us entry. However, we must act swiftly, as this guise will not endure for long. Qin Wu took a deep breath. Suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him, he gestured decisively, commanding, proceed as planned. Team A, establish a defensive line. Team B, follow Dr. Lin and the guests to locate the core. Move quickly. The heavy metallic gate creaked open slowly, a strong scent of blood wafting forth. Lu Ying was the first to step into this crimson domain. Her high heels made a soft, muted sound against the soft, resilient ground. The dark red aura enveloped her, adding an air of mystery and danger to her presence. She seemed inherently destined for this stage of chaos and madness. The following is a detailed description of their descent into the domain, approximately 4,000 words. The team cautiously advanced deeper into the realm. The surrounding sights were bizarre, with assimilated car wrecks resembling grotesque skeletons and street lamps transformed into twisted, phosphorescent fungi. Occasionally, diminutive, aberrant creatures would spring forth from the shadows, but they were swiftly dispatched by the vigilant team members. Lu Ying, however, moved with an air of nonchalance, pausing now and then to caress the pulsating veins on the walls, absorbing the information they conveyed. At other moments, she would tilt her ear, attuning herself to the intangible murmurs of rules that lingered in the air. This domain possesses a consciousness. Lu Ying suddenly broke the silence of their march, speaking of a very primal, voracious awareness. Its fundamental tenets were devour and evolve. It was learning, assimilating knowledge from everything it consumed. She gestured toward a building entirely enveloped in flesh and blood. There, a vigorous information aggregation response was occurring. The missing Gray Fox team, the last signal source, was also in that direction. They were likely still alive, though their condition seemed far from promising. Qin Wu's spirits lifted. Are you certain? My intuition seldom falters. Lu Ying replied coolly. Yet that area also harbors the most active immune system. If we approach, we would be akin to bacteria invading a lymph node. Do you have a plan? Lin Lan pressed on. A slight smile graced Lu Ying's lips. Naturally. Since we cannot conceal ourselves, let us overwhelm the immune system. She raised her hand once more, and the ethereal light swirling around her fingertips intensified. With a gentle sweep towards a relatively quiet structure across the street, she made a delicate incision. It was as though an invisible blade had swept through. The flesh on the building's surface quivered violently and then began to proliferate at an alarming rate. Twisting and contorting, they no longer adhered to their original architecture, but rather, like uncontrolled cancer cells, they turned upon one another, devouring in a frenzy, instantaneously forming a new, more chaotic and aggressive tumor node. This nascent tumor instantly attracted the attention of numerous distorted beings nearby, who roared and lunged toward this internal traitor, temporarily disregarding the threat posed by Lu Ying and her companions. Look, a simple diversion of attention. Lu Ying clapped her hands as if she had accomplished a trivial task. For now, the path was clear. Qin Wu and Lin Lan watched the building collapse under the tumult of internal strife, a chill running down their spines. She not only could deceive the rules but could, to some extent, guide and distort them. Such power transcended the realm of the abnormal, approaching dominion. The team pressed onward, finally reaching the target building. The entrance had been sealed by the proliferating flesh, forming a portal of quivering, pulsating meat. Inside, there were many voices. Lu Ying paused at the threshold, her brow furrowed, an expression of gravity crossing her features for the first time. Fear, despair, madness, and a faint, almost imperceptible wave of consciousness belonging to the Gray Fox team members, trapped as their minds and bodies were being slowly assimilated. "Can we enter?" Qin Wu inquired. "We can, but it requires a bit of lubrication," Lu Ying replied, placing her hand once again on the writhing flesh of the portal, her body resonating with a low-frequency chant that filled the air. This time, the writhing flesh became gentle, even contracting on its own to reveal a passage barely wide enough for a single person, dripping with mucus. "Keep up, don't fall behind." Lu Ying led the way, bending down to slip inside, her figure vanishing into the dark red depths. Qin Wu gritted his teeth, gestured, and the team members followed suit, entering in single file. Inside the building, the scene grew even more horrifying. The walls of the corridor were entirely composed of living flesh, pulsating with thick veins, and one could even hear the dull sound akin to a heartbeat. The air was saturated with a heavy metallic scent of blood and some pheromonal aroma. The ground was coated with a viscous, mildly corrosive biological film. Lu Ying walked at the forefront, her senses heightened to their utmost. The male perspective of logic faltered here, yet the female empathy and intuition flowed effortlessly. She could hear the walls whispering, feel the faint hostility conveyed by the film beneath her feet, and catch the flickering sparks of human consciousness about to extinguish. "Turn left." She guided them toward a place where they were stored below. A location reminiscent of an incubation pool, they advanced through the downward-sloping passage, more akin to a biological esophagus, and finally arrived in a vast space. It resembled a gigantic nest made of biological tissue, with a continuously bubbling, dark red viscous pool at its center. Surrounding the pool were dozens of pouches resembling silk cocoons. Some were empty, while others faintly exhibited human shapes. Several of these pouches still bore remnants of torn uniforms belonging to the Gray Fox team. Above the pool, a massive mass of pulsating flesh, woven from pure energy and biological tissue, floated. It resembled an ugly heart. With each beat, it emitted a powerful field of order and released new, tiny mutated spores. "Was that the core of the domain?" Lin Lan exclaimed, her equipment blaring an alarm, energy readings skyrocketing. It was, attempting to break through the current boundaries of the domain, expanding outward. "It must be destroyed." Qin Wu raised his weapon. "Wait." Lu Ying stopped him, her gaze fixed intently on the core, her face revealing a serious expression for the first time, even tinged with a hint of greed. Something was amiss. This core was too refined, unlike anything that could have naturally emerged from such a primal domain. She took a few steps forward, approaching the boiling pool, disregarding the faint struggles and moans emanating from the surrounding pouches. She reached out her hand, seemingly yearning to touch the intangible force field radiating from the core. There was something inside it. Lu Ying's voice trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. "A seed? Or perhaps a set of instructions? Who implanted this blueprint into this primal consciousness?" Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The suspended core throbbed violently, and a dark red psychic shockwave spread outward as if it were tangible. "Be careful!" With a deafening roar, Qin Wu unleashed a wave of intense pain and nausea upon all present, as if a multitude of frenzied thoughts were attempting to rupture their minds. Simultaneously, all the flesh pods surrounding the pool erupted. Those members of the Gray Fox squad who had been partially assimilated and grotesquely transformed rose like marionettes. Their eyes were void of emotion, their bodies morphed into horrifying weapons, emitting inhuman growls as they lunged towards Qin Wu's team. They were under the core's control. Moreover, a surge of twisted creatures from outside the building obstructed their escape. In an instant, the team found themselves ensnared in a desperate predicament, besieged from all sides. "Open fire. Free shots. Protect Dr. Lin and the target." Qin Wu bellowed amidst the chaos, his voice hoarse. His weapon spat flames, forcing one monstrous frontline member to retreat. Yet the adversary's distorted limbs and astonishing vitality rendered the battle exceedingly arduous. Lin Lan, seeking cover, anxiously operated equipment to disrupt the core while casting worried glances at Lu Ying. To her astonishment, Lu Ying stood unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the advancing monsters and the controlled teammates. Her entire focus was directed at the pulsating core. A dark crimson glow flickered in her eyes, her incantations growing increasingly loud and urgent, as if she were engaged in a silent yet fierce contest with the core. She was attempting to decipher and seize control of the core. "I see you." Blood dripped from the corner of Lu Ying's mouth, clearly burdening her with immense strain. Yet her smile became ever more enchanting, concealing within it the little mouse. With a sudden, fierce grasp, she made a stripping motion towards the core. "Come to me." Buzz. The core emitted a piercing wail, its surface energy flow becoming chaotically disordered. A thin, shimmering stream, distinct from the domain's dark red hue and possessing a cold metallic sheen, was forcibly torn from the core, attempting to escape into the void. Trying to flee? Lu Ying scoffed, as an already prepared invisible force field swiftly coalesced, firmly ensnaring the fleeing, icy stream in midair. In that instant, the entire Scarlet Incubator domain froze. All writhing entities, all attacking monsters, including the controlled teammates, were as if a pause button had been pressed, their movements turning rigid and sluggish. Deprived of the foreign stream's directives, the core began to collapse, its precise structure disintegrating, the expansion ceasing, and the once unified rule field fragmenting into chaos. "Now is the time. Destroy the core," Lu Ying commanded fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Wu accurately hurled a high-explosive energy grenade towards the destabilized, convulsing mass of the core. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a fierce release of energy, illuminating the entire nest in blinding white. The shockwave hurled everyone into the air, as torrents of flesh and blood cascaded down like rain. As tranquility descended upon the chaos, the weary figures of the crowd struggled to rise, only to witness the crimson tissue around them rapidly losing vitality, fading into shades of gray, wilting, and collapsing. The dark red biological membrane in the sky began to dissipate, revealing the ordinary, hazy expanse above. The domain was crumbling. "We have succeeded," murmured one of the team members, a sense of relief washing over them as they survived the calamity. Qin Wu immediately directed his comrades to tend to the surviving Gray Fox team members, who, though severely wounded and contaminated, had regained consciousness. Lin Lan, on the other hand, rushed towards the site of the core explosion, intent on gathering remnants. Meanwhile, Lu Ying approached the cold, metallic stream of light that she had once imprisoned. The luminous tendril writhed like a living serpent, struggling against her invisible force field. She extended a finger, gently brushing against the stream. In an instant, a torrent of fragmented imagery surged into her mind, an endless void, a frigid, inhuman perspective of observation, a colossal, indescribable amalgamation of metal and organic matter, and a clear directive imbued with experimental intent. Observe Unit PL-0734, Crimson Breeding Ground, for adaptability and evolutionary potential. Record its assimilation efficiency with local sentient life forms. Followed by a fleeting symbol, seemingly the sender's identifier, stark and cold, resembling a pupilless eye. Lu Ying stifled a groan, retracting her finger. Her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. "I have found you," she whispered to herself, a hint of satisfaction in having tracked her quarry, the observer. She opened her palm, the icy stream of light struggled, ultimately being forcibly absorbed into her grasp. Vanishing from sight, she felt the alien energy rapidly disintegrating and assimilating within her, becoming part of her power. Qin Wu, having organized the rescue efforts, approached, his gaze fixed on Lu Ying, filled with complex emotions, gratitude, caution, and profound apprehension. "What did you just absorb?" he inquired gravely. Lu Ying turned to him, her expression shifting back to one of languid mockery, as she delicately licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, her movements both alluring and chilling. "Just a little snack," she replied with a light laugh, adding, "And I have clarified something." "What is it?" "What we face is never merely rule contamination." Lu Ying's gaze swept across the collapsing domain and into the distance, as if piercing through the void. "This is a meticulously orchestrated sowing and reaping." She turned back to Qin Wu and Lin Lan, revealing a smile laden with significance. "Whether it be your containment organization or myself, we are merely the more conspicuous crops in this experimental field. The true farmers have begun to take notice of us." Chapter 6. The corridor of memory and the cage of consciousness. The collapse of the scarlet womb resembled the abrupt cessation of a fever, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath and an unsettling chill that penetrated to the marrow. The remnants of flesh and blood rapidly lost their vitality, transitioning from a disconcerting dark red to a lifeless gray, akin to the ashes left after a fierce conflagration, exuding a pungent odor of decay under the gradually normalizing light. Rescue teams and purification squads swiftly took control of the scene, busily navigating through the debris, addressing both the physical and psychological remnants. Qin Wu stood beside a withered mass of flesh, his helmet removed, revealing a face marked by sharp angles, yet weary and grave. He directed his team in assisting the injured, but his gaze involuntarily followed the slender figure of Lu Ying, cloaked in dark red combat attire. She stood alone at a vantage point amidst the ruins, her back turned to the bustling crowd, gazing out at the edges of the city as it returned to normalcy. The night breeze tousled her disheveled hair, her silhouette appearing both solitary and formidable in the sparse morning light. No one dared to approach her easily, whether out of reverence, fear, or a mixture of both. Lin Lan, on the other hand, was completely immersed in a sea of data, ignoring the filth. She knelt in the epicenter of the core explosion, meticulously collecting samples of tissues and energy residues that had yet to fully lose their vitality. Her terminal screen replayed the moment Lu Ying forcefully extracted and absorbed the cold, luminous energy, again and again. Unknown energy structures, absorbed by a living entity. Biological compatibility exceeding theoretical limits, she murmured, her fingers trembling with excitement. This was not merely an application of rules, it was plunder. She was appropriating building materials from higher dimensions to enhance herself. Chun Yuanshan's voice crackled through the earpiece, carrying a subtly husky tone. Once the situation stabilizes, immediately bring her and all samples back. The highest level isolation protocols have been initiated. We require a thorough assessment. His choice of words was cautious, but everyone understood the implication of a thorough assessment. Lu Ying's performance within the Scarlet Womb, especially her final act of consuming unknown energy, had escalated her risk level to an unprecedented height. The journey back to the seventh site was laden with a heavier atmosphere than when they had departed. Inside the armored transport vehicle, Lu Ying sat alone on one side, eyes closed in contemplation, as if the preceding events had been nothing more than a trivial game. Qin Wu and his team sat silently across from her, the only sound being the faint friction of weapons and armor. Lin Lan clutched her precious sample case, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Lu Ying, filled with a yearning for discovery. Lu Ying could distinctly sense the frigid energy that had been consumed within her being slowly, yet resolutely disassembling and assimilating. It lacked the primal vitality of the Scarlet Womb, resembling instead a highly compressed program imbued with specific information. During the disintegration process, fragments of knowledge that transcended human comprehension surged into her consciousness like a tidal wave. Dimensional folding technology, reality stability constant, consciousness upload and download protocol, fragmented. Experimental log excerpts, iteration 734, local defense mechanisms reacted violently. Unknown variables intervened. Recommendation to elevate observation levels. These fragmented pieces of information granted her a clearer understanding of the so-called farm owners and observers, while simultaneously raising new questions. They appeared to be conducting some grand-scale experiment, with Earth, or rather this universe, merely serving as their testing ground. She and Wang Lu. This anomalous duality seemed to have become a glitch, an unforeseen variable, within this experiment. What troubled her further was the sensation that, during the absorption of this energy, the consciousness belonging to Wang Lu within her seemed to draw in a modicum of nourishment, becoming somewhat more resilient than before. This was not her desire, yet she found herself unable to attend to it for the time being. Upon returning to the station, they were met with a hearing of the utmost gravity. In a circular conference room filled with monitoring equipment, where the atmosphere was suffocatingly solemn, Chun Yuanshan occupied the central position, flanked by holographic projections of several high-ranking members of the Containment Council, whose names she had only heard but never seen. Their gazes were palpable, fixated upon the central figure of Lu Ying. Lin Lan and Qin Wu, as the direct responsible parties, sat on either side to present their accounts. Ms. Lu Ying, began a steady-voiced elder projection. One of the members of the Global Council of the Containment Committee Your performance during the Crimson Nursery incident exceeded all our predictive models. Particularly your final act of absorbing unknown energy. Please elucidate your motives, methods, and potential consequences. Lu Ying reclined languidly in her chair, unfazed in the presence of such powerful figures. Instead, it felt as though she were witnessing a theatrical performance. Elucidate, she replied with a gentle smile. I was hungry, and upon seeing food, I simply ate. Does it require a more complex explanation? That was not food. Another female executive interjected sternly. It was an energy construct from an unknown higher existence, potentially fraught with risks we cannot comprehend. Your actions may have exposed us all to greater dangers. Exposed? Lu Ying's smile faded as her gaze swept across the room. Do you believe that by burying your heads in the sand like ostriches, pretending not to see, we are no longer under scrutiny? The farm owner has always been watching his experimental field, and I merely severed one of the tentacles of that stealthy observer. Her words struck like stones cast into a still lake, creating ripples of concern. The high-ranking officials exchanged hushed opinions, clearly resonating with the metaphor of the farm owner and observer, which aligned with certain classified records within the Containment Council. Can you extract information from that energy? Qin Yuanshan seized the pivotal point. Some fragments, Lu Ying did not deny. Fragments of the truth about this world. For instance, we may all be living within a meticulously designed experiment. In the eyes of others, your containment organization may merely be perceived as a rather resilient weed-clearing system within an experimental field. This conclusion plunged the entire conference room into a profound silence. Although the upper echelons of the containment organization had long harbored such suspicions, the stark revelation by an anomalous entity in such a direct manner still delivered a substantial shock. How can we trust your words? Inquired a composed elder once more. You need not place your faith in me, Lu Ying asserted, rising from her seat, her hands pressed against the table, leaning forward as an intangible aura of pressure enveloped the room. You must understand that I am presently the only individual who has truly bitten into them and survived. I possess a deeper understanding of our foes than any of you. Cooperation presents an opportunity for you to uncover the truth, perhaps even discover a means of retaliation. If you treat me as a threat. She paused, a flicker of crimson light flashing in her eyes. A manifestation of the observer energy yet to be fully absorbed mingling with her own power. You may attempt it, and witness who ultimately ends up being contained. This was a blatant threat, yet it rested on a foundation of undeniable strength. The hearing was temporarily adjourned amidst an atmosphere that was both delicate and tense. The upper management required time to digest this astonishing information and assess the limits of collaborating with such a perilous ally as Lu Ying. As the containment organization stirred with latent currents instigated by Lu Ying, a new alarm was raised, not concerning physical contamination, but rather the erosion of the mental and cognitive faculties. In an aged residential area to the north of the city, an invisible force field enveloped the surroundings. Those entering this zone did not sustain physical harm. Yet their memories began to unravel, their sense of time and space distorted. Some individuals even became convinced they were someone from decades past or found themselves trapped within their most feared or desired memories, unable to extricate themselves. This domain was designated the Corridor of Memories. Analyzing the rules proved exceedingly challenging. Lin Lan reported to Qin Yuanshan and Qin Wu, her expression grave. The phenomenon did not directly assault the body, but rather targeted consciousness and cognition. Preliminary assessments suggested that its core rules might pertain to memory extraction, reconstruction, and overlay. Physical means were nearly ineffective, and traditional mental defenses yielded minimal results. What becomes of those ensnared within? Qin Wu inquired, more concerned about this aspect. Their brainwave activity is unusually heightened, yet their bodily functions are gradually deteriorating, as if their souls are trapped within dreams of their own, making while their bodies wither away. Lin Lan retrieved some monitoring data, revealing a more troubling facet. This domain appeared to be learning, drawing sustenance from the memories of the trapped individuals and continuously refining its structural rules. If left unchecked, its influence could expand exponentially, ultimately dragging the entire city into a collective nightmare of consciousness. Qin Yuanshan rubbed his temples, feeling a weariness unlike any he had known before. Having just dealt with a nearly physically immune crimson breeding ground, he now faced a memory corridor that specialized in mental incursions. The bizarre manifestations were becoming increasingly diverse, and ever more difficult to counter. Prepare the siege team, he commanded, for they possess the most formidable mental resilience and consciousness anchoring equipment. Allow me to proceed. The conference room door swung open, revealing Lu Ying, who leaned casually against the doorframe, seemingly eavesdropping for some time. An eager expression adorned her face, as if she had stumbled upon a new toy. You? Qin Wu frowned. This domain targets consciousness, your abilities. My abilities are precisely what make me adept at countering such manipulations of the mind, Lu Ying interjected, brimming with confidence. Let us not forget, I am, in essence, an expert in the realm of consciousness. She alluded to her dual personality shared with Wang Lu. Lin Lan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Ms. Lu Ying's consciousness structure is unparalleled. She may well be immune to, or even capable of reverse engineering the rules of the memory corridor. This presents us with an opportunity to acquire this novel and bizarrely valuable data. Chen Yuanshan pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Lu Ying. What level of certainty do you possess? Prior to entry, certainty cannot be claimed, Lu Ying replied candidly. Yet I am undoubtedly a superior choice compared to those rigid experts clad in metal shells. After all, she gestured to her temple, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. No one understands better than I how to maintain oneself within a chaotic labyrinth of consciousness. This time, there would be no large contingent, only Lu Ying. Alongside Qin Wu's team tasked with remote support and extraction, establishing a defensive perimeter at the domain's edge. Lin Lan would monitor Lu Ying's physiological and mental data in real time via the novel biosensor she carried. At the precipice of the memory corridor, an uncanny dissonance enveloped her. The apartment complex before her appeared entirely normal, yet the silhouettes moving behind the windows exhibited a sluggish and bizarre quality, reminiscent of an antiquated, stuttering film reel. A faint odor wafted through the air, akin to the musty scent of aged paper mingled with dust and indistinct whispers of countless individuals, along with cries and laughter, reverberated directly upon the level of consciousness. I am entering, Lu Ying announced into the communicator, stepping resolutely into the intangible boundary. With her first step, the world spun. It felt as though she had breached a frigid membrane of water, and the sounds of the outside world vanished in an instant. The scene before her began to warp and contort, familiar streets flowing like molten wax, colors becoming unnaturally vibrant and fragmented. Countless shards of memory swirled toward her, strange childhood laughter, indelible sorrow, unfulfilled desires, and deeply buried fears. These fragments sought to infiltrate her consciousness, to overshadow her own memories, assimilating her into this tumultuous sea of awareness. Lu Ying stood still, gently closing her eyes. Rather than forcibly resisting, she relinquished her perceptions, akin to a diver willingly plunging into the torrent of memories. What a cacophonous celebration, she scoffed inwardly. The aspect of Wang Lu within her felt a primal discomfort and rejection in this environment. The chaotic emotional signals rendering him dizzy and disoriented. Yet the realm belonging to Lu Ying flourished like a fish in water. Her perception transformed into an ethereal sieve, meticulously filtering through the shards of memory, analyzing their structures, the emotional energies they harbored, and the invisible yet palpable connections binding them together. She discerned that these memories were not chaotically amassed. Rather, they were forcibly woven together by an external, frigid force, creating a vast and intricate labyrinth. The walls of the labyrinth were composed of solidified fragments of time, while the pathways were paved with intense emotional fluctuations. I have found you. Lu Ying abruptly opened her eyes, gazing in a specific direction. There, she sensed an unusually stable consciousness wave, glaringly prominent like a lighthouse. It belonged to an unassimilated core of a reconnaissance agent from the Containment Society. He had become a temporary coordinate amidst this chaotic ocean. She commenced her movement, her steps traversing a path laid with regret, feeling waves of resistance. She passed through corridors of ecstasy, the air resonating with a cacophony of illusory clamor. Occasionally, phantoms, entirely consumed by memory and drifting like somnambulists, lunged towards her, attempting to draw her into their eternal reverie. However, Lu Ying merely waved her hand gently, and an invisible force repelled those tumultuous streams of memory, soothing them as if parting the seas like Moses. Her approach was not one of violent destruction, but rather of understanding and solace. She absorbed the anguish and obsessions behind these memories. Then, employing her ability to resonate emotionally, bestowed a fleeting, illusory sense of satisfaction upon the agitated consciousnesses, allowing them to momentarily find peace. This endeavor exacted a tremendous toll on her psyche. Beads of cold sweat emerged at her temples, and her complexion paled slightly. Yet, she felt the fragment of the observer's energy, which had been consumed within her, accelerating its integration with herself under the intense manipulation of consciousness, honing her perception and control over the streams of information to a finer precision. At long last, she arrived at the locale of the reconnaissance agent's consciousness. It was a sunlit park scene, constructed from his childhood memories, yet he lay curled upon a bench, his gaze vacant, the edges of his body beginning to turn translucent, as though he were on the verge of being entirely digested by this splendid illusion. "It is time to awaken." Lu Ying approached him, her voice piercing through the illusion to reach his core consciousness. The agent trembled, raising his head in bewilderment. Lu Ying spoke little, extending her finger to tap his brow. A cool, uniquely marked energy of consciousness flowed into him, severing the sweet yet fatal strands of memory entwined around his awareness like a sharp blade. "Ah!" The agent screamed in agony, as the surrounding park scene shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the bizarre reality of the memory corridor beneath. He regained consciousness, yet was exceedingly frail. "Stay close to me, or find your own way out," Lu Ying uttered, continuing onward. Her objective was the innermost depths of this labyrinth of consciousness, where the core, continuously weaving and reinforcing all rules, resided. The deeper she ventured, the higher the concentration of memories, and the stronger the constraints of the rules became. She began to perceive fragments of memories that belonged to her, or rather to Wang Lu, drifting around her. It was as if the labyrinth was attempting to decipher and assault her, using our own memories against us. A flicker of anger flashed in Lu Ying's eyes. It was truly a path to self-destruction. She no longer held back. The frigid energy of the observer surged forth, an absolute analytical power unleashed in full force. Her eyes transformed entirely into a silvery hue, as everything in her field of vision was deconstructed into the most fundamental streams of information and codes of rules. She glimpsed the source code that sustained the labyrinth, recognizing the logical connection points between those memory fragments. Stretching out her hand, she deftly severed those critical connections like tearing apart a spider's web. Boom! The surrounding memories began to collapse violently, and countless trapped consciousnesses emitted cries of liberation or roars of fury. The labyrinth was crumbling. Amidst the torrents of shattered memories, a crystal emanating a soft white light, constantly shifting in form, appeared at the edge of her vision. That was the core of the memory corridor, a highly condensed information aggregate with self-awareness. Sensing the threat, it unleashed its final power, attempting to drag Lu Ying into the deepest recesses of her heart, into the memories she was most reluctant to confront, those of Wang Lu's inner turmoil, marked by loneliness, rejection, and the immense fear that accompanied her awakening abilities. In an instant, Lu Ying and the Wang Lu deep within her consciousness felt as though they had returned to that fateful afternoon, submerged in endless panic and self-doubt. Lu Ying bit her tongue sharply, the pain jolting her into clarity, her silvery eyes ignited with a flame of indignation. Did it think it could ensnare me with such trivial pain? No longer attempting to analyze, she summoned the recently merged energy of the observer, blending it with her own formidable consciousness, transforming it into an invisible spear, ablaze with silvery flames, thrusting fiercely at the core. "Your data, I shall claim." The silver spear pierced through the core. There was no explosion, only a shrill wail that transcended the range of human hearing. The core of the information aggregate trembled violently. A deluge of pure memory data and structural rules surged forth like a dam breaking, forcibly drawn into Lu Ying's being. This time, she absorbed not the cold, external energy, but the most genuine and intense emotional memories of countless humans, alongside the profound mysteries of consciousness manipulation birthed from this realm itself. The memory corridor began to disintegrate from within, akin to snow melting under the sun. The trapped consciousnesses returned, albeit damaged in spirit, yet they preserved their lives. As Lu Ying emerged from the fading realm, clutching the now dimmed and shrunk core crystal, Qin Wu and Lin Lan, who awaited her outside, noticed a subtle transformation in her demeanor. Her gaze deepened, as if it contained a myriad of stories, and the aura she emanated, beyond the inherent danger and allure, carried an ineffable sense of timeless wisdom, akin to that of an ancient sage. She cast a fleeting glance at the core crystal in her hand before casually tossing it to Lin Lan. A trophy, she remarked with an air of indifference. Her gaze then shifting to Qin Wu. A complex smile graced her lips as she added, "Inform Director Chun that I believe we need to revisit the terms of our collaboration." Pausing momentarily, she continued in a voice that, though subdued, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Additionally, let him know that I believe I have discovered an alternative application for the observer energy. It serves not only to see but also to weave. Perhaps it is time we construct a safe house for ourselves." Chapter 7. The Frontier of Consciousness and the Song of the Betrayer. Lu Ying's words fell like a deep water bomb upon the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples that continued to expand within the seventh station and even higher echelons of the Containment Committee's decision-making circle. The concept of a consciousness safe house is inherently fraught with contradiction and allure. In an era where physical reality has become increasingly unreliable, a sanctuary that exists solely within the collective consciousness, safeguarded by its own rules, sounds like a fantastical notion, yet resonates with the deepest yearning of every individual for an absolutely secure refuge. A high-level encrypted conference was convened once more. This time, the participants bore more complex expressions. Theoretically, there exists a possibility. A senior academician responsible for foundational theoretical research gazed at the preliminary framework organized by Lin Lan based on Lu Ying's descriptions, his voice trembling with disbelief. If Ms. Lu Ying could truly harness that absorbed higher-dimensional energy as a weaving needle, with the filtered and reinforced human consciousness as thread, constructing a fortress of information within a relatively calm fold of the collective unconscious sea, it would represent a revolutionary breakthrough for humanity in the battle against rule contamination. Yet the risks are equally substantial. Another head of the Security Strategy Department immediately countered, questioning the wisdom of entrusting even a fraction of our consciousness to an anomalous entity that we cannot fully control and which evidently possesses a predatory inclination. This is akin to handing the civilization's backup to an AI that could spiral out of control at any moment. Moreover, is her so-called weaving essentially a more advanced, more insidious form of contamination? How can we ensure that this safe house does not transform into her personal prison of consciousness? We require data. We need verification, Lin Lan argued passionately, her eyes ablaze with the fire of a pioneer. The core of the memory corridor has already been captured, Ms. Lu Ying has demonstrated her capability to reconcile and reconstruct the rules of consciousness. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to actively create, rather than passively defend. Chen Yuanshan sat at the head of the table, silently listening to the intense debate unfold. His fingers unconsciously tapped upon the tabletop, his gaze profound. Ultimately, he raised his hand to halt the contention. Risks and opportunities coexist. His voice was steady, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, stating, "We cannot allow fear to stifle our progress. I hereby approve the initiation of the ARC project, with Level 0 clearance, restricted to the personnel present in this conference room. Dr. Lin Lan, you are fully responsible for the technical liaison and verification with Ms. Lu Ying. Captain Qin Wu, you are tasked with ensuring the physical security of the entire project and the final contingency plan." He emphasized the words final contingency plan with great weight. Everyone understood the implications. Should Lu Ying lose control, or if the safe house were to devolve into a new disaster, Captain Qin Wu would possess the authority to employ all necessary measures, including total eradication. Qin Wu accepted the order with an impassive expression, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the tumult within. He cast a glance at the holographic projection of Lu Ying's playful smile, the heavy burden of responsibility nearly overwhelming him. The plan was initiated under the utmost secrecy. The deepest isolation zone of the site has been transformed into a laboratory, integrating cutting-edge neural interface technology with principles of consciousness anchoring derived from the core of the memory corridor. At the center of the laboratory stands a prototype device, resembling a colossal silvery cocoon known as the Consciousness Weaver. Lu Ying has become the absolute core of the entire project, spending most of her time within the laboratory, collaborating with Lin Lan's team. She has exhibited remarkable learning capabilities and an exquisite control over consciousness energy, no longer merely consuming or distorting violently. She now dissects the codes embedded within the memory corridor's core like a top-tier programmer, attempting to craft new programs using her energy, infused with observer characteristics. This process is far from effortless. She often experiences profound mental exhaustion, as the endeavor of delving into the essence of consciousness drains her spirit more than any physical battle. Within her, Wang Lu's consciousness remains unusually silent amidst this intense mental activity, as if lying in wait or observing with a detached gaze. He is fearful. After a grueling 10-hour session, Lu Ying rubbed her swollen temples and suddenly addressed Lin Lan. Who? Lin Lan was momentarily taken aback. Wang Lu. Lu Ying gazed at the faint silver patterns shimmering on her palm, expressing her fear of this transformation. Her anxiety over losing the definition of humanity, the dread of ultimately being completely consumed by me. Her tone was flat, leaving it ambiguous whether it was mockery or something else. Lin Lan hesitated, cautiously inquiring, "Then, will you?" Lu Ying turned her head, casting a complex and inscrutable glance at her. "I am him. He is me. To consume him is to consume myself. We are a paradox of duality, born from the errors of this world. Accomplices." She said no more. Turning back to her work, Lin Lan watched her retreating figure, her understanding of what it means to be human shaken profoundly once more. As the ARC project pressed on with urgency, the external situation for the Containment Association was rapidly deteriorating. Globally, the frequency and intensity of anomalous rule pollution incidents were surging significantly, beyond the Crimson Breeding Ground and the Memory Corridor. More small-scale, yet peculiarly intricate micronarratives of horror spread like a plague in the shadows of urban life. A single erroneous thought, a careless remark, or an overlooked mundane action could trigger fatal rules. The social order slowly crumbled under an invisible veil of fear. The authorities desperately maintained the facade of stability, yet rumors and panic spread like wildfire. The Containment Association faced unprecedented pressure, with personnel and resources stretched thin. Amidst this chaos, the Obsidian Squad, led by Qin Wu, captured a disturbing signal while handling a task involving an office building ensnared in an infinite overtime loop narrative. While clearing the distorted office space, they recovered a fragment of data from the remnants of an encrypted computer belonging to a senior executive, having been repeatedly erased. After the technical department's earnest efforts to rectify the situation, what emerged was a fragmentary communication record, accompanied by several processed photographs that appeared to have been taken through frosted glass. One end of the communication bore a severely distorted voice, yet the content was chilling. "The moment has arrived. The key has manifested. The curtain is about to fall. Ensure the bridge remains unobstructed. Necessary sacrifices for true evolution." Among the photographs, despite their blurriness, Qin Wu instantly recognized the background as that of a highly classified, abandoned early research station belonging to the Containment Agency. In the corner of the images lay an extremely obscure symbol, resembling a fragmented gear ensnared by thorns. Internally, there are traitors. Qin Wu submitted this report directly to Chun Yuanshan, his voice low and foreboding, and undoubtedly of significant rank. They were in search of the key and spoke of the bridge and evolution. Chun Yuanshan gazed at the report, lost in contemplation. The sky outside was overcast, seemingly heralding a greater tempest. "The key," he murmured, his gaze involuntarily drawn towards the depths of the underground laboratory. He recalled Lu Ying's ability to absorb the energy of observers and construct safe havens. Remembering her words, "We are merely the more conspicuous crops," a terrifying hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps the key did not refer to a specific individual, but rather to a certain state, a particular ability. And Lu Ying, this duality of existence, might indeed be the nearest embodiment of that key. The traitors, along with the forces potentially backing them, likely aimed for her. Enhance the security screening of all personnel associated with the ARC project to the highest level, Qin Yuanshan commanded, his gaze sharp. Simultaneously, he ordered a covert reassessment of the abandoned stations listed. "Deploy the shadow team. I must uncover who is attempting to unlock Pandora's box." In the underground laboratory, the prototype consciousness weaver emitted a low, steady hum. Lu Ying stood at the center of the apparatus, countless slender, luminescent biosensing cables connecting to her spine and temples. Lin Lan and her team anxiously monitored the data at the control console. The first small-scale safe haven node construction experiment commenced. Lin Lan's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with a hint of tremor. Lu Ying closed her eyes, immersing her entire being in the boundless sea of collective unconsciousness, composed of myriad fragments of consciousness and streams of information. This realm was surreal, filled with the remnants of dreams and nightmares, the dust of history and fantasy. She needed to locate a relatively stable anchor amidst this chaos, and then, utilizing the Weaver and her own powers, construct the initial four walls. Carefully, she guided the energy, akin to weaving a spider's web in a storm. The purified and compressed consciousness energy from the volunteers, symbolizing tranquility and order, was drawn forth, beginning to form an exceedingly small, softly glowing spherical space under the silvery threads emanating from her fingertips. The process was extraordinarily arduous. The tumultuous currents of external consciousness relentlessly assailed the fragile structure she had just painstakingly erected, striving to assimilate it. She was compelled to perpetually sustain the output of energy while ensuring the stability of her construction as the psychological pressure surged like relentless tides. At that moment, an aberration occurred, a chilling, viscous stream of malevolent consciousness, akin to a serpent lurking in ambush, violently erupted from the depths of the collective unconscious. This was not mere chaotic unconsciousness. It bore a distinct purpose and forcefully collided with the safety node she was endeavoring to establish. The potency of this consciousness stream far exceeded that of ordinary chaotic information. It seemed intimately acquainted with the methods of conscious assault, precisely targeting the most vulnerable connections within Lu Ying's construct. Warning: unknown consciousness interference. Structural stability plummeting. The console emitted a piercing alarm. Lu Ying stifled a groan. Feeling as though her consciousness had been struck by a heavy blow, the construction process abruptly interrupted, the backlash inducing a throbbing headache. The nascent, minuscule sphere of white light flickered violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. It was an attack, a targeted assault on her consciousness. Lin Lan gasped in shock, having never witnessed such an organized and purposeful malevolence within the realm of the collective unconscious. Lu Ying clenched her silver teeth, a glint of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. She did not falter. Instead, she forcefully steadied her mind, harnessing the energy within her that embodied the traits of an observer, transforming it into a silver barrier to shield the impending collapse of the node. Simultaneously, her perception extended like tendrils, tracing back the origin of the malicious consciousness stream. The stream, thwarted in its assault, retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the boundless ocean of consciousness, its movements deft and assured, clearly the work of a seasoned adversary. Yet, just before it disappeared completely, Lu Ying caught a faint, yet heart-stopping trace of presence. That essence, she had once sensed it deep within the core of the Scarlet Womb, within that strand of detached observer energy. It bore a cold, inhuman quality, imbued with an experimental scrutiny. However, unlike that energy, the core of this consciousness stream was enveloped in a fragment of a distorted and fervent emotional nucleus belonging to humanity. Not it. Lu Ying's eyes widened, her complexion paling, cold sweat dampening her forehead. Yet her gaze remained as sharp as ice. She addressed the communicator, articulating deliberately, "It is them. There are humans, colluding with the observers, or at the very least, stealing and utilizing their power. They are obstructing our establishment of a safe house." A profound silence enveloped the laboratory. Lin Lan's face instantly drained of color. Qin Wu tightened his grip on his weapon, his sharp gaze scanning every corner of the lab. Chen Yuanshan, upon hearing this news in the command center, slowly closed his eyes, revealing deep fatigue and a weighty sense of confirmation. The worst suspicions had been validated. The enemy did not merely arise from the unfathomable darkness of the external void, but also from within, from humanity itself. Those traitors, in pursuit of their evolutionary ambitions or other mad objectives, have bartered their souls and turned their weapons against their own kin. The Ark project has yet to embark, yet it finds itself ensnared in the crosshairs of both traitors and observers. Lu Ying wiped away a trace of blood that had oozed from the corner of her mouth due to the backlash of her own spirit. Gazing at the fragile, fissured sphere of light before her, she felt no despair. Instead, a more perilous and exhilarating smile graced her lips. The game has become increasingly captivating. It appears that before constructing our safe haven, we must first learn how to cleanse our ranks on the battlefield of consciousness. Chapter 8. Echoes of the Twin Souls and the Throne of Thorns. The news brought back by Lu Ying struck the highest echelons of the containment organization like a colossal stone cast into a stagnant pool, stirring up tumultuous waves. Thorn gears, internal traitors, collusion with the observers. Each term pierced through the foundational trust that upheld the existence of this organization like a cold dagger. At the moment Qin Yuanshan received the report, he seemed to age several years, yet the flames in his eyes burned with greater intensity. He immediately activated the utmost emergency contingency plan, Operation Purity. All personnel directly or indirectly related to the ARC project, from researchers to logistical support, from field agents to data processors, underwent the most stringent background checks and psychological evaluations in history. The atmosphere within the site grew stifling, suffocating under an invisible veil of suspicion that hung between comrades who once fought side by side. Qin Wu's Obsidian Squad was granted temporary internal oversight authority, a burden he felt acutely. He would rather confront 100 Crimson breeding grounds than aim his weapon at potential enemies masquerading as allies. The underground laboratory was temporarily sealed, and the ARC project was indefinitely suspended. Lu Ying was transferred to a more secure stasis chamber, ostensibly for her protection, yet it bore the nature of soft confinement. She appeared unsurprised, spending her days in quietude, her silver-hued gaze occasionally flickering with an ethereal light, as if continuously deciphering and digesting the information and energy she had previously acquired. Lin Lan was among those most profoundly affected. She had always regarded the containment organization as the last bastion against the anomalous, a guardian of humanity, yet now, within its walls, pests had emerged that threatened to undermine the ARC project, to which she had devoted her entire being. She isolated herself in the data analysis room, frantically scouring for any trace related to the thorned gears, striving to uncover the hidden bridge. Within the stasis chamber, Lu Ying was not idle. The targeted attacks on her consciousness, coupled with the last fleeting sensation of a bizarre aura infused with both the characteristics of the observers and human fervor, made her realize that the enemy was more cunning and perilous than she had imagined. They existed not only in the physical realm, but could also lie dormant within the ocean of collective unconsciousness like a virus. We must take action. A voice resonated deep within her consciousness, no longer a vague tumult, but clear, calm, imbued with the unique rationality of Wang Lu. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow slightly, responding within her mind, "Oh, have you finally found your voice? No longer cowering in that feeble shell, trembling in fear?" "Fear does not resolve problems," Wang Lu's consciousness replied, unwavering. "That entity attacking us is well versed in the rules of the conscious realm and can even partially harness the power of the observers. If we cannot identify him swiftly within the containment organization, we must devise our own counter-strategy. The next assault may not be so gentle." "A strategy?" Lu Ying scoffed. "With your current state, like a candle flickering in the wind? Based on us," Wang Lu emphasized, "I have observed your process of constructing a safe house and felt the power of your aggression. Your strength is imbued with both aggression and creativity, making you apt for offense and construction. As for me," he paused, seemingly in search of the right words, "I am more inclined toward stability and defense. It is only through our collaboration that we can compensate for each other's shortcomings." This marked the first time since the awakening of his abilities that Wang Lu's consciousness was so lucid, proactively proposing cooperation. Perhaps the consecutive crises had made him realize the futility of solitary efforts. Or perhaps the intangible nourishment following the consumption of the observer's energy by Lu Ying had restored a measure of his strength. Or perhaps the deep-seated fears encountered in the memory corridor had finally compelled him to confront his reality. Lu Ying remained silent for a moment, sensing that Wang Lu's core consciousness had indeed solidified, akin to tempered steel. This transformation surprised her, even instilling a subtle sense of reassurance. How intriguing. She ultimately chuckled lightly within her consciousness. "So, how shall we take the first step, my dear other half?" "First, we need an anchor point." Wang Lu's consciousness conveyed a clear idea, a space of awareness that was exclusively ours, an absolutely secure mental realm. It need not be as grand as the ARC project. Rather, it would be a temporary, concealed safe house, serving to shield against external prying and act as our command post for collaborative efforts. Utilizing the traitorous methods against them? Lu Ying immediately grasped his intention. Precisely. If they can launch attacks within the collective unconscious, then we can establish defenses there. Moreover, a glint of cold light flashed through Wang Lu's consciousness. Perhaps we can even trace them in reverse. This proposal piqued Lu Ying's interest significantly. Establishing a forward base on enemy territory resonated perfectly with her style. In the ensuing moments, within the tightly sealed stasis of the physical world, a silent engineering of consciousness quietly unfolded. This time, the orchestrator was no longer solely Lu Ying. Wang Lu's consciousness functioned like the most precise instrument, responsible for planning the structural stability of the anchor point, calculating the optimal pathways for energy flow, and constructing a foundational defense matrix to withstand external information turbulence. His logical reasoning and understanding of the essence of rules played a crucial role at this moment, compensating for Lu Ying's reliance on perception and instinct. Meanwhile, Lu Ying provided robust energy support, utilizing her powers, which amalgamated the characteristics of the observer, along with the knowledge of consciousness rules plundered from the core of the memory corridor, to weave and construct in practice. Her abilities were filled with agility and transformation, enabling the efficient realization of Wang Lu's designs. This was a wondrous experience. Two distinctly different modes of thought, two inherently incompatible personality traits, were attempting genuine fusion and collaboration for the first time under the pressure of survival. The process was not without its challenges. Friction within their consciousness occasionally arose. Yet their shared objective allowed them to surmount inner conflicts. A few days later, an exceedingly minute, yet remarkably steadfast silvery light point silently took root in a remote fold of the ocean of collective unconsciousness. Unlike the conspicuous node of the ARC project, it resembled dark matter in the cosmos, perfectly concealing itself. This was their twin anchor point. Through this anchor, they could perceive the currents of the collective unconscious with greater clarity. The originally vague and chaotic streams of information became traceable under the aegis of their synchronized perception. They could faintly detect abnormal accumulations of consciousness in certain areas and capture fleeting, distinctly malevolent scanning fluctuations. Their activities persisted, and with notable frequency. Wang Lu transmitted information within the anchor, as if searching for something. Lu Ying added that her perception was more acute, or rather, she was locating. Just as Wang Lu and Lu Ying secretly fortified their defenses on the plane of consciousness, the investigation in the physical realm made a groundbreaking advance. Lin Lan, through cross-referencing decades of anomalous energy signatures, incident locations, and the movement records of related personnel, combined with the Shadow Group's clandestine reconnaissance of abandoned sites, ultimately narrowed the suspect down to an individual seemingly beyond suspicion. Ouyang Qinghe, the former chief scientific advisor of the Containment Committee for the Asia-Pacific region, hailed as the father of anomalous biology, officially declared Kia 3 years ago during a highly classified exploratory mission. "This is impossible," a high-ranking official exclaimed upon reviewing Lin Lan's report. Dr. Ouyang was a pioneer in combating the anomalous. His theories and research have saved countless lives. How could he possibly be a traitor? Precisely for that reason, he could be, Chen Yuanshan replied coldly, pulling up a long classified file. The mission 3 years prior aimed to investigate an anomalous space suspected to be an observer outpost. The mission failed, all personnel went missing, and only a portion of Ouyang Qinghe's biological samples were recovered. "We believed he had sacrificed himself," Lin Lan interjected, her tone heavy. "But it now appears he may not have perished, but rather been captured, or, one might say, transformed." She displayed the thorn gear emblem recovered from the traitor's communications, which bore an astonishing 87 similarity to an early concept of Ouyang Qinghe's private laboratory. He believed humanity was destined for extinction in the face of rule pollution, with the sole path to survival being evolution, embracing the power of the observers and becoming part of them. As Lin Lan analyzed Ouyang Qinghe's research notes, previously deemed radical yet within reasonable bounds, they now brimmed with omens of paranoia and madness. He likely perceived himself as the bridge guiding humanity's evolution, and the thorned gear was his creation, intended to filter qualified individuals and eliminate resistors. The key he sought. Qin Wu spoke in a low voice, his gaze sharp. "It is highly likely that there exists an individual or method capable of establishing a stable connection, even exerting control over the powers of the observer. Chen Yuanshan interjected, directing his gaze once more towards the realm of stasis, where the characteristics exhibited by Lu Ying undoubtedly positioned her as the prime candidate. Everything has become interconnected. A once heroic figure, having succumbed to despair, now endeavors to obliterate the existing human form in exchange for what he deems evolution. The traitorous organization he leads lurks in the shadows, poised to seize the key that can unlock the gates of destruction. It is imperative to thwart him before he locates and masters Lu Ying. Chen Yuanshan resolutely commanded, mobilizing all resources to diligently pursue the whereabouts of Ouyang Qinghe and the Thorn Gears. The art project is to be temporarily shelved, redirecting all resources towards the purification initiative. However, Ouyang Qinghe's actions proved to be swifter than anticipated. Just as the Containment Association was rallying its forces to launch a full-scale assault on the Thorn Gears, a meticulously orchestrated and unprecedented attack unfolded. The target was not a containment station, but an ancient relic located on the fringes of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, housing a Keter-class anomalous object codenamed Void Whispers. This anomaly, lacking direct physical destructive capability, continuously emitted a wave of mental contamination capable of distorting biological consciousness and amplifying the darkest recesses of the psyche, long shielded by multiple physical and mental barriers. The operatives of the Thorned Gears executed an unimaginable assault, incapacitating the external defenses and internal suppression mechanisms of the relic with astonishing alacrity. Their intent was not to unleash the Void Whispers, but to exploit the overwhelming psychic shockwave unleashed upon its momentary loss of control. A wave potent enough to envelop all of Eastern Asia, serving as both cover and instrument. As the alarm reached the 7th station, a colossal mental tsunami surged forth like an invisible tempest. Warning: detection of a supermassive scale psychic contamination shock. All personnel, initiate consciousness protection immediately. Repeat. Chaos erupted within the station. Even with protective measures in place, numerous staff members clutched their heads, emitting anguished howls as their concealed fears, jealousy, and rage were magnified exponentially, plunging them into madness. The screens flickered with garbled messages, and the communication channels were inundated with static and frenzied murmurs. Within the realm of stasis, Lu Ying abruptly lifted her head. She sensed an immense, chaotic, and malevolent psychic force penetrating the physical barriers like a tsunami, directly affecting the realm of consciousness. It has come. Wang Lu's consciousness issued a warning within the twin anchor points. This is a feigned attack, and also a means of localization. They are exploiting this chaos to locate us. Almost simultaneously, a cold, sharp, and greedy tendril of consciousness, akin to a shark sensing blood, precisely pierced through the cacophony of the psychic storm, locking onto the position of the twin anchor points. It is the very presence that had previously assaulted them, more distinct, more potent than before. Indeed, he has taken advantage of this widespread chaos to strike once more. I have found you, the key. A fusion of electronic noise and fervent human intent has violently penetrated the consciousness of Lu Ying and Wang Lu, beckoning us to embrace evolution. Otherwise, the icy tendrils of consciousness instantaneously morphed into aggressive forms, transforming into countless sharp thorns that entwined and pierced toward the newly formed silvery anchor point. This time, he was determined to capture this precious specimen completely. Or else, Lu Ying scoffed within her mind, utterly unafraid. She sensed Wang Lu's consciousness intricately linked with hers. An unprecedented synchrony. Otherwise, you shall experience the agony of a consciousness utterly torn apart. That intent roared, its power surging once more, evidently harnessing the abilities granted by the observer. The silvery anchor point emitted a burdensome hum under the constriction of the thorns. Just at this critical juncture, Wang Lu's consciousness core radiated brilliantly, no longer the aggressive silver of Lu Ying, but a steady, weighty, earth-like, pale, golden glow. This light rapidly spread, merging seamlessly with Lu Ying's silvery energy, forming a robust barrier pulsating with dual hues of brilliance. The consciousness thorn struck against the barrier, producing a disconcerting grinding sound, yet could scarcely penetrate. What? The attacker emitted a wave of astonishment. He had clearly not anticipated that this key not only possessed aggressive power, but also such formidable defensive capabilities. Your attack patterns have been analyzed. Wang Lu's calm intent resonated. imbued with a penetrating insight. Using the chaos of the whispers of the void as cover, she precisely located and counterattacked, utilizing the authority bestowed by the observer. A remarkably clever tactic. Unfortunately, you are overly reliant on external forces. Meanwhile, Lu Ying seized the fleeting moment of the opponent's surprise. Her silvery energy, like a poised venomous serpent, traced back along the consciousness thorns with unprecedented speed and precision. Now it is our turn. Lu Ying's intent was filled with the thrill of the hunt. Let us reveal what the mouse hiding in the shadows truly looks like. The dual consciousness, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, launched its first coordinated counterattack. The silvery energy surged like a reverse-spreading virus, swiftly breaching the hastily constructed layers of the opponent's consciousness firewall, targeting the essence hidden deep within the collective unconscious. A blurred and distorted image forcefully appeared before Lu Ying and Wang Lu through their consciousness connection. It depicted a dimly lit space filled with various biological culture tanks and cold mechanical apparatuses. A figure sat upon a central throne, seemingly crafted from a living dark metal adorned with thorn-like protrusions, countless tubes connecting to his spine and occiput. His visage was unmistakably that of Ouyang Qinghe from the archives, yet one half of his face retained human features, his gaze imbued with an inhuman coldness and fervor, while the other half was obscured by a writhing silver-gray material resembling that of the observer. Behind him, an unstable vortex of flickering chaos was slowly rotating, with the maddening whispers of the void echoing faintly. This was the very source from which he located and launched his attack. Ouyang Qinghe. Wang Lu's consciousness conveyed shock and fury. Ha 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 ha. A maniacal grin spread across Ouyang Qinghe's contorted visage. Do you see? This is evolution. I have merged with the divine. The bodies of old humanity are so fragile. Only by embracing them can one transcend the mundane and attain eternity. His gaze pierced through the void, locking onto the consciousness of Lu Ying and Wang Lu with unyielding focus. You, perfect twin souls, a miraculous confluence of chaos and order. You are the most suitable vessels. Become one with me. Together, let us unlock the gateway to a new era. A more violent surge of consciousness erupted from him like a tsunami, the thorny throne beneath him radiating brilliance, as if it sought to drag him, along with the consciousness of Lu Ying and Wang Lu, into a deeper, more terrifying realm of existence. You shall not. The minds of Lu Ying and Wang Lu roared in unison. The silver and pale gold light blazed with unprecedented fervor, coalescing outside their shared twin anchor point into a spiraling spear entwined with streams of dual-colored light. This was no longer a mere manifestation of singular power, but the first true integration and embodiment of their dual essence, two perspectives, and two understandings of the rules. This spear, born of Lu Ying's icy and resolute intent, was for all those betrayed and sacrificed by you. For the world in which we exist. Wang Lu's resolve was unwavering and steadfast. The dual-colored spiraling spear tore through the barriers of consciousness, disregarding the frenzied power unleashed by Ouyang Qinghe, as if it were the decree of fate, striking precisely towards the distorted figure upon the thorny throne. Boom! Chapter 9. Liquidation and Salutation. The dual-colored spiral lance pierced not flesh and blood, but rather a peculiar existence that intricately fused Ouyang Qinghe with the thorned throne, a being suspended between matter and energy. There was no deafening explosion. Instead, a haunting shriek, seemingly emanating from the very depths of the soul, pierced the air, merging with the jarring noise of some precision instrument succumbing to overload. The distorted figure, half human face and half silvery substance, writhed and fragmented under the impact of the dual-hued radiance, akin to a wax statue thrown into a raging inferno. Beneath him, the thorned throne emitted a sound of unbearable strain as the writhing thorns shattered, turning to ash. The conduits linking him to the unstable vortex of void behind him snapped with alarming intensity, sparking dangerously. The vortex itself became increasingly unstable as it lost its anchor, the whispers from within growing more frantic and malevolent. No, my evolution, my divine throne. The remnants of Ouyang Qinghe's consciousness roared in a final, unwilling cry, suffused with despair and madness at the thought of his plans unraveling. His human visage fixated on the amalgamation of Lu Ying and Wang Lu within the realm of consciousness, resentment nearly spilling over. Yet, The power of the dual-born spiral lance exceeded his wildest imaginings. This attack, infused with Lu Ying's predatory nature, Wang Lu's stability, and a hint of the observer's intrinsic qualities, not only obliterated his material vessel but also acted as a targeted formatting program, retrogressively eroding his restructured core of consciousness through their fragile connection. I will not be alone. The fragments of Ouyang Qinghe's awareness conveyed one last intermittent message, laced with an eerie smile. They have already seen you, the key. In the next instant, his existence was utterly erased. The dim space lost its core support and began to collapse with increasing velocity. The unstable vortex of void suddenly contracted inward, then erupted in a silent ripple of energy, consuming the remaining fragments, ultimately vanishing into complete nothingness. At the seventh station, in the stasis chamber, Lu Ying, or rather, the consciousness of Lu Ying dominating the body, abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, her combat suit drenched in sweat. The recent, dimension-spanning strike and the final transmission from Ouyang Qinghe's obliterated consciousness left her with a profound sense of both physiological and psychological fatigue. However, what concerned her more was the condition within her own being. The new Lu Guang energy, born from the fusion of her and Wang Lu's consciousness, had not dissipated entirely after unleashing its tremendous force. Instead, it settled gradually like a receding tide, coursing through her limbs and even beginning to imperceptibly infuse, repair, and enhance her body. She could distinctly feel her bodily functions elevating at a slow, yet resolute pace. Her sensitivity to various energies in the surrounding environment, including the lingering spiritual pollution of the void's whispers, sharpening significantly. This represents a comprehensive evolution, surpassing the ordinary limits of human enhancement. Yet, the augmentation of power comes at a price. She sensed that Wang Lu's consciousness had plunged into an unprecedented silence following that strike. It was not a mere suppression or retreat as before, but rather akin to a profound slumber. It seemed that the immense effort required to execute that unified strike, as well as to maintain the stability of the Liuguang state, had drained him of an excessive amount of his primal energy. Wang Lu, she called out from the depths of her consciousness, greeted only by a warm yet silent pale golden afterglow, reminiscent of the feeble winter sun, affirming his existence but unable to respond. An unfamiliar, unprecedented emotion began to flourish within her heart, instilling a sense of emptiness. All along, whether she acknowledged it or not, Wang Lu's struggle with his distinctly human fears, rationality, and boundaries had served as an eternal reference point, one she could mock, challenge, and even rely upon. Now, this reference point lay momentarily silent, and she felt as though she was adrift in a sea composed solely of pure power. Though formidable, she had lost her sense of direction. For the first time, she realized that their relationship was far more intricate than mere symbiosis or rivalry. They were each other as shackles as well as anchors. As the chaos of the outside world began to be controlled following the dissipating psychic shockwaves, the emergency protocols of the containment agency came into play. Although this led to significant mental trauma for many personnel and some equipment damage, the core areas and the majority of the staff were ultimately preserved. Under the leadership of Qin Wu, the Obsidian Squad swiftly stabilized the interior and, based on the vague coordinates transmitted by Lu Ying during the brief moments of consciousness dueling, launched a thunderous cleansing operation against several known strongholds of the Thorned Gears in conjunction with other loyal forces. Deprived of Ouyang Qinghe, their central brain and spiritual leader, the resistance of the Thorned Gears, though frenzied, lacked organization and was swiftly dismantled one by one. An abundance of materials regarding the observer consciousness experiments and Ouyang Qinghe's mad evolution plans were confiscated, containing information that was truly startling. The cleanup lasted several days. During this period, Lu Ying was tightly safeguarded, or rather, monitored, in the highest-level medical observation room. Lin Lan tirelessly conducted comprehensive examinations on her, the results of which filled her with both excitement and unease. The activity of her cellular structure had surged by 300, the speed of nerve transmission had accelerated, and her resistance to various known forms of contamination had significantly increased, even demonstrating a certain adaptability to energy-nerd environments. When Lin Lan reported to Chun Yuanshan, her voice was hoarse with fatigue and exhilaration. It was nothing short of a biological miracle. However, What was the downside? Chen Yuanshan inquired, his expression still grave. Yet, Wang Lu's conscious activity was so faint it was nearly undetectable. Lin Lan pulled up the brainwave chart, where the pale golden signal representing Wang Lu had nearly flattened into a straight line, indicating that their consciousness connection had entered a state of silence. We are uncertain whether this is a new normal following their fusion or a deep slumber resulting from trauma. The uncertainty deepens as Wang Lu's consciousness stirs once more. Chen Yuanshan silently observes the figure within the observation window, seemingly in a tranquil slumber, yet exuding an aura that grows increasingly profound and inscrutable. At this moment, Lu Ying is eerily quiet, resembling a dormant volcano on the verge of unleashing an unknown tempest. After deliberation, Chen Yuanshan ultimately commands that no provocative actions be undertaken until she awakens, while also initiating preparations for the art project. Her strength is indispensable, particularly in light of Ouyang Qingha's revelation that the enemy lurks among us. A week later, Lu Ying's physical condition stabilizes completely, even surpassing her previous state. However, Wang Lu's consciousness remains silent within her, and the energy of Lu Guang lies dormant in the depths, difficult to summon. She becomes somewhat withdrawn, often gazing out the window, leaving others unaware of her thoughts. After intense debate, the high-ranking officials of the Containment Council decide to cautiously restore her freedom, albeit limited to the core area of the station and under stringent surveillance. They require her formidable combat prowess while remaining vigilant against potential threats. That evening, Lu Ying is permitted to breathe in the enclosed garden atop the station. The waning sunlight filters through the high-strength glass dome, casting a deceptive tranquility upon the meticulously nurtured greenery. Qin Wu stands at a distance, akin to a silent sentinel. His gaze occasionally flits toward Lu Ying, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He has witnessed her strength and decisiveness amidst the crimson womb and the corridor of memories, as well as the devastating power that manifested after her fusion with Wang Lu. Now, this unpredictable entity, stripped of half her voice, heightens his sense of caution. Seemingly sensing his scrutiny, Lu Ying slowly turns, the evening light framing her flawless profile, yet imbued with an air of transparent detachment. "Captain Qin," she speaks, her tone calm and devoid of discernible emotion. "Are you afraid of me?" Qin Wu stiffens slightly, failing to respond. Lu Ying offers a gentle laugh, devoid of her former mockery, instead tinged with a hint of fatigue. "You need not answer. I know the truth. Even I." She pauses, gazing at her pale, elongated hand, which conceals a terrifying strength. "Am somewhat afraid of who I am now." This marks her first display of such uncertainty before another. Qin Wu is taken aback. "Wang Lu?" He cannot help but inquire. "He is still resting." Lu Ying interjects, lifting her gaze to pierce through the glass, staring into the deepening night sky. "He just needs a little time." At that moment, a disruption occurs, not from the outside, nor a mental assault. Within the station, every device connected to the energy system, lights, screens, instruments, even the indicators within Qin Wu's armor, simultaneously flicker in a remarkably synchronized manner. It is as though a colossal being has merely blinked. This phenomenon lasts for a fraction of a second before returning to normal, leading most to believe it was merely a fleeting voltage fluctuation. Yet, Lu Ying suddenly clutched her forehead, emitting a suppressed groan of pain. In her eyes, silvery and pale golden lights flickered uncontrollably for a fleeting moment. "What is wrong?" Qin Wu immediately stepped forward, his hand resting on his weapon, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. "It's nothing." Lu Ying lowered her hand, her complexion somewhat pale. Yet her gaze remained sharp as an eagle, fixated on a certain point in the void, merely having received a greeting. A greeting? Indeed. The corners of Lu Ying's lips curled into an icy smile, a greeting from an old friend from above. She raised her finger, pointing towards the night sky, not directing it at a particular star, but rather indicating a realm that transcends ordinary comprehension. "They are aware that Ouyang Qingha has failed." Her voice was deep and menacing. "They know the key has begun to take shape. That just now was their knock on the door. They are informing us." Lu Ying turned to Qin Wu, whose expression had drastically changed, her eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and utmost excitement. "The first phase of the game has concluded." Chapter 10. The door ajar, My heart, as an anchor, the sound of the observer's knocking resonated like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, triggering a tsunami of chain reactions within the containment facility. A global energy monitoring network captured the instantaneous, inexplicable disturbance of established rules. Its origin traced to the depths of outer space, manifesting a nature distinctly unlike any prior rule contamination, more ordered, colder, resembling a form of technical detection. Chen Yuanshan stood in the command center, gazing at the vast star map before him. An area, once devoid of significance near the Kuiper Belt, was now marked by a glaring red signal, accompanied by a pulsating line of disquieting text. Unknown high-dimensional entity interaction interface door, tentative name, is stabilizing. Energy readings continued to surge. As the effects of rule erosion spread, they have truly arrived. A senior officer murmured, his voice tinged with despair. Fighting against human traitors is one matter. Confronting incomprehensible entities from beyond the stars is entirely another. Not they, Chen Yuanshan corrected, his gaze fixed on the ever-expanding red dot on the star map. According to the information provided by Lu Ying and corroborated by Ouyang Qinghe's data, what had come may be a collective with a unified will, or at least a highly coordinated entity, a genuine observer unit. The stabilization of door exceeds all model predictions. The voice of the technical supervisor was urgent. At this rate, within 72 hours, door will be fully opened. We cannot predict what will transpire then. It could be a flood of information, a rewriting of physical laws, or perhaps something far worse. What is our contingency plan? Inquired another high-ranking official, his tone anxious. All known physical weapons are ineffective against it. Mental assault methods remain untested. Yet based on Ouyang Qinghe's experience, they are likely ineffective and may even backfire. Dr. Lin Lan's voice came through the communicator. She was in the laboratory with Lu Ying. Currently, the only potential influence lies with Ms. Lu Ying and the power within her, which is either of the same origin as the observer or, at least, capable of mutual interference. All eyes once again focused on the heavily guarded medical observation room. Inside the observation chamber, Lu Ying stood before the enormous observation window, gazing at a simulated natural landscape beyond. Yet she seemed able to penetrate this veneer of virtuality to behold the cold door forming in the starry expanse. Wang Lu's consciousness remained in deep slumber, akin to a mineral vein buried deep within the earth. She could sense the warmth and stability, but could not communicate with it. The emptiness stemming from his absence had not diminished over these days. Rather, it had grown increasingly vivid. For the first time, she truly began to reflect upon her relationship with Wang Lu. They were once one, torn asunder by the world's missteps. She embodied the instinct to seize, adapt, and control in the face of fear and chaos, the razor's edge of survival. Wang Lu embodies the will to uphold order amidst chaos, a testament to rationality and empathy as the very foundation of existence. She once perceived him as a shackle, a weakness impeding her complete embrace of power. Yet, she has come to understand that a blade devoid of a foundation will ultimately lose itself in endless plunder, becoming merely an instrument of pure destruction. Much like Ouyang Qinghe, who acquired strength yet lost his bearings as a human, ultimately transforming into a distorted monster. You are the anchor that prevents us from succumbing to utter madness. Are you not? She whispered to the serene, pale golden light within her consciousness. There was no reply, but she sensed that the light seemed to flicker ever so slightly. At that moment, Lin Lan and Qin Wu entered the room. Lin Lan's face bore a mixture of the excitement characteristic of a scientist and the primal fear inherent to humanity, while Qin Wu's gaze was more intricate, a blend of vigilance and determination. The door will be fully stabilized in 60 hours, Lin Lan stated bluntly. We possess no conventional means of defense. Ms. Lu Ying, you are our sole possibility. Lu Ying turned around, her eyes reflecting a regained calmness. Now even deeper, I understand. What do you wish me to do? Should I deal with Ouyang Qinghe once more, perhaps give it another shot? Her tone carried a hint of self-deprecation. No. Chen Yuanshan's voice emerged from the speaker on the wall as he joined the conversation. We hope you will communicate. Communicate? Lu Ying raised an eyebrow. According to the current intelligence, the observers are not merely destroyers. They seem to be conducting some form of experiment or observation. Ouyang Qinghe attempted to become a bridge but failed, choosing submission and assimilation instead. We hope you can, as the key, Endeavor to establish a dialogue that is equitable, or at the very least, capable of mutual understanding. Chun Yuanshan's tone carried a sense of desperation, urging her to discern their intentions and boundaries, to secure a breath of respite for us, for humanity, or a possibility for negotiation. This task seemed more elusive and perilous than direct combat, venturing into the tiger's den and seeking its hide. Lu Ying paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping over Lin Lan and Qin Wu, finally seeming to peer through the walls to see Chun Yuanshan in the command center. Very well. Her response was unexpectedly decisive, but with conditions. State them. First, I shall lead this communication entirely on my own terms. You must not interfere with my judgments or actions in any manner. Second, I require the highest level of authority to access all information regarding the observer's higher dimensional spaces and the realm of consciousness, particularly that which Ouyang Qinghe left behind. Third, she hesitated, glancing at Qin Wu. He and the team he selects will serve as my support, not to protect me, but to ensure that should I lose control, there is sufficient strength to execute the final solution. Qin Wu's body stiffened, his gaze towards Lu Ying filled with disbelief. She had audaciously requested a plan for her own surveillance and execution. Chun Yuanshan fell silent for a few moments before finally stating in a deep voice, agreed. In the ensuing hours, Lu Ying entered a near-insomniac state, fervently absorbing fragmented knowledge accumulated over decades by the containment organization regarding the truths of the world. She integrated this with her own insights gained from devouring the energy of observers and the consciousness rules plundered from the core of the memory corridor. She resembled a premier programmer, desperately learning the grammar and underlying logic of an alien language, striving to craft an interface capable of conversing with deities. The Lin Lan team collaborated wholeheartedly, presenting her with various data and theoretical models in a clear and intuitive manner. Qin Wu selected the 3 most elite team members, renowned for their psychological resilience, to form a special operations group codenamed Tombstone. Their sole mission was to activate the strategic nuclear weapon codenamed Zero if Lu Ying exhibited signs of being controlled, transformed, or posing irreversible harm to the real world. This weapon, specially modified, aimed to maximize energy impact rather than physical destruction, obliterating her along with any potential threats. The entire containment organization, supported by the national powers behind it, operated at an unprecedented pace for this diplomatic endeavor. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a leaden weight, with everyone acutely aware that this might be humanity's final proactive maneuver. 3 hours remained until the door fully opened. Lu Ying completed her final preparations, donning a specially designed combat suit that could stabilize and amplify her mental powers to some extent, standing on the central teleportation platform. This was not a physical transmission. Rather, it projected her consciousness as far as possible, directing it towards the coordinates of the door. Are you ready? Chun Yuanshan's voice resonated around the platform. Lu Ying nodded, closing her eyes to feel once more the tranquil, pale golden light within her. I am going, she softly declared in the depths of her consciousness. This time, it was neither for consumption nor for destruction, but for understanding, in search of a path that would allow us all to survive. If you can still hear me, wish me luck. As if in response, the pale golden light pulsed faintly yet undeniably once. An indescribable warmth and steadfast will flowed through her like a gentle stream, instantly soothing the last remnants of unease and uncertainty within her heart. He is still here. He has heard me. Though it was not awakening, this silent support grounded her more than any force could. Lu Ying took a deep breath, her eyes shining with a silvery brilliance, mingled with a nearly imperceptible pale golden glow. Initiating consciousness projection, a powerful surge of energy flooded the platform, causing Lu Ying's form to blur and become transparent, ultimately transforming into a dazzling stream of information that soared upward, piercing through physical barriers, and racing towards the cold door deep in the cosmos. This was a journey beyond the realm of words. As if traversing a tunnel woven from pure geometric concepts and flowing data, she found herself surrounded by flickering points of light, each representing distinct physical constants, alongside the whispers of countless branching possibilities akin to background noise. Time became irrelevant. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment or an eternity until she arrived at her destination. Before her lay not a grand corporeal gateway, but a vast expanse of void. This was not a mere darkness devoid of substance, but a nebulous realm where the very notions of space and time grew indistinct, a gossamer non-place. Here, myriad delicate, silvery lines, reminiscent of circuit board patterns, flowed gently, intertwining and separating, forming an immense structure for information processing that surpassed the bounds of imagination. Was this the interior of the portal? Or perhaps, the essence of the observer's existence? As Lu Ying endeavored to comprehend the scene before her, a consciousness emerged, cold, vast, and devoid of emotion. Reminiscent of the cosmic background radiation, resonating directly at the core of her being, or rather, her consciousness projection. Identification confirmed. Anomalous variable PL01, key candidate. Connection request, non-standard protocol connection received. Analyzing. Objective, inquiry. There was no sound, no language, only a pure stream of information, directly infused into her cognitive realm. I am Lu Ying, and Wang Lu. She concentrated her consciousness, attempting to respond in kind. I represent the world from which I emerged, here to communicate. Definition, representative. Logical contradiction. Variable PL01 is the observation target, a non-permissive entity. Inquiry. Nature of existence of variable PL01. Symbiotic patterns of chaos and order. Stability and evolutionary potential. The observer had directly posed its most fundamental research query, indifferent to her intentions, solely focused on the characteristics of her sample. We are a dual existence, a possibility birthed under the pressure of what you refer to as rule pollution. Lu Ying meticulously organized her thoughts, asserting that stability and potential rely upon our internal equilibrium, rather than a singular metric of measurement. Data record. Variable PL01 exhibits preliminary self-awareness and logical articulation capabilities, surpassing basic experimental unit standards. Further inquiry. Variable PL01's predictions regarding the future trajectory of the experimental field, referring to Earth. Understanding of the significance of the observer's existence. The questions began to probe deeper into the essence. Lu Ying sensed the cold scrutiny, akin to countless probes, seeking to analyze every fluctuation of her consciousness. Our world is not an experimental field. Lu Ying's consciousness conveyed a firm resistance. It is the home of countless living beings. If your existence signifies destruction and interference, then to us, you are invaders. Logical conflict. Observation and research, not destruction. The evolutionary process of low-entropy islands possesses intrinsic research value. Variable PL01's anomalous response recorded as emotion-driven irrationality. Warning, variable PL01 presents a potential risk of uncontrollability. Recommendation, elevate monitoring levels or proceed with. Harmless processing. The phrase harmless processing carried a chilling resonance that froze the soul. Lu Ying's heart sank. She sensed the surrounding silvery gray streams of information growing increasingly aggressive, like an intangible barrier compressing the space of her consciousness. They aimed to capture her, or perhaps erase her. Simple communication had faltered. In the realm of the observer's absolute rationality, variables deemed potentially risky could only be controlled or eliminated. It was imperative to demonstrate strength, to make them perceive the cost of harmless processing as excessively high, or to reveal the value worthy of continued observation. Is this your form of communication? Lu Ying's consciousness radiated waves of fury as silver and pale gold light intertwined around her essence, resisting the oppressive force. Let them witness the unpredictability of the variable. She ceased her attempts at reasoning and plunged her entire being inward, fervently summoning the fused energy of Liu Guang, while desperately trying to awaken Wang Lu's consciousness deep within. Wang Lu, awaken. I need you. We must face this together. Perhaps it was the extreme external pressure, or the heartfelt call from Lu Ying, as the dormant pale golden light finally erupted like a waking volcano, no longer a mere flicker, but a magnificent display of rational order and resolute will, merging completely with Lu Ying's aggressive, creative silvery energy. This time, it was not merely a simple collaboration, but a profound resonance and unification at the core of consciousness. A brand new unified consciousness emerged within this higher dimensional threshold, neither purely Lu Ying nor solely Wang Lu, but a complete manifestation of their essence. This consciousness possessed Lu Ying's insight into rules and predatory instincts, alongside Wang Lu's steadfastness and wisdom in constructing order. It comprehended chaos whilst aspiring for harmony. It was both the key and the lock. Alert! Alert! Variable PL01 status has undergone a mutation. Energy levels have surged dramatically. Information structure complexity has surpassed the threshold, redefining unknown risk level. For the first time, within the observer's frigid stream of consciousness, a wave akin to an alarm emerged. The unified consciousness spoke not a word. It merely raised its hand against the encroaching silvery gray information barriers and pressed gently. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Yet those originally orderly, oppressive streams of information, as if encountering their nemesis, instantly became stagnant and chaotic, then, as if erased by an eraser, dissipated silently in large swathes. This was not violent destruction, but rather a negation at the level of rules, a force emanating from the same realm, or even a more fundamental essence, rendered the observer's constructed rules ineffective. The flow of the observer's consciousness experienced violent fluctuations, even tinged with a hint of confusion and calculation. The unified consciousness gazed upon the erasure of the void and the deeper realms beyond, which seemed to conceal the core of the observer's essence, transmitting a clear message: we are not your subjects. This world possesses its own will and future. If observation signifies a detached gaze and ruthless interference, then the radiance of the consciousness intensified, imbued with an undeniable resolve. We refuse to be observed. A greater power began to coalesce, the silvery white and pale gold merging into a primordial light reminiscent of chaos awakening, embodying infinite possibilities and absolute will. This light no longer sought merely to defend or erase on a small scale, but aimed directly at the heart of the threshold, targeting the observer's eyes hidden behind the endless flow of information. We shall enact a reverse blockade. With our will, we shall erect a barrier for our world. Highest level threat. Variable PL01 possesses rule rewriting potential. Initiate emergency evasion protocol. Disconnect. The observer finally recognized the true threat. It did not stem from physical assault nor from mental contamination, but from an existence it could not fully comprehend. A perfect unification of chaos and order. The vast silvery gray information structure began to violently contract and collapse, attempting to forcibly close the threshold and sever its connection to this perilous variable. Want to escape? The unified consciousness scoffed. The primordial light surged forth like a torrent, fiercely crashing into the core of the closing threshold. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted, not on a physical level, but resonating within the realms of rules, dimensions, and existence itself. At the seventh site, the command center, all monitoring screens instantaneously transformed into a flurry of static. Energy readings skyrocketed, and piercing alarms reverberated through the air. The signal from Lady Lu Ying was lost. The energy response of the threshold plummeted sharply. Structure instability. It is collapsing. Detection of extreme rule turbulence. Affected range. Chen Yuanshan stared intently at the main screen, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into flesh. Did it succeed? Or mutual destruction? In that high-dimensional non-space, the primordial light collided violently with the collapsing core of the threshold, eroding and annihilating. As everything gradually settled, the silvery gray threshold vanished, and the void regained a semblance of tranquility. The unified consciousness floated in place. Its brilliance dimmed considerably, appearing somewhat ethereal. He could perceive that after this extreme outburst, the consciousness of Wang Lu and Lu Ying had once again become distinctly recognizable. Though still tightly intertwined, it no longer resembled a complete fusion. Rather, it felt akin to comrades in arms, united in spirit after a fierce battle. They had succeeded. They had forcibly closed the portal, potentially inflicting a degree of shock upon the observer itself. Yet, the cost was immense. Their consciousness had become exceedingly feeble. Furthermore, he sensed a chilling mark, laden with scrutiny, embedding itself deep within the essence of their fused consciousness, akin to a maggot burrowing into bone. This was a tracker left by the observer at the final moment. They had repelled it this time, but they were now thoroughly targeted. The path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with even more formidable challenges. The consciousness, primarily led by Wang Lu but bearing the imprint of Lu Ying, began to consolidate its remaining strength, embarking on the journey of return. At the seventh station, the teleportation platform, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and the figure of Lu Ying, with Wang Lu at the helm, reformed. He, or she, appeared as pale as parchment, swaying precariously and nearly losing balance, only to be steadied by the medical personnel rushing forward. What is the situation? Chen Yuanshan's voice trembled slightly, betraying an undercurrent of anxiety. Wang Lu, utilizing Lu Ying's senses, lifted his gaze to the crowd. His eyes weary yet imbued with a resolute strength forged through the crucible of fire. He opened his mouth, producing a voice that carried a hint of Lu Ying's unique magnetism, yet resonated with Wang Lu's tone. The door has been closed. In the command center, a wave of sighs and murmurs erupted, akin to the relief of surviving a catastrophe. However, the subsequent words from Wang Lu and the consciousness of Lu Ying deep within caused a collective heaviness to settle over everyone once more. But they have not departed. They have merely retreated temporarily into the shadows. We have erected a fragile barrier in our world. Yet beyond this barrier lies an even deeper darkness and more eyes. Moreover, he, or she, touched their brow, where an imperceptible mark seemed to emanate a faint warmth. We have been marked. His, or her, gaze swept over Lin Lan, then Qin Wu, ultimately resting on Chen Yuanshan, eyes reflecting a complex and inscrutable emotion. Chapter 11. The imprint in shadows. A month has elapsed since the forced closure of the portal. The world seems to have reverted to a semblance of normalcy. The news reports mundane trifles, city streets bustle with traffic, and under the radiant sun, it appears that the chilling gaze from the cosmos, which nearly descended upon them, was merely a collective nightmare. Yet, only a handful of informed individuals comprehend the fragility and the sheer falsehood of this tranquility. At the 7th station, within the depths of the isolation observation zone, Wang Lu, more accurately, the body temporarily under the dominion of Wang Lu's consciousness, sat in a living room adorned with a near-luxurious disposition. His fingertips unconsciously glided across the smooth surface of a tablet, displaying the latest global anomalous energy fluctuation graphs. Compared to a month prior, his demeanor exuded a newfound composure, though a persistent gravity lingered between his brows. Occasionally, a barely perceptible silvery glint flickered in his eyes, serving as a subtle reminder to others that this vessel harbored more than just his singular soul. How do you feel? Lin Lan's voice emanated from the nearby communicator, imbued with routine concern and a barely concealed fervor for research. It's bearable, Wang Lu replied, his voice somewhat hoarse as he gently pressed his fingertips against his temples. It is quiet. Most of the time, it is digesting, or rather, adapting. He referred to the consciousness of Lu Ying. The climactic explosion of their high-dimensional confrontation had nearly depleted their combined strength, yet it also catalyzed the emergence of a new equilibrium. Lu Ying no longer aggressively vied for dominance. Instead, she seemed to have entered a profound state of meditation. Her powers, memories, and even fragments of her personality intermingled slowly and steadily with Wang Lu's core consciousness, akin to a gentle stream. This gradual amalgamation did not entail consumption. Wang Lu could distinctly sense Lu Ying's presence, silent, yet possessing an undeniable mass and influence, much like an iceberg lurking beneath the ocean's surface. Physiological indicators are stable, even surpassing peak levels, Lin Lan remarked, scrutinizing the transmitted data. The brainwave activity still exhibited dual consciousness traits, yet their synergy had improved by 47. As for that mark, Wang Lu's gaze darkened. He lifted his hand, his fingertip hovering above his forehead. There were no physical traces, yet he could vividly sense a cold, non-material point, akin to an invisible coordinate, deeply imprinted in the recesses of their consciousness. It bore no active effects, caused no pain, nor disrupted thought. It merely existed, like an ever-watchful surveillance probe, silently proclaiming their entrapment by a higher existence. It remains, Wang Lu stated, like a bullet lodged in the marrow, pain-free. Yet its presence is indelibly felt. Moreover, I have an inkling that it is not merely a mark, but something far more complex. We have exhausted all known means to detect, analyze, and remove it. Lin Lan's tone carried a sense of defeat. It seemed to exist in an alternate dimension or to adhere to physical laws that elude our comprehension. The records left by Ouyang Qinghe contain no references to this mark. He may not yet be worthy of being marked, Wang Lu remarked coolly. Ouyang Qinghe was merely a zealot attempting to cling to divinity. while they were the true anomalies that had captured the attention of the gods, even causing them minor inconveniences. Director, Chen hopes you can gradually resume your activities and engage in some peripheral analytical work. Lin Lan shifted the topic. Continuous isolation is not a solution. We need you to adapt to this new state and also require you, as our sole connection point to that realm, to provide insights. Wang Lu fell silent for a moment before nodding. He understood that containment could not indefinitely obscure him, especially with external pressures mounting daily. They were weapons, keys, and above all, vital sources of intelligence. At that moment, a faint yet piercing alarm rang simultaneously from his wristwatch and the control panel beside Lin Lan. It was not the highest level intrusion alert, but rather a specific energy signature that triggered the alarm. A small screen projected from Wang Lu's watch, displaying a rapidly flashing red dot located in an abandoned industrial zone on the city's outskirts. Adjacent to it were annotations of energy signature codes and post-gate event data, showing a striking similarity to the residual background radiation from Ouyang Qinghe's laboratory. Could it be summoned by the mark? Wang Lu sprang to his feet, a glint of silver flashing in his eyes. Uncertain, yet the energy response was feeble and structurally unstable, akin to some form of leakage or echo. Lin Lan's voice grew urgent. Qin Wu's team was conducting routine patrols nearby and had been ordered to investigate. Wang Lu, I will go take a look. Wang Lu interrupted her, his tone brooking no dissent. He sensed a subtle ripple from the sea belonging to Lu Ying deep within his consciousness, conveying a blend of vigilance and intrigue. This was not the arrival of the observer in person, but it was undoubtedly connected to them. This could be the first clue to understanding the function of the mark, or even a glimpse into the observer's deeper secrets. Minutes later, accompanied by Qin Wu and several members of his team, Wang Lu rode in an armored vehicle towards the target location. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, and the team members regarded him with a mix of awe and an ineffable distance. They understood that this individual, or rather, these two individuals, had just saved the world but could also transform into a more fearsome bomb at any moment. Qin Wu sat opposite him, meticulously cleaning his sidearm, avoiding eye contact with Wang Lu until he unexpectedly spoke in a low voice. How do you feel? Wang Lu paused, taken aback that Qin Wu would express such concern. He carefully chose his words. It feels like jumping out of an airplane with an invisible parachute, unsure if it will open or what lies below. It is certainly preferable to a direct demise. Qin Wu holstered his weapon, lifting his gaze with sharp intensity. Remember, you are not alone at this moment. Every decision you make affects the lives of all those who stand behind you. He paused, adding, including her. Wang Lu regarded him, slowly nodding in understanding. He comprehended Qin Wu's implication. They were like grasshoppers tethered to a single string, their trust fragile yet imperative to uphold. The vehicle arrived at the desolate industrial zone, its periphery secured by personnel from the containment committee who had arrived earlier. The energy source was pinpointed within a dilapidated factory. Upon disembarking, Wang Lu was immediately engulfed by a feeble yet palpable sense of repulsion. It was not physical, but rather a dissonance on an informational level. It felt as though the very air around him whispered silently, resisting his approach. Was it the influence of the markings, or the effects of the items within the factory? He inhaled deeply, channeling his perception. The logical analytical prowess belonging to Wang Lu began to harmonize with the energy insight inherent to Lu Ying. In his vision, the factory's interior transformed from mere darkness into a haze of thin, perpetually twisting gray fog. This fog was composed of countless minuscule, fragmented pieces of information, striving to coalesce into a coherent structure, yet failing repeatedly due to a lack of core or insufficient energy, dissipating into nothingness. There were no signs of life. One team member reported, but our detectors malfunctioned as we approached the entrance. It is information pollution, Wang Lu interjected, his voice imbued with an unrecognized chill reminiscent of Lu Ying. Its concentration was low, yet its nature was viscous. It was attempting to assimilate the surrounding informational architecture. He stepped towards the factory's entrance, and Qin Wu immediately signaled for the team to adopt a tactical formation. As he pushed open the rusted iron door, a peculiar odor mingled with rust, dust, and something akin to ozone, and the burning of old paper assailed his senses. The interior of the factory was expansive, cluttered with abandoned machinery and parts, yet a stark contrast lay in the central clearing. There, No physical entity resided, only a distorted gray area, approximately 3 meters in diameter, flickering like television static. This was the source of the informational fog. At the heart of this region, an exceedingly faint geometric pattern, outlined by fragmented light, was discernible, a continuously attempting yet perpetually collapsing simplified version of the thorn gear emblem. Residue from Ouyang Qinghe's organization? Qin Wu furrowed his brow. Not entirely. Wang Lu gazed intently at the pattern. His own mark was faintly aglow, resonating with the gray area in a manner that was almost imperceptible. Within it lay a mingling of the observer's energy characteristics, but very weak, very antiquated, reminiscent of discarded refuse or a failed attempt at communication. He cautiously approached, extending his hand to attempt contact and decipher the gray area. Just as his fingertips were on the verge of touching the distorted static, a sudden transformation occurred. The previously erratic, flickering gray area abruptly stilled, then erupted into tumultuous waves, as though a stone had been cast into still waters. The central thorned gear pattern suddenly came into sharp focus, then erupted violently into countless slender streams of gray luminescence, akin to a startled swarm of serpents. Rather than targeting Wang Lu or his team, these streams frantically surged toward the abandoned machines and equipment surrounding the factory. The remnants of machinery, struck by the gray luminescence, appeared as if imbued with a false life, convulsing and deforming violently. The metal sheeting was torn and twisted by an invisible force, emitting a grating metallic moan. Severed cables flailed like tentacles, sparking with dangerous electricity. Several discarded mechanical arms abruptly lifted, performing meaningless yet menacing grasping motions. Within mere seconds, the entire factory transformed into a hostile, metallic jungle of bizarre proportions. Open fire. Commander Qin commanded without hesitation. Bullets and energy beams rained upon the moving metallic remnants, sending shards flying, yet the impact proved limited. These lifeless entities, activated by information pollution, seemed to share a peculiar energy field. Damaging one part only temporarily enhanced the activity of others. Wang Lu remained still, his eyes closed, his entire being immersed in the perception of that information pollution. "They are afraid," he murmured. Through the empathetic intuition granted by Lu Ying, he sensed the primal fear embedded within those gray streams. Not fear, but rejection. "They are repulsed by the mark upon me." These residual, primitive energy derivatives regarded him as a higher order, threatening counterpart, or perhaps an invader. They instinctively resisted, harnessing all available materials around them to construct defenses and launch attacks. "Captain Qin, cease fire," Wang Lu suddenly exclaimed. "They are absorbing the energy from the attacks to enhance themselves." Startled, Qin Wu immediately gestured for his team to halt their shooting. Indeed, upon losing the energy assault, the movements of the metallic remnants slowed somewhat, yet they continued to encircle them with a palpable threat. "What now?" a team member anxiously inquired as a twisted steel pipe grazed past his helmet. Wang Lu took a deep breath, allowing his consciousness to delve deeper, attempting to communicate with the tranquil depths. "Lu Ying, I know you are listening. We need to soothe them or command them." There was no clear response, but he sensed a cool, uniquely Lu Ying-infused power gradually flowing into his control. Unlike his own steady, pale golden energy, this force was more agile, more deceptive. He raised his hand once more. This time, the radiance enveloping his fingertips was no longer aggressive but rather a gentle, silvery gray halo that seemed capable of blending into any backdrop. This halo mimicked the energy frequency of the gray streams, yet bore a hint of the pressure from a higher tier associated with the mark. He gently pushed this halo toward the core of the still undulating gray region, controlling the metallic remnants. "Silence," he spoke in a hushed tone, his voice imbued with an uncanny cadence, as if reciting an ancient incantation. A silver-gray halo, akin to droplets merging into the ocean, silently submerged into the heart of the distorted snowflakes. In that fleeting moment, all commotion ceased. The flailing mechanical arms froze mid-air, the sparks of electricity extinguished, and the contorted metal stilled its groans. The pervasive gray mist enveloping the factory seemed to have been paused, gradually beginning to dissipate. The tiny streams of gray light, as if drained of vitality, peeled away from the metallic debris, transforming into flickering glimmers before ultimately vanishing into the air. Moments later, the factory returned to a profound silence, with only a more chaotic scattering of metallic fragments upon the ground, attesting that the preceding events were no mere illusion. The team exchanged glances, exhaling in relief. Yet their gazes towards Wang Lu grew more intricate. Qin Wu approached Wang Lu, observing him catch his breath, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and solemnly inquired, "What have you done?" Wang Lu gazed at his fingers, restored to their normal state, feeling the depletion of his inner strength and the tranquil return of the Luing consciousness. Shaking his head with a weary smile, "It's nothing," he replied. "I merely made them recognize who truly holds the higher priority here." He lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the factory's roof towards the boundless sky, his tone becoming grave. "But this is merely the beginning. These resonances, I fear they will only multiply. Though they have retreated, the debris they left behind is polluting our world, and the markings upon us may very well be the beacons sought by this debris." Chapter 12. The information pustule and echoes of the past within the abandoned factory. The remnants of information were subdued by Wang Lu in a manner akin to an authoritative suppression, yet the repercussions of this act were far from over. As they journeyed back to the 7th station, the atmosphere in the carriage grew increasingly oppressive. Though the team members admired Wang Lu's ability to swiftly quell the crisis, the inhuman nature of his power, directly impacting the realm of rules, only deepened the chasm of estrangement and reverence within their hearts. He was increasingly becoming an entity unfamiliar to them. Qin Wu broke the silence, his inquiry piercing to the heart of the matter. "You mentioned that mark is a beacon? Does this imply that such a ghastly thing will seek us out like a shark drawn by the scent of blood?" Leaning against the cold, armored wall, Wang Lu closed his eyes, seemingly digesting the toll and gains of the recent events. "It is not entirely about active pursuit. Rather, it resembles a gravitational pull." He organized his thoughts, striving to articulate in a manner comprehensible to humans. "Our existence has become profoundly heavy and conspicuous within the cosmic background radiation due to the mark. Those errant, unclaimed, or inherently directed energies of observers will unwittingly be drawn to this weight, much like minute dust particles in space are ensnared by planetary gravity." Opening his eyes, he gazed gravely at Qin Wu. "What we encountered may be but the most trivial instance. Should we encounter a more formidable and stable echo, or other marked entities, the situation could worsen." "Other marked entities?" Qin Wu grasped the crux. "The laboratory of observers may not be limited to our own." Wang Lu's voice lowered. "Ouyang Qinghe mentioned iterations and other experimental units. We may not be the only variable under scrutiny." This conjecture weighed heavily on Qin Wu's heart. One observer had already thrust them into turmoil. The prospect of additional similar foes, or other worlds distorted by their influence, was daunting. Upon returning to the station, Wang Lu was promptly taken by Lin Lan's team for a more thorough follow-up examination. Particularly, the process through which he simulated that silvery gray halo was regarded by Lin Lan as crucial for understanding the interaction between the mark and observer energy. "You successfully replicated their underlying energy signature while infusing it with your own higher priority commands." Lin Lan, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she scrutinized the complex data flow, noted, "This indicates that the mark is not purely negative. It may indeed be a burden, but it could also serve as a key, allowing us to deceive or even command those lesser derivatives to some extent. The cost is a severe depletion of mental fortitude and the potential to attract the attention of deeper existences." Wang Lu interjected, dousing her enthusiasm with a cold reality. He was acutely aware of how palpable that chilling gaze felt when his power resonated with the mark. It was akin to igniting a torch in the darkness, capable of dispelling the fog beneath their feet, yet also liable to draw the attention of distant predators. After receiving a comprehensive report, Chen Yuanshan made a decisive resolution. He officially established a specialized task force codenamed Lighthouse, with Lin Lan responsible for technical analysis, Qin Wu in charge of security assurance, and Wang Lu serving as the core advisor and primary executor. The group's sole mission was to research, provide early warnings, and address any incidents related to the residual energies of observers, while endeavoring to unravel the secrets of the markings. We could no longer remain in a state of passive defense. At the inaugural meeting of the task force, Chen Yuanshan remarked, "The markings represent both a crisis and an opportunity. We must learn to harness the permissions they afford us, locating and resolving these information pustules before they culminate in catastrophe. Simultaneously, we shall extract every fragment of intelligence concerning the observers from these pustules. The term information pustules thus emerged as a provisional designation for this new category of threat. In the ensuing weeks, the lighthouse team operated with remarkable efficiency. Wang Lu commenced a systematic study on how to actively perceive and identify the unique informational odor emitted by these pustules. This required him to merge his logical analyses with Lu Ying's intuitive perceptions to an exceptional degree. The containment committee mobilized a global monitoring network, adjusting parameters to capture the faint, anomalous waves of information. The results were both significant and concerning. Within a mere fortnight, 7 incidents involving information pustules were confirmed worldwide. Their locations were seemingly erratic and varied in form. In a large library, one pustule caused the text of all books in a specific area to slowly reorganize. Attempting to assemble nonsensical, chaotic maxims at a busy node of a fiber optic backbone, a pustule triggered a localized data storm, distorting passing information packets and leading to brief yet bizarre social disturbances, such as all traffic lights in a certain area simultaneously displaying countdowns, or all user avatars on a social platform momentarily morphing into the same distorted geometric pattern. The most perilous instance occurred at the periphery of a nuclear power plant's cooling system, where a pustule sought to assimilate the command flow of the control system, nearly precipitating a severe operational failure, fortunately averted in time. Most of these pustules exhibited low intensity and were swiftly quelled or dispersed following Wang Lu's intervention. However, their frequent emergence validated Wang Lu's conjecture that the markings indeed functioned like magnets, continuously attracting these hazardous cosmic debris. Furthermore, throughout the handling of these incidents, Wang Lu's mastery of his own powers grew increasingly refined. His integration with Lu Ying's consciousness advanced steadily in practical situations, although Lu Ying remained silent. Their mutual understanding deepened day by day. He even began to intermittently and briefly trigger the luminous state. Though unable to sustain it, it was sufficient to confront most pustules. Nonetheless, the growth of his power did not come without a cost. He observed a diminishing need for human sustenance, while becoming more attuned to the ambient, ethereal energies, encompassing sunlight, radiation, and even certain emotional fluctuations. His dreams, too, morphed into bizarre visions, often filled with fragmented imagery and incomprehensible symbols not of this earth. These are fragments of memories from Lu Ying, or perhaps the infiltration of information brought about by the markers. On this day, Wang Lu had just dealt with a boil that emerged near a polar research station, attempting to distort the local magnetic field's information before returning to the station. Before he could take a moment to rest, Lin Lan approached him with a grave expression. "We may have discovered something unusual." She handed a report to Wang Lu. The report indicated that an anomalously stable signal from an information boil had been detected in a historically rich border town in Eastern Europe, which has been frequently ravaged by war. Unlike the chaotic and disordered echoes encountered previously, the energy structure of this boil exhibited a rare sense of order. It neither spread nor attacked actively but pulsated slowly in a fixed location, seemingly absorbing something. Absorbing? Wang Lu frowned. It absorbs the intense emotional energy permeating the area, primarily fear, pain, and hatred. Lin Lan pointed to several anomalous wave patterns on the energy spectrum, suggesting that this boil appeared to feed on these negative emotions, constructing something more complex upon that foundation. "We suspect it may not be a mere echo, but rather an evolving embryo." Wang Lu continued her thought, his heart sinking. If the boil could absorb human emotions to evolve, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Lin Lan added, the area is currently in a state of armed conflict, with various non-governmental armed groups present, making the situation quite complex. "We cannot conduct large-scale military intervention." Qin Wu's voice chimed in from the side. "The lighthouse team must be deployed. Wang Lu is the only one capable of handling this entity. I will lead a competent team for protection and isolation." Wang Lu gazed at the name of the town on the report, alongside a photograph of the ruins, ravaged by war, and fell silent for a moment. He sensed a subtle ripple in the depths of his consciousness, conveying not a warning, but a profound sadness and a sense of familiarity. Was it Lu Ying's emotion? Did this place have a connection to her? "Let us prepare to embark," Wang Lu said. lifting his head with renewed determination. This boil must be eradicated. The transport aircraft soared above the clouds, heading towards the Eastern European town shrouded in smoke and suffering. Inside the cabin, Wang Lu looked down through the porthole at the land below, resembling a gray scar, and the inexplicable sense of familiarity and sorrow intensified. He closed his eyes, attempting to engage in deeper communication with Lu Ying's consciousness. "Have you been here?" he inquired within his mind. There was no clear response, only a surge of emotional fragments, cold snowfields, burning villages, desperate cries, and a profound, bone-deep sense of guardianship and reluctance towards something. Immediately, a series of indistinct images flashed before her eyes. A silver-haired woman, clad in garments reminiscent of an ancient ceremonial robe, stood upon a desolate wasteland. Beneath her feet lay a vast and intricate array, inscribed with blood and a luminous mineral. The sky above was thick with dark clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning. As though a colossal entity were on the verge of descending. Her gaze was resolute, yet mournful, as she chanted an archaic ballad, emanating a faint glow that seemed to strive against the very fabric of existence. The scene abruptly halted. Wang Lu jolted awake, her heart racing fiercely. Was that a glimpse into the past of Lu Ying? Had she once existed in this world, or perhaps at a moment akin to this, engaged in some forgotten act? The array. It felt starkly different from the energy of the observer, more primal, more aligned with the very essence of this world. Who? Are you truly? Wang Lu questioned in the depths of her mind once more. This time, she sensed a response, not silence, but a faint whisper, as if it traversed the vastness of time and space, carrying with it an overwhelming weariness, guard, promise. Subsequently, her consciousness sank once more into stillness, yet the profound sorrow and sense of familiarity lingered within Wang Lu's heart. She gazed out of the window, the outline of the small town below gradually coming into view. This task, it seemed, was far more complex than merely eradicating a festering source of information. She appeared to be on the cusp of uncovering deeper secrets pertaining to Lu Ying and this world itself. And did that embryo, pulsating amidst the flames of war, hold any connection to this forgotten past? Chapter 13. The grieving embryo and ancient whispers. The transport aircraft descended upon a clandestine makeshift runway, 50 kilometers from the target town. The subsequent journey necessitated a transfer to camouflaged ground vehicles, silently infiltrating the area. The sky loomed in a leaden gray, oppressive enough to stifle breath, while the air was perpetually infused with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of gunpowder and rust. The town, named Krasnoglory, meaning Red City, derived its name from a unique ochre rock found in the nearby mountains. However, this hue of red was now predominantly cloaked in congealed blood and the charred remnants of destruction. It stood as a battleground for various armed factions, where law and order had long since disintegrated, leaving only the primal instinct for survival and an unending cycle of hatred. Led by Qin Wu, the Tombstone Squad donned nondescript local attire and equipment, their weapons meticulously modified to ensure discretion. Wang Lu, meanwhile, was clad in a dark windbreaker, the brim of his hood pulled low to obscure much of his face. He bore no weapon. He himself was the most formidable armament. The vehicle jostled along a pockmarked road, strewn with the debris of shattered structures. Along the way, one could glimpse emaciated civilians, their eyes vacant, scouring the ruins for anything of value, while armed personnel scrutinized the foreign vehicle with a watchful, menacing gaze. As they neared the town's center, the searing sensation of the mark on Wang Lu's forehead intensified. Concurrently, a tide of profound sorrow and familiarity, emanating from the consciousness of Lu Ying, relentlessly assailed his defenses. Fragments of clearer memories surged uncontrollably in his mind. On a frigid snowy night, a silver-haired Lu Ying, or rather, a former incarnation of hers, knelt amid blood-stained snow, cradling a frail little girl clad in tattered cotton. She softly sang an ethereal and mournful melody, her fingertips aglow with a faint white light. Striving to warm the increasingly icy form of the child, her eyes reflecting boundless compassion and fury. Before a colossal cavern etched with unknown runes, Lu Ying stood alongside a group of resolute individuals clad in ancient garb, armed with rudimentary weapons and luminescent artifacts, all gazing upward at a distorted rift in the sky, exuding an ominous aura. Lastly, the immense ritual circle crafted from blood and minerals, with Lu Ying at its core, blood streaming from her orifices, silver hair billowing. As she let out a defiant scream toward the unfathomable entity descending upon them, a sound that seemed capable of rending the very soul. These vivid images constricted Wang Lu's heart. He was nearly certain that, in a past life, Lu Ying had not only traversed this place, but had also engaged in a desperate battle against a horrifying entity to protect something dear. The essence of that ritual circle bore an uncanny resemblance to the pulsating, festering information emanating from the town's center, yet it felt more primordial, more ancient and tragic. "We have reached the outer perimeter," Qin Wu's deep voice interrupted Wang Lu's reverie. The vehicle came to a halt behind a partially collapsed building. The preceding area is under the control of a local militia known as the Grey Wolves, whose methods are ruthless. They seem to possess an awareness of the anomalies at the heart of the town, perceiving them as either a miracle or a curse, thus forbidding outsiders from approaching. Wang Lu concentrated his perception, gazing toward the town center. In his view, there loomed a massive, slowly pulsating dark red energy conglomerate. It no longer appeared chaotic like the pustules encountered previously, instead exhibiting a structure reminiscent of a biological organ. Countless delicate strands of emotional energy, infused with suffering and hatred, were being absorbed and devoured from every corner of the town, much like rivers flowing into the sea. It was indeed growing. Deep within that dark red core, Wang Lu faintly sensed an exceedingly weak yet incredibly resilient silvery light, akin to a pearl encased in mud, still flickering defiantly. Was that the lingering trace of power left by Lu Ying? Was this embryo's ability to maintain a semblance of order rather than descending into utter chaos the key? "We cannot launch a direct assault." Qin Wu unfolded a hand-drawn map, noting that the Grey Wolves were numerous and possessed heavy weaponry. Disturbing them could compel extreme actions regarding the central area or provoke unpredictable reactions from the embryo. "I shall go," Wang Lu declared. "I will infiltrate alone. There exists a unique connection between that embryo and myself, perhaps allowing me to avoid most prying eyes. You all will provide support from the periphery, and if the situation turns dire, then you may intervene forcefully." Qin Wu furrowed his brow, clearly apprehensive about allowing Wang Lu to act independently. Yet, he understood that against such a supernatural threat, conventional tactics often proved inadequate. "I will accompany you," Qin Wu ultimately resolved, designating the vice captain to lead the team, establishing sniper points and evacuation routes on the outskirts. Wang Lu regarded Qin Wu's resolute gaze and nodded. Though the captain was filled with caution towards him, his sense of responsibility and courage were undeniably commendable. As night fell, it provided the perfect cover. Wang Lu and Qin Wu moved like phantoms, weaving through the shadows of the ruins. Wang Lu utilized his awareness of energy flow to effortlessly evade the scattered sentinels of the Grey Wolves. The closer they approached the center, the more palpable the despair and suffering emotional energy became, thickening the air and subtly affecting Qin Wu's mindset, causing his breath to quicken and flashes of rage to flicker in his eyes. Wang Lu occasionally infused him with a cool energy to stabilize his mind. They ultimately arrived at the town's central square. Once likely a marketplace or gathering place, it now lay in utter silence. In the heart of the square, devoid of any physical structures, was a pulsating dark red tumor, over 10 meters in diameter, writhing as if alive. The surface of the tumor was riddled with twisted protrusions resembling human faces and anguished screams, as though formed from countless. It was rooted in the earth, with thick, vein-like tendrils extending deep underground, absorbing the sorrow that had settled in this land. This was the complete manifestation of that embryo's sorrowful pustule. Above the grotesque tumor, there hung a heart, roughly the size of a fist, perpetually dripping a viscous dark red liquid. It served as the energy core of the entire embryo. At the very center of this heart, a faint silvery light flickered stubbornly, akin to a candle struggling in the wind. Surrounding the tumor, dozens of members of the Grey Wolves knelt in fervent devotion. Their eyes gleamed with fanaticism, and they murmured incantations, seemingly praying or offering sacrifices to this terrifying mass of flesh. Their negative emotions became the finest nourishment for the embryo. "Do you feel it?" Wang Lu whispered into Qin Wu's ear. "It is, weeping." Qin Wu concentrated, and indeed, beneath the nauseating squelching sounds and the frenzied utterances of the devotees, there arose a faint, indistinct wailing, as if countless souls were lamenting in unison, striking directly at the depths of one's soul, evoking tears. At that moment, the tumor appeared to sense the presence of Wang Lu, marked as a unique entity. It abruptly faltered, then began to pulse more violently. The heart above it quickened its rhythm, and the dripping viscous fluid increased, while the silvery light flickered more urgently. The kneeling devotees seemed to receive a divine revelation. Raising their heads in unison, their eyes bloodshot and wild, staring directly at the direction where Wang Lu and Qin Wu were concealed. Heresy! Blasphemer! Slay them! Sacrifice them to our master! The fanatics roared like beasts, seizing their weapons and surging forth like a tidal wave. They had been discovered. Qin Wu immediately raised his firearm and shot, accurately taking down the first few who charged. However, more fanatics pressed forward fearlessly. Their eyes were completely consumed by madness. And even if they were shot, as long as the wounds were not fatal, they continued to crawl forward. Wang Lu disregarded the charging fanatics, his gaze firmly fixed on the pulsating heart. He could sense that the remnant silvery light of Lu Ying was becoming increasingly unstable, on the verge of being entirely engulfed by the dark red negative energy. It was imperative to reach the core swiftly. Qin Wu, cover me. I must approach that entity, Wang Lu commanded, as a gentle silvery gray aura began to emanate from him, attempting to soothe and penetrate as before. However, this time, the response of the sorrowful abscess was markedly different. Sensing the marked energy and the intention to soothe emanating from Wang Lu, the dark red tumor seemed to be enraged, contracting violently before unleashing a visible dark red psychic shockwave. As the shockwave swept past, Qin Wu felt as though his head had been struck by a sledgehammer. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his ears were filled with endless wails and roars, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. Meanwhile, the fanatics appeared to be injected with a stimulant, their speed and strength surging, becoming even more frenzied. Wang Lu was also shaken by the shockwave, his blood surging. But the mark on his forehead illuminated simultaneously, triggering a cold power that countered much of the mental influence. He grunted, forcing himself to stabilize. As the silvery gray aura clashed violently with the dark red shockwave, producing a sibilant sound. Useless, little one. A hoarse, overlapping thought, seemingly composed of countless lamentations, resonated directly within his mind, laden with endless resentment and mockery. This is a realm of sorrow, a breeding ground for hatred. The light within you is far too feeble, akin to her. Is it the consciousness of an embryo? It possesses such clarity of awareness. Who is she? As Wang Lu struggled against the mental oppression, he endeavored to communicate while laboriously advancing forward. Traitor, failure, foolishly attempting to combat the torrent with the strength of an ant. That thought responded intermittently, infused with profound hatred. Her anchor has bound me, as well as herself. Now, it is your turn to become a part of me. Let this sorrow become more exquisite. The surface of the tumor suddenly split open, revealing countless mouths that spewed forth a deluge of viscous, dark red tendrils imbued with negative emotional energy, resembling a multitude of venomous snakes, coiling toward Wang Lu. These tendrils not only bore physical constraints, but also directly assailed the soul, seeking to instill endless sorrow and despair into his consciousness. Qin Wu, witnessing this, suppressed his discomfort and desperately fired at the tendrils, yet the bullets proved ineffective. Wang Lu found himself in peril. The silvery gray aura rapidly dimmed beneath the entanglement of the countless tendrils, and the cold sorrow and despair seeped into his awareness like icy water, attempting to drag him into an unfathomable abyss. He could even observe countless agonized, contorted faces manifesting within those tendrils, civilians who perished in war, desperate soldiers, and the little girl from his memories collapsed in Lu Ying's embrace. Just as Wang Lu's consciousness teetered on the brink of being engulfed by negative emotions, the tranquil sea within his depths stirred with fury. A surge of silvery white radiance, more magnificent and fervent than ever before, erupted from Wang Lu's being like a slumbering volcano awakening. This time, it was no longer a trickling stream, but a vast river. No longer mere supportive power, but a complete awakening and takeover of consciousness. Wang Lu's eyes were instantly filled with pure, cold silvery light. His aura transformed dramatically, exuding languor, mockery, and an absolute majesty that transcended all. A cacophony, a cold, clear voice, imbued with undeniable authority, emerged from Wang Lu, or rather, from Lu Ying. who currently dominated the body. She did not even glance at the encroaching dark red tendrils, merely waving her hand nonchalantly. Buzz, a pure, seemingly purifying silvery halo radiated outward from her center. Where the halo passed, the tendrils laden with negative energy emitted a piercing shriek, instantly dissolving and vaporizing. Even the frenzied devotees rushing in were swept by the halo, their madness swiftly fading, replaced by overwhelming fear and bewilderment, collapsing to the ground. The entire square fell into a profound silence. Only the pulsating, sorrowful blister in the center remained, clearly revealing a sense of terror. Lu Ying, the dominant figure, lifted her silver-white gaze, coldly observing the dark red heart. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the surface, revealing a faint glimmer of silver light emanating from its core, a light that shared her essence. So it is you, this abomination. Her voice carried a hint of realization, intertwined with an indescribable weariness. You have appropriated the thoughts I scattered long ago, amalgamating them with the filth and sorrow of this land, thus giving rise to this residue. Extending her right hand, her fingers splayed open, targeting the heart. Dissipate. There were no extravagant light effects, no violent energy fluctuations, yet an invisible, higher-order force, akin to an unseen hand, acted directly upon the essence of the embryonic existence. The dark red growth quivered violently, emitting mournful cries, attempting to resist. But under the absolute suppression of her status, its defiance crumbled like snow in the sun. The negative emotional energy comprising its form began to disperse, and the anguished faces within gradually transformed into serenity, becoming transparent. At the core, the sliver of silver light finally broke free from its constraints, morphing into a streak of luminous energy that flowed into Lu Ying's palm. She closed her eyes, seemingly absorbing the information contained within that radiance. Moments later, she opened her eyes, a complex emotion flickering within, soon cloaked again by her icy demeanor. With the core extracted, the sorrowful cyst lost its foundation entirely. The massive growth began to collapse like a sandcastle, dissipating and ultimately fading into nothingness, leaving behind an exceptionally clean area at the center of the square, as if purified. The crisis had been averted. Lu Ying turned, her silver gaze landing upon the apprehensive Qin Wu, her lips curling into a familiar, yet more perilous arc. It seems, she remarked with her uniquely magnetic voice, that during my absence, you encountered quite a few minor troubles. Chapter 14. Undercurrents in the central square of the Eastern European town of Krasnoglar. An oppressive silence reigns. The once pulsating, dark crimson tumor that consumed sorrow has dissipated, leaving behind an eerily pristine ground, as if even the dust of time has been swept away. The gray wolf insurgents, sprawled on the ground, wear vacant expressions, still reeling from the dual shocks of madness and fear. Qin Wu grips his weapon tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His gun droops slightly, yet his entire body is taut, as if confronting a prehistoric behemoth. Before him stands Wang Lu, her form unchanged, but her inner essence has undergone a profound transformation. Those pure silver eyes, radiating an aura that mingles languor with absolute authority, proclaim a singular truth: Lu Ying has awakened. This is not the ephemeral manifestation of power he has witnessed before, but a complete, conscious dominion. She barely glances at Qin Wu, merely tilting her head slightly, her silver gaze sweeping across the scarred sky and earth, as if surveying a long-lost homeland, marred yet familiar. A fleeting complexity of emotions, perhaps sorrow, perhaps derision, or a blend of both, flashes in her eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a deeper chill. This land remains unchanged, she murmurs softly, her voice barely audible yet resonant in Qin Wu's ears, imbued with the weight of time's passage, pain, hatred, and despair, the finest cradle, yet the most fragile prison. Lowering her gaze, she finally fixes her attention on Qin Wu, the scrutiny making him feel as if all his facades have been stripped away, leaving his innermost self exposed. You are Lu Ying? Qin Wu's voice is dry, laced with incredulous affirmation. Otherwise, Lu Ying's lips curl into a slight smirk. Devoid of the gentleness or helplessness Wang Lu occasionally displayed, it is a pure, condescending amusement. The indecisive fool, long ensnared by trivial emotions, now requires a respite. After all, she has just dealt with an unruly little nuisance. Her so-called little nuisance refers to the sorrowful abscess that had put the entire lighthouse group on high alert, nearly culminating in disaster. To her, it seems trivial, akin to brushing away a speck of dust. Qin Wu inhales deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Regardless of the tempest within, he must fulfill his duty. That embryo, has it been completely eradicated? The core has been reclaimed, the remnants purified, Lu Ying replies nonchalantly, waving her hand as if swatting away a fly. It merely pilfered a fragment of my dissipating thoughts, merging with the filth bred by this place. It doesn't even qualify as a substandard imitation of an observer. She pauses, narrowing her silver eyes to regard Qin Wu. Yet you all, during my absence, seem to have had quite the revelry, even to the extent of needing to mobilize for such a level of information abscess. Her tone drips with unabashed sarcasm, leaving Qin Wu feeling somewhat compromised, though he cannot retort. Before an overwhelming disparity of power, any justification appears feeble. This place is not suitable for lingering. Qin Wu deftly shifted the topic, pressing the communicator. Gravestone report, target eliminated, preparing for withdrawal. Repeat, preparing for withdrawal. The voice of the deputy captain, tinged with surprise, echoed from the other end. Clearly, they had witnessed the groundbreaking scene in the square through the sniper scope. Lu Ying remained noncommittal, intrigued by the distinct sensations of this body compared to the past. Wang Lu's consciousness had not vanished. Rather, it lay ensconced in the depths of a profound slumber. Her presence faint yet steadfastly underpinning this body, bestowing a latent force of order and reason. This state was remarkable. She wielded complete autonomy, while faintly sensing the existence of an anchor that was fundamentally different, yet inherently intertwined with her being. Let us proceed, she declared, taking the lead with an elegant and unhurried stride, a stark contrast to the surrounding ruins. It was time to return and engage in a meaningful dialogue with those observers, the emphasis on the term dripping with irony. The atmosphere during the journey back to Station 7 was even more eerie than the outbound trip. Inside the transport aircraft, Lu Ying sat alone on one side, eyes closed in contemplation, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest, as though calculating something profound. Qin Wu and his team occupied the opposite side, enveloped in silence, the only sound being the roar of the engines. Occasionally, the team members cast furtive glances at Lu Ying, their expressions a mixture of awe, trepidation, and an ineffable curiosity. Suddenly, Qin Wu's encrypted communicator lit up. It was a direct line from Chen Yuanshan. Qin Wu, report the specifics. Chen's voice conveyed an unusual gravity. The target's sad pustule has been thoroughly eliminated. The method was executed under Lu Ying's direction. Qin Wu succinctly relayed the information. She has awakened, completely taking control of the body. Wang Lu's consciousness status is unclear. She claims to be resting. Silence lingered on the other end for several seconds, as the weight of this revelation necessitated contemplation. Her demeanor? Chen Yuanshan inquired once more. Difficult to predict. More assertive than before, more. Qin Wu searched for the most fitting words, more akin to a true higher being. Understood. Maintain the highest level of vigilance, but do not provoke. We shall discuss everything upon your return. The communication was severed, and Qin Wu gazed out at the tumultuous sea of clouds, his mood heavy. An entity wielding apocalyptic power, characterized by an elusive temperament, posed a far greater threat than the relatively controllable composite of Wang Lu and Lu Ying. At Station 7, within the highest-level isolation conference room, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. Chen Yuanshan, Lin Lan, and several high-ranking officials participating via holographic projection focused their attention on the figure of Lu Ying, languidly reclined against her chair's backrest. She had donned a set of attire provided by the containment committee. However, on her, it exuded an aura reminiscent of a throne. Her silver-white eyes swept across the assembly with a detached scrutiny, reminiscent of a merchant appraising wares. Firstly, Chen Yuanshan broke the suffocating silence, expressing gratitude to Lady Lu Ying for resolving the crisis in Krasnogorsk. It was merely a trifling task, Lu Ying replied, idly toying with a strand of her hair, her tone devoid of gratitude. She defined the sorrowful blisters as a gateway, reiterating their connection to herself, instilling a sense of solemnity among those present. Regarding Mr. Wang Lu, Lin Lan could not contain her concern, her eyes brimming with worry. He is unharmed, Lu Ying interjected, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. stating simply that he had overexerted himself and required profound slumber to recuperate and synchronize with the new levels of power. For the time being, I shall take charge here. She indicated her temple, her meaning unmistakable. New levels of power? Lin Lan seized upon the key phrase. The absorption of observer energy, the closure of gates, the reclamation of ancient thoughts. These accumulations had long surpassed the limits that fool could wield. Lu Ying's tone bore a subtle hint of, perhaps satisfaction? This body of mine, along with the essence of our shared soul, has entered a new phase. Leaning slightly forward, a sharp glint flickered in her silver eyes. We are stronger now, yet also more conspicuous. Her words corroborated earlier speculations. The effects of the markings would intensify with their growing power. Is this advantageous or detrimental for our future confrontations? A senior member inquired cautiously. Both. Lu Ying reclined against her chair. The advantage is that dealing with refuse like the sorrowful blisters will be far simpler henceforth. The disadvantage is that we may attract entities that are no longer mere garbage, such as genuine observer patrol units or others similarly marked, less amicable neighbors. Her words painted a broader and more perilous picture of future threats. Then, Lady Lu Ying, what is your current stance? Qin Yuanshan posed the pivotal question. Would Lu Ying still be the ally willing to cooperate with the Foundation to a certain extent? Lu Ying laughed, a beautiful yet chilling smile, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming in the frozen expanse. My stance has always been unequivocal. She gazed at Qin Yuanshan, articulating each word with precision. I am who I am, and I act according to my own will. I do not fight for humanity, nor for the so-called justice or order. My sole principle of action is my own desire, and to ensure the survival and delight of us, myself and Wang Lu as a whole. Her words were cold and direct, tearing away the previously donned facade of cooperation. However, she continued, a glint of calculation flashing in her silver eyes, for the time being. Maintaining a certain level of collaboration with you aligns with my will. You can provide resources, intelligence, and a relatively stable nest. In return, I can assist you in resolving certain minor troubles that you are powerless to address. But this is not without cost. She raised a finger, stating, first, I require the highest level of authority to comprehend all that you possess regarding observers, ancient relics, and any other supernatural phenomena, particularly those facets that may pertain to or rather, our past. Second, my actions shall possess complete autonomy. You may offer suggestions, but you have no power to command or interfere. Accordingly, when I require assistance, you must provide all necessary support. Third, her gaze swept over Lin Lan and Captain Qin Wu, both of whom, Dr. Lin Lan and Captain Qin Wu, will serve as my direct contacts with you. I prefer not to engage with too many individuals. This was nearly a capitulation. She presented the prospect of collaboration, yet the terms were exceedingly stringent, imbued with an undeniable assertiveness. Qin Yuanshan exchanged swift glances with several senior officials. They had no alternative. The power of Lu Ying was indispensable in addressing future crises, and to provoke or alienate her would yield dire consequences. We can accept your conditions, Ms. Lu Ying, Qin Yuanshan finally intoned, but we require a guarantee that your intentions will not jeopardize the existence of the majority of innocents. Lu Ying scoffed, rest assured. I harbor no interest in the slaughter of insignificant creatures, unless, of course, they disturb me. Negotiations reached a temporary, fragile equilibrium within a decidedly unequal yet unavoidable atmosphere. Once the new collaborative framework was established, Lu Ying immediately immersed herself in matters of her interest. She nearly submerged herself in the clandestine archives of the containment organization, rapidly sifting through an overwhelming sea of documents, from ancient myths and legends to unresolved mysteries, contemporary supernatural incident records, hypotheses of extraterrestrial encounters, particularly focusing on all accounts related to silver-haired beings, rituals, colossal formations, and non-human entities. Lin Lan became her dedicated librarian and technical advisor, tirelessly retrieving information and addressing inquiries regarding modern technology and the current global landscape. Meanwhile, Qin Wu was tasked with her security, or rather surveillance, and coordinating her various material or operational requests. Lu Ying's capacity for learning and adaptability was astonishing. She seemed innately adept at extracting key information from a plethora of data, swiftly grasping and employing modern concepts and tools. Within mere days, Her understanding of the contemporary world had far surpassed that of her initial awakening. Simultaneously, she began to systematically test and master the powers of her transformed body. No longer content with mere soothing or dispelling, she commenced endeavors of more intricate operations, such as briefly distorting physical laws within a limited range, creating temporary microdomains, and even attempting initial information imprinting on inanimate objects, endowing them with transient, simplistic characteristics. These experiments elicited both excitement and trepidation from Lin Lan and the observational team. Excitement at witnessing this almost divine creative power, and fear at the realization that such power was entirely beyond their control. On that day, Lu Ying was in a specially designed training ground, attempting to instantaneously augment the localized hardness of a metallic cube by several hundred folds. Complex patterns of silver and pale gold danced around her fingertips as she deftly manipulated the flow of energy. Suddenly, her movements faltered, and a slight furrow appeared on her brow as she turned her gaze towards a particular direction outside the training area, a flicker of bewilderment shimmering in her silver eyes. "What is it?" Lin Lan, who had been vigilantly stationed nearby, inquired immediately. "There is something amiss," Lu Ying replied, retracting her power, causing the metallic cube to revert to its original state. In that fleeting moment, I sensed an exceedingly faint yet profoundly ancient and obscure fluctuation emanating from the depths of the station. It is neither the energy of the observer nor any known anomaly of contamination. She focused intently, but the fluctuation vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving her to wonder if it had merely been a figment of her imagination. "The depths of the station?" Lin Lan questioned, puzzled. "That area primarily houses the energy core and some long-sealed anomalous items that have been confirmed to be harmless or incomprehensible." "Harmless?" A knowing smile curled at the corners of Lu Ying's lips. "In the presence of true ancients, what you deem harmless is often simply a consequence of your inability to comprehend." She turned her gaze back to Lin Lan, her eyes rekindled with an interest akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. "Take me to see it. I have a feeling that within your station there may be some delightful surprises that even you are unaware of." Chapter 15. Shadows Beneath the Foundation. Lu Ying's perception had never faltered, particularly following her complete awakening and the ascension of her power. In that fleeting moment, an ancient and obscure wave passed through, piercing the seemingly solid facade of the seventh station like a cold needle. Lin Lan found Lu Ying's requests somewhat challenging. The sealed areas deep within the station, especially those containing harmless anomalies from bygone eras that remained inexplicable, held extremely high access permissions and adhered to a stringent management protocol. Yet, confronted by Lu Ying's undeniable silver gaze and the implicit warning of potential unknown risks in her words, Lin Lan recognized that rules must yield to reality. With the special approval of Chen Yuanshan, Lin Lan and Qin Wu accompanied Lu Ying as they descended into the depths of the station via a dedicated, encrypted elevator. The hum of the elevator echoed in the narrow space, creating a tense atmosphere. Most of the sealed items were collected during the early days of the containment organization, or even from its predecessor, the gatekeepers. Lin Lan attempted to alleviate the oppressive silence by providing Lu Ying with context. Back then, the technology for identification was limited, and many items were merely confirmed to possess anomalous properties without precise definitions of their effects or risk levels. Over time, most had ceased to exhibit any activity and were classified as inert anomalies, uniformly sealed and managed. "Inert?" Lu Ying chuckled softly, her derision unmistakable. "In the universe, there is no true inertia, only activity that has yet to be properly awakened or understood. What you deem harmless often simply lies dormant, its cycle far exceeding the temporal units of your civilization." The elevator came to a halt, its doors sliding open to reveal a corridor starkly contrasting with the modernity of the upper levels. Here, the walls bore a rough concrete structure, dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of aged dust and metal. This was the core area established at the inception of the seventh station, which had gradually transformed into an archive and low-priority storage area amidst expansion and technological upgrades. Under the guidance of an elderly administrator, a white-haired researcher named Igor with clouded eyes, they traversed through heavy iron doors requiring both a physical key and a password for dual verification. "Here it is, the old ruins repository," Igor rasped, pushing open the last rusted door. Beyond lay a vast, cavernous space reminiscent of an abandoned underground parking lot. Tall metal shelves stood in neat rows, adorned with an array of peculiar items: rusted ancient armor, stone tablets inscribed with unknown characters, twisted metal sculptures, and bizarre biological specimens encased in transparent containers, most of which had long since withered. Alongside several segments of what appeared to be colossal bones of non-earthly origin, all were cloaked in a thick layer of dust, silent and still, as if merely exhibits in a museum. However, the moment Luing stepped into the repository, the mark upon her brow emitted an exceedingly faint yet persistent chill. Simultaneously, deep within her consciousness, the dormant essence belonging to Wang Lu seemed to stir with the slightest ripple. "Do you sense it?" Luing softly inquired, as if questioning Lin Lan and Qin Wu, yet also indulging in her own musings. It was not merely a singular fluctuation, but rather a background hum, extremely faint, yet omnipresent. Her silver-hued eyes gradually traversed the items upon the shelves, her gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of penetrating the superficiality of matter to behold its intrinsic essence. Lin Lan and Qin Wu strained to sense, yet discerned nothing. To them, it was a realm of utter stillness and dust. Luing began to meander through the passage between the shelves, her fingertips occasionally brushing against the frigid metal structures. She appeared less like a seeker and more like one attuned to listening. She halted before an oddly shaped bronze wine vessel, its surface encrusted with verdant patina, within which lay sealed a remnant of a battlefield spirit, clinging to the repetitive dreams of conflict, though its energy was waning. She gestured towards a seemingly ordinary animal scapula, marred by charred marks, which bore the vestiges of a failed shamanic ritual, connecting to a fragment of the spirit realm now long depleted. She articulated the essence of several items as if recounting treasured heirlooms, most of which even Igor, the elderly curator, possessed only vague, ambiguous records. Lin Lan swiftly documented these, for they were immensely valuable research materials. However, Lu Ying's focus was not on these trifles. She delved deeper, and the ancient background hum grew increasingly distinct the further she ventured into the warehouse. At last, she came to a humble corner at the deepest recesses of the storehouse. Here, there were no shelves, merely a haphazard assortment of the most dilapidated items, a few fractured stone column bases etched with indistinct patterns, some severely weathered pottery shards, and an irregular black stone tablet, approximately the height of a person, its surface unnaturally smooth, capable of faintly reflecting human shapes. The cold, ancient resonance emanated from within this black tablet. This was the source. Lu Ying's gaze fixed upon the monument, her silver eyes narrowing slightly. Lin Lan and Qin Wu also turned their attention to the tablet. The records of the Containment Association indicated that this stone tablet was unearthed in the mid-20th century from the depths of a prehistoric civilization's ruins, accompanied by various ritualistic artifacts and undecipherable bone fragments. The tablet itself exhibited no energy reactions. It was impervious, impossible to sample or probe with any known methods. Thus deemed an ancient relic of unknown material, classified as harmless, and ultimately contained here. Harmless? Lu Ying approached the tablet, extending her hand to gently press against the cold, smooth surface. It was merely in slumber, or rather, it was in waiting. Her fingertips shimmered with intertwining silver and pale gold light once more, yet this time, it was neither an assault nor a reassurance, but an endeavor to establish a connection with the ancient resonance within the tablet through an exceedingly gentle frequency. A hum. The tablet seemed to quiver slightly, its sleek black surface rippling like water. A wave of intent, far clearer than before, imbued with a sense of desolation and weight, spread forth like a slumbering dragon awakening from eons of sleep. It was not aggressive, but rather filled with scrutiny and doubt. Who is touching the boundary? Not of our kind, a mingling of familiar and unfamiliar, or perhaps the thief of fire. Fragmented thoughts resonated intermittently within the consciousness of the three individuals. Lin Lan and Qin Wu's expressions changed dramatically as they finally became acutely aware of this ancient presence. Igor, the administrator, was so terrified that he staggered backward, his murky eyes brimming with fear after decades of guarding this place. He had never imagined that this stone was alive. Facing this ancient intent, Lu Ying displayed no hint of trepidation. Rather, Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She attempted to respond with her consciousness. I am Lu Ying, a wanderer of this realm. Who are you? Why do you lie in slumber here? I am the recorder, the stone of the watcher. Awaiting the time of prophecy, the door shall open again. The dark tide stirs, guarding the spark. The ancient intent responded slowly and heavily, imbued with a weariness that transcended the annals of time. Thou art marked with traces of light, yet bound by shadow, neither pure nor dark, a peculiar existence. The key is in your hands, yet the path is fraught with thorns. The eye of observation has already gazed. It alluded to the traces of light, perhaps referring to Lu Ying's own power or past, and the bindings of shadow, likely indicating the observer's mark. Even directly mentioning the key and the observing eye. Prophecy? What prophecy? And what is the spark? Lu Ying pressed for answers. However, the ancient intent seemed to have expended too much energy. Its oscillations began to weaken and became disjointed. Fragments have scattered through the river of time, seeking others of the stone. Beware, shadows, do not all arise from the starry sky. The hearts of humanity can also give birth to the abyss. This last profound warning resonated before the vibrations of the black stone tablet fell silent, returning to its previous lifeless state, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. The warehouse was enveloped in silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Lin Lan and Qin Wu remained immersed in the brief yet profound exchange of consciousness, overwhelmed by the magnitude of information. The recorder, the stone of the watcher, prophecy, the spark, other stones, shadows not all arising from the starry sky. Lu Ying withdrew her hand, her silver-white eyes shimmering with light, evidently processing the information at a rapid pace. It seemed she slowly broke the silence, stating, the Containment Society, or rather this world, harbors secrets far deeper than I had imagined. She gazed at the now tranquil black stone tablet, her tone laced with intrigue. This is not merely a containment site. Beneath it lies fragments of truth regarding the past, and perhaps relating to the future. As her gaze swept across the astonished faces of Lin Lan and Qin Wu, this stone of guardianship was merely the first piece of the puzzle. Chapter 16, Fragments, Divergence. In Wolves Volume 2, Chapter 6, Fragments, Divergence, and the blade in the shadows, the silence of the Watcher's stone was as abrupt as its awakening. The warehouse was once again shrouded in deathly stillness and dust, with only the faint ripples of energy in the air, not yet fully settled, bearing witness to the recent transcendent dialogue that was far from illusory. Lin Lan was the first to recover from the shock. She nearly lunged towards her portable terminal, her fingers trembling with excitement as she feverishly documented every fragment of thought and every fluctuation of energy she had just captured. The terms, recorders, prophecy, sparks, other stones, shadows, were not merely words. They represented meanings potent enough to undermine the very foundation upon which the Containment Society's understanding of this world rested. Qin Wu's expression was graver still. He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance, as if an unknown adversary might emerge from the darkness at any moment. The stone's warning, that the human heart could also give rise to abysses, pierced his heart like a cold thorn. As the head of security, he had to consider the worst-case scenario. The old administrator, Igor, sat slumped on the ground, gazing at the now ordinary black stone, murmuring indistinctly to himself, as if decades of understanding had crumbled in that singular moment. Lu Ying remained the calmest among them. Her silver eyes continued to fixate on the stone as her fingertips moved unconsciously through the void, as if she were deciphering something. The brief exchange with the stone had not only yielded a plethora of information, but had also stirred some dormant fragments of her memories from a distant past, awakening them into vivid life. Not merely information, she whispered to herself, sensing the tumultuous, indistinct images and emotions deep within her consciousness. It felt more like a coordinate, a verifier. It was confirming my qualification while simultaneously igniting a faint resonance within my soul to seek out other fragments. She could feel, in a distant realm, the presence of waves, some strong, some weak, emanating from sources akin to this stone. Other Watcher-S stones, scattered across the globe, collectively safeguarding a shattered truth. We cannot linger here. Qin Wu's voice broke the silence, his professional instincts alerting him that this place was no longer safe. The information might have already been compromised, and it was imperative to report to Director Chen immediately and elevate the security level of the entire site. Lu Ying cast him a glance, offering no objections. She had acquired the crucial information she sought, and remaining here served no purpose. The group swiftly vacated the old ruins warehouse, the heavy iron doors sealing shut behind them, locking away the ancient secret as though to re-encase it. Yet, all were aware that some things, once awakened, could no longer be feigned as non-existent. In the Supreme Command Center, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly grave. Chen Yuanshan, along with several core executives, including the previously cautious Minister of Security Strategy, Guan Fengzhenshan, listened intently to Lin Lan and Qin Wu's detailed report and reviewed the energy data recordings, falling into a prolonged silence. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and the impact was profound. The stone of the observer, prophecy, the spark of fire, and other recorded stones intertwine with the shadows emanating from within humanity. These concepts converge to depict a far more intricate and despairing tableau than the singular threat posed by the observer. This implies that Minister Fengzhenshan, with a hoarse voice, initiates the discourse, suggesting that the adversaries we confront may not solely be the observers from beyond the stars, but perhaps originate from within us. Could it even stem from an era more ancient than our own? Have we, the Containment Association, been merely addressing the superficial symptoms all along, utterly oblivious to the true causes? His words resonate with a hint of palpable frustration and skepticism. The words of that stone may not be trustworthy. A senior official responsible for internal affairs cautiously interjects, for it is an ancient entity of unknown origins, its intentions beyond our comprehension. Perhaps this is merely a scheme to sow discord, or a fog spread for purposes we cannot fathom. However, its energy signatures, its interactions with Lady Lu Ying, and the keen eye of observation it references all align with the intelligence we possess. Lin Lan argues vehemently. As a scientist, she places greater faith in data and logic, asserting that the information provided by the stone of the observer holds immense research value and may indeed be the key to transcending our current predicament. Key, Fengzhenshan scoffs, his gaze sharply turning towards the previously silent Lu Ying. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that all this information points directly to Lady Lu Ying. She is the key, capable of awakening the stone and perceiving other fragments. All our endeavors may need to revolve around her, to tether the fate of the entire organization, and indeed the safety of human civilization, to an anomalous individual whom we cannot fully control and whose stance remains ambiguous. Does this not seem perilously audacious? His challenge strikes at the core, echoing the concerns of a faction within the Containment Association that prioritizes pragmatism and safety. Lu Ying's power is a tantalizing asset, yet its uncontrollability and potential threats similarly provoke unease. Chen Yuanshan finally raises his hand, halting the escalating debate. His gaze sweeps across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Lu Ying. Imbued with scrutiny and a weighty pressure. Lady Lu Ying, he begins slowly. How do you perceive the warnings of the stone of the observer and the sensitivity it has conferred upon you? All eyes converge upon Lu Ying. She languidly reclines against her chair, her silver eyes meeting Chen Yuanshan's gaze without flinching, infused instead with a hint of mockery. How do I see it? She chuckles softly. I find its assertions quite reasonable. Rising, she approaches the vast star map, her fingertips gliding across the endless expanse of stars, finally resting upon a position that once marked a doorway, now rendered a void. The cosmos has never been a gentle cradle. The law of the jungle, chains of suspicion, the dark forest between civilizations. These cold logics are universally applicable. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with a brutal insight into the world's harsh realities. The observer was a predator from the celestial expanse, while the darkness that festered within humanity was akin to toxins birthed from the soil. There was no fundamental difference between the two. Both posed threats to existence. She turned to Fengzhenshan, her gaze sharp. You fear tethering your fate to mine, and rightly so. But have you considered that when the true deluge strikes, your meager strength will afford you no opportunity to choose? You will be crushed in an instant. Her words lashed at the hearts of certain individuals present like a whip. Cooperate, or do not. The choice is yours. Lu Ying's tone returned to a languid demeanor, yet her underlying strength remained undiminished. However, I can unequivocally inform you that I will seek out other record stones. I need to piece together the complete truth about my past, about this world's history, and about our common adversary. You may opt to offer assistance, and perhaps there will be a glimmer of hope in the impending storm. Alternatively, you may choose to obstruct or merely observe. A glint of coldness flickered in her silver eyes. In that case, I would not mind embarking on this journey alone. When the time comes, whether you become mere dust in the storm or pawns utilized against me, remains uncertain. A blatant threat, rooted in absolute confidence. The conference room fell into a profound silence once more. Lu Ying's stance was unequivocal. She would not be constrained by the containment organization, but rather act according to her own volition. The organization faced a dilemma: to risk a deep entanglement with her, or to watch helplessly as this significant variable slipped from their control, potentially aligning with opposing forces. Chun Yuanshan inhaled deeply, aware that a decision was imperative. We require time for discussion, he ultimately declared. Before arriving at a final resolution, Miss Lu Ying, please remain in the designated area for the time being. Dr. Lin Lan and Captain Qin Wu will continue to manage your communications. This represented a soft limitation. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased, yet refrained from expressing her discontent, merely stating, "Suit yourselves." However, my patience is limited. She turned and exited the conference room, leaving behind a group of high-ranking officials grappling with complex emotions and significant choices. In the ensuing days, the internal currents at the 7th station surged tumultuously. High-level meetings were convened frequently, with heated debates ensuing. The research faction, represented by Lin Lan, advocated for full support of Lu Ying, believing this to be a pivotal opportunity to unveil the world's truths and acquire the means to combat the observer's power. Conversely, the security faction, led by Fang Jinshan, insisted on the necessity of checks and balances, even proposing radical measures for covertly developing countermeasures against Lu Ying and the markers. Chun Yuanshan struggled to maintain equilibrium within this turmoil, weighing the long-term development and survival against the immediate stability and security. He understood that, regardless of the final resolution, the relationship with Lu Ying could never revert to its previously fragile state of cooperation. Lu Ying, it seemed, was unfazed by this tumult. She was confined within the living quarters, yet this did not hinder her from continuing to access information through Lin Lan, particularly reports concerning ancient legends, mysterious relics, and inexplicable supernatural phenomena from around the globe. She was utilizing the resources of the containment organization to prepare for her quest for stones. Simultaneously, she was continuously familiarizing herself with and honing her newfound powers. She could sense that after communicating with the steel, her perception of those ancient vibrations had become more acute, and her mastery over the luminous energy had grown increasingly refined. Wang Lu's consciousness remained dormant, yet that foundational sense of stability persisted, preventing her from becoming completely lost in the allure of her formidable abilities. However, beneath the surface of tranquility, a crisis was brewing. One deep night, Lu Ying was perusing an anomalous sonar report regarding an underwater relic in the South Pacific when suddenly, a brief yet exceptionally sharp pang of pain surged through the mark on her forehead. This sensation did not stem from an external threat, but rather from within the site itself. A gaze filled with malice and greed, akin to the flicker of a serpent's tongue, flashed briefly, locking firmly onto her location. Immediately thereafter, the lights in the living quarters abruptly extinguished, and all electronic devices failed in an instant, plunging everything into darkness and silence. The backup power did not activate as usual. In the profound darkness, the only sound was the suffocating silence that followed the cessation of the ventilation system. Lu Ying slowly rose to her feet, her silvery eyes gleaming like two cold beacons in the gloom. A chilling smile curled at the corners of her mouth. It seemed some individuals could no longer restrain themselves from taking action. Chapter 17. Prelude to the Expedition. Darkness, thick as viscous ink, consumed all. The failure of the backup power was no mere coincidence. This precise and targeted incapacitation indicated that the assailants possessed an intimate knowledge of the operational systems of the site and held significant authority, enabling them to circumvent multiple layers of security protocols. Lu Ying stood amidst the absolute darkness and silence, her silver-white eyes the sole source of illumination, coldly surveying her surroundings. Her perception expanded like invisible tendrils, instantaneously permeating the walls, capturing any subtle energy flows and signs of life. There were no footsteps, no breaths, not even the sound of a heartbeat, all perfectly masked by some technology or ability. Yet the malevolence that marked her presence, akin to the chilling caress of a venomous serpent, distinctly pointed towards three directions: the main entrance, the ventilation ducts, and the ceiling above. A professional assassination team, synchronized and seasoned, had a singular target: her. A faint, mocking chuckle escaped Lu Ying's throat. After her complete awakening and ascension in power, how dare anyone employ such pedestrian methods against her? Was it folly, or did they possess some hidden confidence? The first sign of disturbance emanated from the direction of the main entrance. It was not a physical impact, but an exceedingly subtle, high-frequency energy vibration wave. This vibration could instantaneously disrupt biological nerves and dismantle muscle control, serving as a non-lethal weapon specifically designed for individuals with superpowers, theoretically. The intangible wave penetrated the heavy alloy door, rushing towards Lu Ying like mercury spilling across a surface. Without even moving, Lu Ying merely allowed the soft silver-gray aura surrounding her to flicker slightly. As the incoming high-frequency wave met her aura, it was as if ocean waves crashed against an unseen dam. All energy was absorbed and neutralized. Not even a ripple was stirred. The assailants outside were evidently unprepared for their attack to be so effortlessly dissipated, causing their movements to momentarily freeze. In that fleeting instant, whoosh, whoosh, the ventilation ducts and ceiling exploded almost simultaneously. Two indistinct shadows burst forth like wraiths. One wielded a high-frequency dagger shimmering with azure arcs, lunging directly at Lu Ying's back. The other rained down a metal net glowing with runic light, the energy flowing within it exhibiting strong suppressive properties, evidently crafted specifically to confine an entity like her. Faced with the encirclement from both the front and above, Lu Ying finally made her move. With a simple gesture, as if swatting away insects, she waved her hands to the sides and upwards. There were no cataclysmic explosions, no dazzling visual effects. Yet the three assailants rushing towards her collided with an invisible, elastic wall, hurtling back at a speed greater than their approach. The dagger wielder crashed against the wall with a muffled thud, the weapon slipping from his grip as the azure arcs extinguished in an instant. The netcaster, on the other hand, was forcefully slammed against the ceiling, the runic metal net not falling but instead tightening around him, binding him securely. Another assailant, attempting to breach through the main entrance, found himself ensnared by an invisible force that constricted his throat, dragging him forcibly from outside and suspending him in midair, his limbs flailing in futile resistance. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, as three highly trained and well-equipped attackers failed to even graze the hem of Lu Ying's garment before they were rendered utterly incapable of resistance. The lights in the living area flickered momentarily before illuminating once more, evidently restored by Qin Wu or the site's security personnel who had severed the assailants' interference. Under the renewed illumination, it became evident that the three attackers donned unmarked black tactical suits and full-cover helmets. Two of them, ensnared in a metallic net and suspended in the air, had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the one who had initially wielded a dagger and struck the wall barely clung to consciousness, clearly suffering grievous internal injuries, incapacitated on the ground. Lu Ying approached the conscious assailant, crouching down to scrutinize him with her silver-hued eyes, a hint of languid cruelty lacing her voice as she mused. Let me see who is so eager to meet their demise. Extending her finger, she let a silver light swirl around its tip before gently tapping the helmet of the assailant. With a crack, the helmet, crafted from a specialized alloy, shattered like fragile eggshell, revealing a face twisted in agony and terror, belonging to a Western male of approximately 30 years. A mental barrier? Lu Ying raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing a resilient protective layer enveloping the assailant's consciousness, impeding her probing. It appears they were well prepared. The luminescence at her fingertip intensified. The assailant emitted a harrowing scream, blood seeping from his orifices as the mental barrier, in the face of Lu Ying's overwhelming power, melted away like snow beneath the sun. Just as the barrier was on the brink of complete dissolution, the assailant's gaze abruptly turned hollow, a deeply concealed, frigid energy surge erupting from the depths of his brain. A brain-implanted bomb. Not only did it pose a physical threat, but it also bore a consciousness-erasing effect. The assailant aimed not just to silence him, but to obliterate any memories that could potentially be extracted. Playing this game before me? Lu Ying snorted coldly, her other hand striking the assailant's forehead with lightning speed. A purer and more domineering surge of silver energy flooded in, akin to the most precise scalpel, deftly severing the connection between the sinister energy and the detonation command, forcibly enveloping and compressing it until it transformed into a minuscule, struggling black energy orb. Extracted from the assailant's brow, the light in the assailant's eyes dimmed completely as he succumbed to unconsciousness, yet his life was temporarily spared. Lu Ying toyed with the black energy orb in her hand, which contained self-destruction commands and fragments of memories, her eyes glinting with cold light. Impressive technology, bearing the chilling mechanical style of the observers, yet intermingled with the ruthlessness and cunning of humanity, she murmured. Is this a remnant of Ouyang Qinghe, or perhaps a new collaborator? At that moment, the entrance to the living quarters was forcefully breached, and the fully armed Qin Wu, accompanied by the Tombstone team, stormed in. Upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone gasped in horror. Are you all right? Qin Wu immediately turned his gaze to Lu Ying, his tone urgent. Just a few bothersome flies. Lu Ying casually tossed the black energy orb to Qin Wu. Examine this, and perhaps we can extract some intriguing information from these survivors. Qin Wu received the ominous energy orb, his expression darkening significantly. Such a precise assassination of vital assets within the core station of the containment organization was tantamount to declaring war. This indicated the extent to which internal traitors or hostile forces had infiltrated. Seal off the entire station. Implement the highest state of emergency. No personnel are to move freely and must submit to inspection. Qin Wu commanded through the intercom, his voice as cold as ice. Take these 3 individuals to the highest level isolation interrogation room. Notify Dr. Lin Lan to bring the necessary equipment immediately. The station was instantly engulfed in the blaring of alarms, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch of tension. For the next several hours, Site 7 operated like a high-speed war machine. Qin Wu personally oversaw the interrogations, employing methods that were anything but gentle. Meanwhile, Lin Lan meticulously analyzed the black energy orb and the attacker's equipment. The results were chilling. The assailants belonged to a secret organization known as Shadow Serpent, which had intricate connections to Ouyang Qinghe's Thorn Gear, yet was even more clandestine, with a more radical and specialized operational style. The implanted technology in their brains and the energy signatures of certain equipment pointed to technology related to the observers, albeit adapted for Earth's environment. More importantly, the information gleaned from residual memory fragments and the energy orb indicated that Shadow Serpent was not acting alone. They possessed a significant level of protection and intelligence sources within the containment organization, possibly even at higher echelons. This assassination was not merely aimed at eliminating Lu Ying, the key figure, but seemed more like a probe, a test of Lu Ying's current capabilities and the internal reactions of the containment organization. They sought to ascertain just how dangerous you had become after the loss of Wang Lu's consciousness and your complete awakening. Lin Lan analyzed this to Lu Ying, her complexion pale, while also indicating that they wished to determine which side the containment organization would align with in the face of internal betrayal and external pressure. Upon receiving the full intelligence report, Chen Yuanshan was filled with rage, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. The internal enemy was more cunning and deeply rooted than anticipated. A purge is imperative, Minister Fang Jinshan asserted with unwavering resolve. We must uproot Shadow Serpent and their internal collaborators at all costs. Otherwise, all our operations will be exposed to the enemy. This time, no one dared to oppose him. The assassination incident had crossed everyone's bottom line. A sweeping internal cleansing operation, codenamed Anvil, was secretly initiated under the highest authority, poised to engulf the entire containment organization. Countless individuals have been investigated, and several suspicious departments have been temporarily taken over, creating an atmosphere rife with tension. Yet at the heart of this internal tempest, Lu Ying remains remarkably composed. The assassination incident is, to her, merely a trivial interlude, even evoking a sense of boredom. Her greater concern lies with the fragmented information extracted from the black energy orb. It appears that the Shadow Serpent is actively searching for other Watcher Stones. They seem to believe that by gathering these shards, they could acquire a form of power to counteract or even control the observers, or perhaps unlock the gateway to a new world. Competitors abound. Lu Ying stands before the observation window, gazing at the bustling and anxious scene below, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips, her movements swift. She senses a faint connection to the scattered shards within her, which seems to have sharpened slightly due to this incident. Particularly in the directions of the South Pacific and the Sahara in North Africa, the resonance of that shared call is especially pronounced. It is time to embark. She makes her decision. Approaching Chun Yuanshan, she states her intentions plainly. You handle the internal pests yourselves. I am going in search of other record stones. I have no time to indulge in your game of catching moles. Chun Yuanshan gazes at this increasingly formidable presence before him, nearly beyond his control, and sighs inwardly. He knows he can no longer bind her to this place with any rationale. We need time to stabilize the internal situation. That is your concern. Lu Ying interrupts him, demanding a vessel prepared for her journey to the South Pacific, along with the necessary supplies and essential identity cover. Lin Lan and Qin Wu, come with me. Her requests remain unequivocal. Qin Yuanshan remains silent for a long moment before finally nodding heavily. Very well. But please ensure you maintain contact. We need the truth you will uncover. Rest assured, Lu Ying replies, turning to leave, her silvery hair slicing through the air with a chilling arc. Once I find the answers, I will consider sharing part of it with you. Her figure vanishes at the doorway, leaving Chun Yuanshan alone in the office, confronted by a vast star chart, feeling the dual pressures from the cosmos and the internal turmoil, an unprecedented weariness washing over him. The expedition is about to commence, and the secrets hidden beneath the dust of history and the vast oceans await the first soul brave enough to unveil their veils. Chapter 18. Whispers from the abyss. The hammer of the iron anvil operation fell, sending shockwaves through the seventh site and the entire containment system. Investigations, isolations, interrogations. Trust, once as fragile as glass, now bore cracks under the weight of suspicion. Several mid-level personnel were confirmed to have ties with the Shadow Serpent organization, and tragically, 2 deputy department heads met unexpected deaths prior to their apprehension, severing any leads. Clearly, the protective umbrella behind them wielded considerable power and decisively opted for self-preservation. Qin Yuanshan stood before the vast screen in the command center, which displayed the continuously updated reports of purging operations and personnel changes. His complexion was ashen. The internal corruption ran deeper than anticipated, leaving him exhausted yet resolute in his determination to execute a thorough cleansing. Only with a solid internal foundation could they confront the imminent threats lurking from the stars and the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, in the special docking area on the lower level of the site, a sleek, matte black special investigation vessel, the Abyssal Voyager, was undergoing its final preparations for departure. This vessel employed cutting-edge technology from the containment organization, featuring exceptional stealth capabilities, powerful detection equipment, and a degree of defensive weaponry. More importantly, its interior had been specially modified to include a meditation chamber and an energy suppression field suited for Lu Ying, ostensibly to stabilize her condition, but also with a subtle intent of monitoring and control. Lu Ying boarded the Abyssal Voyager, casting only a cursory glance at the marvel of human technology, offering no further commentary. For her, it was merely a means to an end. Lin Lan and Qin Wu followed closely behind. Lin Lan brought a plethora of research equipment and materials, ready to record and analyze any discoveries, while Qin Wu selected 5 elite members from the Tombstone Squad, whose backgrounds had been meticulously vetted to ensure the safety of this voyage. The departure was silent. The Abyssal Voyager glided out of its concealed dock like a black whale, merging with the night-shrouded sea, heading southeast toward the vast and mysterious South Pacific. In the initial stages of the voyage, the waters were calm. The azure expanse of the ocean stretched infinitely, the sky clear, as if the world had succumbed to a deceptive tranquility. Lu Ying spent most of her time in her cabin, eyes closed in meditation. She was not resting. Rather, she was honing her ability to capture that elusive sensation. The call emanating from the South Pacific was akin to a gossamer thread in the wind, fragile yet unyielding. She sensed that the target lay within an area marked as deep blue on human charts, a region rarely traversed by vessels. Characterized by a complex underwater topography and anomalous magnetic fields, historically a hotspot for tales of disappearances and unsolved mysteries. Lin Lan, utilizing the ship's equipment, continuously analyzed the data extracted from the Sentinel Stone and the Assassin's energy orbs, striving to unearth additional clues. She discovered that the ancient vibrations emitted by the Black Stone resonated faintly with several specific energy anomaly points around the globe, one of which was located at their target in the South Pacific. Qin Wu and his team maintained the highest state of alert, taking turns to monitor every movement in their surroundings. They were acutely aware that this voyage was far from a mere scientific expedition. The Shadow Serpent or other forces might have already discerned their movements. On the 5th day of their journey, tranquility was abruptly shattered, not by an assault from adversaries, but by the ocean itself. The previously clear sky darkened ominously without warning. Dense clouds hung low like leaden weights, and the sea breeze turned tempestuous, stirring up towering white waves. The vessel, Sea Abyss, began to rock violently, as if an invisible giant hand were shaking this solitary craft. Report: an unusual meteorological zone has appeared ahead. The area is vast, and the intensity is extraordinary. Our course runs directly through its center. The captain's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Qin Wu hastened to the bridge, where he beheld a colossal, swirling vortex of energy interference on the radar screen, blocking their path, with its core being the very sea region they had sensed. Can we navigate around it? Qin Wu inquired, his brow furrowed. It's difficult. The extent of this anomalous zone is too broad. Detouring would require at least an additional week, and the periphery is rife with unpredictable turbulence and magnetic disturbances. Just then, Lu Ying emerged from the cabin and stepped onto the bridge. She gazed out at the apocalyptic seascape, her silver eyes revealing neither fear nor trepidation, but rather a glimmer of understanding. This is not a natural phenomenon. She spoke softly, her voice piercing through the cacophony of wind and rain, resonating in everyone's ears. It is a barrier, an ancient protective shield constructed from geomagnetic and life energy. She raised her hand, her fingertips entwined with a luminous fusion of silvery and pale gold light, and gently tapped the window glass. The radiance rippled outward, creating a peculiar resonance with the chaotic energies outside. In an instant, Qin Wu and Lin Lan perceived a subtle transformation in the scene before them. It was not merely a storm. Beneath the tumultuous clouds and towering waves, myriad faint blue energy veins flowed like the aurora, forming a vast and intricate energy matrix that enveloped the entire maritime expanse. What is this? Lin Lan gasped, staring at the previously unseen energy structure manifesting on the detection equipment. A warning, and also a trial, Lu Ying replied, retracting her finger. Only those granted recognition or possessing sufficient power may traverse this barrier to reach the true core. Forcing entry will result in being torn apart by the violent energies or becoming eternally lost within the temporal turbulence created by the shield. What should we do? Qin Wu asked solemnly, placing his trust in Lu Ying's judgment. Yet as the commander, he had to consider the safety of all aboard. Quite simply, Lu Ying responded as she walked towards the bow of the ship, the wind and rain parting before her, unable to touch her. Let it recognize us. She stood at the ship's prow, confronting the colossal storm that seemed capable of devouring everything, and slowly spread her arms wide. An even more magnificent silvery light surged forth from within her, emanating not as a weapon, but imbued with a sense of acceptance and assimilation. The radiance resembled the delicate tendrils of a jellyfish, gently reaching toward the energy barrier ahead, endeavoring to establish a connection with the ancient vibrations within, conveying a sentiment of friendliness and a desire for understanding. This process appeared serene, yet it was fraught with peril. Lu Ying's mental prowess was akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's carelessness could provoke a violent backlash from the barrier. Beads of sweat emerged on her forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. The crew aboard the vessel held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. Time ticked by, and the storm raged on. But the pale blue energy veins enveloping the sea seemed to flicker with altered frequency. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light ignited in Lu Ying's eyes. She had found it. The resonance point. With her hands poised in an imaginary grasp, she made a separating gesture forward. A hum resonated. The storm and energy barrier ahead, resembling a wall, appeared to be torn open by an invisible hand, revealing a gap. Inside the fissure, calmness reigned, starkly contrasting the surrounding turbulence, unveiling a tranquil passage leading deep within. Full speed ahead. Traverse it. Lu Ying's voice held a hint of fatigue, yet remained unyielding. The engine of the abyssal voyager roared, akin to an arrow released from its bow, plunging into the channel carved out by the eye of the storm. Just as the vessel fully entered the passage, the gap behind them swiftly sealed, isolating them from the raging winds and torrential rains outside. They seemed to have entered an independent, safeguarded realm. Here, the seawater exhibited a profound, almost obsidian blue hue. Although the sky remained overcast, the thunder and lightning had ceased, replaced by an ancient silence. At the heart of this peculiar sea, an uncharted island, shrouded in a light mist, materialized in the distance. Simultaneously, a searing sensation emanated from the mark on Lu Ying's forehead, but this time, it was not a warning, rather, a thrill and a beckoning. She sensed that the second sentinel stone lay upon that very island. However, before they could revel in their discovery, a deep, distant chant, seemingly rising from the ocean's abyss, began to seep into each person's consciousness like background noise. This ancient and obscure melody, imbued with an ineffable enchantment, unsettled the mind. As if countless voices whispered forgotten histories and submerged secrets into their ears. Lin Lan's complexion turned pale in an instant. She clasped her ears, yet the sound directly penetrated their awareness. What is this? Mental pollution? Qin Wu and the crew experienced a wave of dizziness. Their concentration required to resist the onslaught. Only Lu Ying remained attentive, listening to the abyssal murmurs, a glimmer of reminiscence and clarity flashing in her silver eyes. It was not pollution. It was a record. This island, this ocean, were narrating their stories in their own way. She gazed toward the increasingly proximate mist-shrouded island, her tone turning grave. Be cautious. What we are about to step onto is not merely an island. It is, in fact, a tomb of living history steeped in slumber. Chapter 19. The living tomb of history and the lost ballad. The vessel, abyssal, had intruded upon a realm long forsaken by time. The fury of the external storms was entirely severed, replaced by an almost stagnant, oppressive tranquility. The sea, a profound shade of inky blue, seemed to absorb all light, rendering it unfathomable. The sky was shrouded in a veil of perpetual, pale gray mist, through which sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting a cold and uniform illumination. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, decaying vegetation, and an ineffable essence of ancient dust. The silhouette of a solitary island gradually emerged from the haze. It was not a tropical paradise, but rather a rugged and desolate expanse. Black volcanic rock formed the island's foundation, overlaid with deep green, grotesquely shaped flora, including various somber-hued ferns and mosses that clung to the crevices of the stones. In the heart of the island, remnants of crumbling edifices, constructed from colossal stones, could be discerned, their style archaic and unfamiliar, unmistakably distinct from any known civilization. What was most disquieting was the incessant whispering chant that emanated from the depths of the sea and the island itself. This melody did not traverse through the air, but resonated directly within the consciousness of each individual. It lacked explicit lyrics, presenting only a rising and falling cadence of indistinct syllables, at times mournful and plaintive, at others solemn and grand, interspersed with cryptic warnings and sorrowful laments. Lin Lan, even with her specially crafted mental protective earplugs, found the sound infiltrating her being like an all-pervasive mercury, draining her complexion and clouding her focus. Qin Wu and the team were compelled to continually employ the mental stabilization techniques imparted by the Containment Society to retain their lucidity. Only Lu Ying stood at the bow of the ship, her silvery eyes fixed upon the island. She appeared not to be adversely affected, but rather seemed to be listening intently, even comprehending. It spoke of the rise and fall of a civilization. Lu Ying softly articulated, her voice piercing through the silence with exceptional clarity. A final elegy of a once thriving community that existed in close communion with the ocean and the stars. She closed her eyes, concentrating more deeply on deciphering the living history that permeated the air. Fragmented images and information surged into her awareness like a tidal wave. The splendor of your. She beheld intelligent beings with pale blue skin, faintly shimmering with scales, traversing the ruins of what was once a majestic city. They had erected towering crystal spires aligned with the constellations and harnessed tidal and geothermal energy, developing advanced psychic technologies. They communicated with the leviathans of the ocean and observed the celestial transformations, embodying a civilization rich in wisdom and harmony. Ominous portents of catastrophe, the scene shifted, revealing twisted rifts in the sky, where the light of the stars became chaotic and foreboding. The most powerful seers of the community issued desperate warnings, alluding to the gaze of an extraterrestrial shadow and the impending great annihilation. Desperate resistance. She glimpsed a figure reminiscent of Lu Ying's previous incarnation, a silver-haired priestess, perhaps a member of this civilization, leading her kin to inscribe a colossal array at the heart of the island. They endeavored to harness the collective strength of their people to forge a protective barrier against the impending calamity. Radiance soared skyward, fiercely contending with some entity in the celestial expanse. Ultimately, the illumination of the array was engulfed by the boundless darkness. Cities crumbled, crystal towers shattered, and the pale blue blood stained the waters crimson. The survivors were few, and the embers of civilization flickered perilously close to extinguishment. Although the barrier failed to fully avert the disaster, it distorted time and space, isolating this maritime realm from the outside world, transforming it into the final resting place of a civilization and a chronicler of its demise. Lu Ying opened her eyes, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her gaze. The fate of this civilization bore a striking resemblance to the trials she and Wang Lu were confronting. Both had been regarded as experimental grounds or variables to be eliminated by higher entities. The whispers echoed the remnants of the island's collective consciousness, a manifestation of the unyielding obsessions and final records of lost souls. Lu Ying elucidated to Lin Lan and Qin Wu that these murmurs served as a warning to outsiders while simultaneously seeking an individual capable of comprehending and preserving its memories. The burning sensation of the mark on her forehead intensified, resonating with a call from the depths of the island. The second stone of the Watcher lay there, likely the key artifact used by this civilization to document the ultimate truth or safeguard some semblance of their legacy. The abyssal Voyager anchored several hundred meters from the island in deep waters, deploying a small landing craft. The area surrounding the island was fraught with treacherous reefs and erratic energy fields, rendering the large vessel incapable of approaching. Qin Wu led 2 team members ashore first to establish a perimeter. Once safety was confirmed, Lu Ying and Lin Lan followed onto the island. As their feet touched the soft, damp black sands, the murmurs became increasingly distinct, as if countless voices were recounting tales directly into their ears. The air was thick with a weighty sense of history, imbued with potent energy. Lin Lan immediately commenced scanning the environment with portable devices, documenting anomalous energy readings, peculiar plant samples, and the architectural remnants of bygone structures. Astonishingly, the energy field here existed as a self-contained system, starkly divergent from Earth's mainstream biosphere. The age of these rocks surpassed our understanding by eons. Lu Ying, drawn by the strongest resonance, made her way directly toward the central ruins of the island. Qin Wu signaled for the team to adopt a defensive formation, cautiously trailing behind. Navigating through the distorted jungle, which emitted a faint phosphorescent glow, they arrived at the monumental stone ruins. This site once appeared to be a grand plaza and a center for rites, now reduced to crumbling remnants. Massive stone pillars lay toppled, their carvings of stars and waves worn to obscurity by the passage of time. A somber yet majestic atmosphere enveloped the area. At the very center of the plaza, a structure resembling an altar was constructed from black monoliths. Above this altar floated a crystal, approximately half a person's height, radiating a deep azure hue. This blue crystal, contrasting sharply with the black steel from the 7th station, emanated an ancient resonance from the same source. Within it, a liquid-like starlight seemed to swirl slowly, and the whispers intensified, emanating from it as the focal point of their ethereal expansion. The second piece, the Stone of Vigilance. Lin Lan whispered with excitement, her detector's needle oscillating wildly in her hand. Lu Ying approached the altar, her gaze fixed upon the azure crystal. She could sense that within the crystal lay not only vast information, but also a thread of pure essence, subtly resonating with her own power, an ancient spirit of water, or perhaps the distilled energy of this civilization's final remnants. Just as she prepared to establish a connection with the crystal, an anomaly arose. The murmured chants surrounding the island suddenly sharpened, quickening, infused with warnings and hostility. Beneath the deep blue sea, several colossal shadows swiftly approached. Accompanied by a thunderous crash as they broke through the water, 3 grotesque deep-sea aberrations crawled onto the shore. Their massive forms were encased in a thick shell that resembled a blend of rock and metal, adorned with numerous tentacles lined with suckers and bone spurs. While their heads bore twisted structures covered in compound eyes, they emanated a potent aura, tainted by the energy of the observers, yet curiously intertwined with the ancient energy of this sea, forming a grotesque symbiosis. Were they guardians? Or perhaps attracted cleaners? Qin Wu immediately raised his weapon, and the team members swiftly sought cover. No. Lu Ying's gaze turned icy. They were the corrupted guardians, former allies or creations of this civilization, now transformed into wandering, distorted monsters due to the pervasive energy pollution from the dispersed observers after the civilization's fall. Attacking any entity that approached the sacred object, they sensed the aura of the mark upon Lu Ying and her intent to connect with the blue crystal. Perceiving her as a tremendous threat, roar. The foremost aberration let out a deafening roar, a cacophony of metal scraping and biological screeches, as its robust tentacles lashed out like massive whips toward Lu Ying and the altar. Fire! Qin Wu commanded without hesitation. Energy beams and specialized armor-piercing rounds rained down upon the aberration's thick shell, producing dazzling sparks, yet failing to inflict fatal damage. Their defenses were astonishing, seemingly capable of absorbing a portion of energy attacks. The other 2 aberrations flanked from the sides, their tentacles thrashing about, spewing forth a dark purple slime imbued with potent corrosive and mental disturbance properties. The Tombstone team found themselves in a fierce struggle. Their attacks were limited in effectiveness, while each strike from the aberrations carried tremendous force, enhanced by bizarre environmental energy, fraught with peril. Lin Lan hid behind a massive rock, anxiously observing the battle while glancing at Lu Ying, who remained fixated on the blue crystal before the altar. Lu Ying, we need. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ying finally moved. She did not glance at the grotesque aberrations, but slowly raised her right hand, directing it toward the azure crystal. Silence. Her voice was soft, yet it seemed to contain the power of a certain decree. Simultaneously, she gently infused a stream of complex energy, a fusion of her own silver-white essence, Wang Lu's pale golden order power, and a trace of a higher-level aura deciphered from the markings, into the blue crystal. She was not forcefully extracting information. Rather, she was providing a key, requesting access. Buzz. The azure crystal suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. At that moment, the whispers and chants of the entire island reached a crescendo, only to abruptly cease. A vast, pure, ancient will, seemingly imbued with the vitality of the entire ocean, surged into her body through the energy connection of Lu Ying. Unlike the fragmented information received previously, this time, it was a more colossal and systematic torrent of knowledge and power inheritance. The blue crystal, known as the Tear of Poseidon, safeguarded not only history but also the ultimate understanding of the aquatic civilization regarding the laws of water, as well as an ancient secret on how to harness the planet's own energy to construct defenses and purify pollution. Lu Ying's silver-white hair danced without wind, and her eyes were completely filled with azure radiance. Her aura ascended once more, growing deeper and more attuned to the essence of nature. The 3 deep-sea aberrations, which were assaulting her, let out wails of agony and fear under the impact of the pure energy unleashed by the blue crystal. The polluted energy within them, belonging to the observer, boiled and evaporated violently, as if encountering a nemesis. Their distorted forms began to collapse and disintegrate, ultimately transforming into puddles of lifeless black sludge, merging into the island's soil. The crisis was resolved in a different manner. Qin Wu and his team members gasped for breath, gazing at this miraculous scene before them, rendered speechless in astonishment. As the radiance gradually receded, the blue crystal returned to tranquility, yet the starlight within seemed to flow with greater vitality. Lu Ying slowly lowered her hand, the blue and silver light in her eyes flickering alternately, finally calming down. She felt the vast knowledge newly added to her mind and the gentler, yet more penetrating and purifying power within her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. So that is how it is, she murmured softly, utilizing the planet's veins to construct a spiritual energy network, to combat extraterrestrial foes with the will of all beings. She had gained not merely information from the second recording stone, but a precious legacy that belonged to the planet itself. However, just as she prepared to meticulously sift through this newly acquired knowledge, an intense, unprecedented burning sensation and warning surged from the mark on her forehead. It did not emanate from the island, nor from the recently purified remnants of the aberrations. Rather, it came from the sky above. She abruptly looked up, her silver-white eyes piercing through the mist enveloping the island, as if glimpsing a deeper cosmic expanse beyond. There, a cold, enormous gaze filled with absolute malice had just locked onto this sea newly activated by ancient powers. Lu Ying's expression turned gravely serious for the first time. They arrived even faster than I had anticipated. Chapter 20. The choice. The radiance of Poseidon's tear gradually receded, and the whispers that had lingered on the island for countless ages fell into a profound silence, as if fulfilling a final obligation and sinking into eternal slumber. Only the lingering echoes of energy in the air, along with the remnants of the rapidly deteriorating aberrations, testified that what had just transpired was not a mere figment of imagination. However, what permeated Lu Ying's heart, and what was conveyed to everyone through the markings, was a far deeper and colder sense of crisis than when facing the aberrations. It was not a tangible assault, but rather a pure gaze emanating from the apex of the food chain. It felt as if the entire island, along with this forsaken sea, had been placed under an invisible, frigid microscope. Are they locking onto us? Lin Lan's voice trembled with barely suppressed fear. The environmental energy detector in her hand displayed an alarming spike in extraterrestrial interference signals, far surpassing any previous records. Not locking onto us, Lu Ying lifted her gaze, her silver eyes seemingly piercing through the fog and atmosphere, staring into the depths of the cold, starry sky. They were locking onto the recently activated Poseidon's tear, targeting this ancient planetary power that should not exist within the current experimental script. She could distinctly sense that gaze filled with calculation, analysis, and a hint of displeasure at being inadvertently disturbed. To the observer, she and Wang Lu were noteworthy, anomalous variables. While the ancient legacy represented by Poseidon's tear resembled a bug in the program, a dissonance that needed to be rectified or eliminated. Could it be a direct attack? Qin Wu quickly regained his composure, directing his team to occupy advantageous terrain, vigilantly watching the sky, fully aware that if the true observer were to descend, their weapons would likely prove futile. Not for the time being. Lu Ying withdrew her gaze, feeling the luminous energy within her gradually merging with the newly acquired power of water's principles. The observer was more inclined to observe, record, and intervene indirectly. A direct descent would entail higher risks and unpredictable variables. They would first send in cleaners. No sooner had she spoken than, as if to affirm her judgment, a low, oppressive hum, not carried through the air but directly affecting the fabric of space itself, emanated from the lofty heavens. The gray mist in the sky stirred violently, as if agitated by an invisible hand. Subsequently, several elongated flying objects, exuding an ominous dark purple glow and resembling twisted crosses or abstract insects, tore through the clouds, hovering over the island in a manner that defied aerodynamics. Composed entirely of a non-metallic, amorphous dark substance, their surfaces flowed with cold luminescent patterns akin to circuit boards, devoid of any visible engines or cabins, simply suspended there, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. These were the observers' unmanned reconnaissance units, or rather, the purification units. Lin Lan gasped in astonishment. The archives of the Containment Association contained vague records of similar phenomena, yet never had they been observed so closely and so distinctly. They were referred to as purification beacons. These purification beacons did not immediately launch an attack. Their sensors at the base flickered with a cold red light, scanning the entire island like compound eyes, focusing intently on the tear of Poseidon upon the altar and the figure of Lu Ying standing before it. A vast stream of data exchanged silently among them. High-priority anomaly detected. Activation of ancient planetary spiritual energy inheritance. Key variables detected. PL01, key, energy level enhancement, augmented rule interference capability. Assessment, potential threat to experimental site stability. Execute contingency plan. Collect samples, eliminate unstable factors. The chilling, emotionless logic of the judgment, like background radiation, was acutely perceived by Lu Ying. In the next moment, the hovering purification beacons sprang into action. 3 of the beacons emitted a blinding red light from their bases, shooting forth dark purple beams, as if they were tangible entities, not directed towards Lu Ying or the others, but rather towards the surrounding sea, land, and air of the island. Where these beams passed, space seemed to freeze and reformat. The sea instantly lost its vitality, becoming stagnant. The bizarre vegetation on the land withered and decomposed rapidly. The flow of energy in the air became stagnant and chaotic. They were altering local physical rules, creating a purification domain favorable to them while suppressing native forces. The other 2 beacons targeted the altar. The beams they emitted were no longer those of rule modification, but rather 2 highly condensed dark purple energy pulses filled with properties of information deletion and existential annihilation. Their objective was to directly destroy the tier of Poseidon and to severely injure or even capture Lu Ying. "Stop them," Qin Wu bellowed. As the specially crafted rifle in his hands spat fire, energy rounds hurtling towards the beacons. However, as the bullets approached a certain range of the beacons, they were deflected by the surrounding distortion field or annihilated outright, rendering them nearly ineffective. Lin Lan attempted to activate the ship's jamming devices, but the emitted signals sank like stones into the sea, utterly outmatched by the opponent's technological superiority. Just as those 2 destructive pulses were about to strike the altar and Lu Ying moved. She neither dodged nor constructed a defense as she had before. Instead, she simply raised her hands, the left hand cradling, the right hand pointed like a sword. Above her left hand, a gentle yet vast azure light blossomed, representing the power of the recently inherited tier of Poseidon, belonging to the ocean, to life, and embodying the inclusive and purifying force of the planet's veins. At the tip of her right hand, a radiant and domineering fusion of silver-white and pale gold light coalesced, signifying her and Wang Lu's essential power, transcending rules, interfering with reality, embodying infinite possibilities and indomitable will. These 2 forces converged before her, not repelling each other, but rather beginning to swirl and merge slowly. Akin to the yin-yang symbol, the azure planet's spiritual energy provided an unceasing foundation of power, resonating harmoniously with its surroundings, while the luminous essence endowed it with an interference and destructive capability that transcended current physical laws. Before her, a minuscule yet remarkably stable vortex of energy, swirling with streams of blue, gold, and silver light, materialized. 2 dark purple pulses, capable of annihilating matter and information, precisely penetrated this small vortex. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Those 2 tumultuous pulses of energy were swiftly engulfed, disassembled, and transformed by the tricolored vortex, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. As it merely rippled slightly, as if it had merely sipped a trivial amount of water, the hovering beacons of righteousness seemed to experience a momentary logical stasis. Their assault had been so effortlessly neutralized in a manner beyond their comprehension. In that instant of stasis, Lu Ying's right hand, pointed like a sword, thrust forward. With the power of this world, she aimed to vanquish the foes of the starry sea. The tricolored vortex before her suddenly expanded, morphing into a rotating column of light several meters in diameter, ascending at a speed that surpassed visual perception and instantaneously engulfed the 2 attacking beacons of righteousness. In the wake of the light column, the 2 beacons vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving no trace behind. The remaining 3 beacons, which were constructing the field of righteousness, immediately altered their strategy. They abandoned the field construction, their surface patterns flashing wildly, clearly recalibrating their threat level and response strategy while rapidly ascending, attempting to disengage and relay information back. Thinking of escaping? A cold glimmer flashed in Lu Ying's eyes. Having just attained her inheritance, she required targets to validate her newfound power. She brought her hands together before her chest. As the azure planet's spiritual energy surged toward her like a tide, coalescing in her palms into a continuously compressing orb of blue light, reminiscent of the vastness of the cosmos. Simultaneously, the silvery luminous essence entwined around it like meridians, endowing it with absolute command authority. She gently propelled this orb, infused with the planet's power and variable authority, toward the fleeing trio of beacons. The orb's velocity appeared slow, yet it transcended spatial distances, instantly catching up to the beacons. There was no sound, no blinding flash of light. Only an absolute void expanded silently around the orb, erasing the three beacons and the surrounding space entirely. This was not mere destruction or disassembly, but a negation of existence at its most fundamental level. The sky returned to clarity, leaving only swirling mist, as if those 5 formidable beacons of righteousness had never graced the realm. Everyone aboard the abyssal vessel and on the island stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom this miraculous scene. Such a powerful adversary had been so effortlessly dispatched. Only Lu Ying herself knew the extent of mental energy and newly acquired power that had been consumed in those 2 strikes. She breathed softly, feeling a void within her. Yet her gaze grew ever brighter. The luminous essence infused with the energies of the cosmos exceeded her expectations in both potential and power. However, the searing pain emanating from the mark on her forehead did not subside. Rather, it intensified, becoming more vivid and urgent. She lifted her gaze, her eyes once again penetrating the depths of the night sky. She understood that this was merely the beginning. The beacon of rectitude served only as a precursor, a stepping stone in her path. Her counterattack undoubtedly proclaimed her growth and the escalation of her threat level to the observers. The next arrival would likely not be so easily eradicated as a mere drone. We must depart from this place immediately. Luminous Shadow turned to Qin Wu and Lin Lan, her tone leaving no room for dissent. The beacon had surely transmitted data before its destruction. This location has been compromised. It is no longer safe. She cast her gaze upon the azure crystal of Poseidon's tear upon the altar. Furthermore, we must swiftly locate the next record stone. I can sense that they will not grant us much time. Chapter 21. A warning: the remnants of the rectification beacon, or rather the void left after their complete obliteration, left no trace in reality. Yet, the oppressive sensation they engendered seeped into the depths of every heart, akin to cold ink. The celestial adversaries were no longer distant abstractions, but palpable entities capable of descending upon them, heralding destruction. The abyssal voyager did not linger for a moment. Under Lu Ying's command, it swiftly hoisted anchor, engines roaring to life, darting forth like a startled fish fleeing through the tempestuous passage from whence it came. Fortunately, the ancient barrier appeared to acquiesce to their departure, offering no resistance. As they re-emerged into the tumultuous waters of the South Pacific, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crew, as if they had awakened from a suffocating nightmare. Within the ship's cabin, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Lin Lan secluded herself in the laboratory, racing against time to analyze the energy signatures of the rectification beacon recorded earlier, the patterns of rule interference, and Lu Ying's new power data infused with planetary spiritual energy. She understood that every second held immense value, potentially unlocking humanity's understanding and resistance against the observers. Qin Wu fortified the ship's defenses and personally interrogated several Shadow Serpent captives seized at the 7th station, now discreetly relocated aboard the vessel, in an attempt to extract further intelligence regarding the observers and their servile forces. However, the yield was meager. These low-tier operatives possessed scant knowledge, merely aware that the upper echelons of the Shadow Serpents were intent on acquiring the Stone of the Watcher and seemed closely linked to a mysterious entity capable of providing otherworldly technology. Lu Ying remained solitary in the meditation chamber, her eyes closed in deep reflection, her being enveloped in a faint triadic halo of blue, gold, and silver light, flickering like a breath. She was not only restoring her strength, but also diligently assimilating the vast legacy inherited from the tier of Poseidon. This was not merely a historical account of an ancient civilization's rise and fall. It was a weighty compendium of planetary memory and a blueprint of power. She beheld how that aquatic civilization harnessed global spiritual nodes, akin to Earth's energy meridians, to construct a delicate spiritual energy network spanning the entire planet. This network was employed to regulate climate, nurture all life, and at pivotal moments, coalesce the will of the beings, forming a formidable protective force. The tier of Poseidon served as one of the control hubs overseeing and regulating the spiritual meridians of the South Pacific. She also grasped why the rectification beacons were so acutely sensitive to this force. The planet's own spiritual energy network represented an endogenous, orderly, and immensely potent system of power. Should this system be fully mastered and activated by a variable such as herself, it could potentially dismantle the experimental framework imposed by the observers, posing a threat even to the observers themselves. Hence, they must eradicate such unpredictable factors in their infancy. Not merely a key. Lu Ying whispered within, I am also a candidate for an administrator capable of rebooting the entire planetary defense system. This realization intensified the weight upon her shoulders. This signifies that her future adversaries will not merely consist of scattered informational blisters or the austere signals of rectitude. Rather, it is more likely that observers will exert greater effort, even personally intervening for pinpoint extermination. Simultaneously, she distinctly perceives the summons of the next Guardian Stone. This time its direction is unequivocally aimed at North Africa, deep within the Sahara Desert. The sensation is imbued with a searing intensity, a weighty silence, starkly contrasting with the gentle vastness of Poseidon's tear. Days later, the abyssal vessel clandestinely rendezvoused with a fleet of the Containment Society dispatched for support on the high seas. Chen Yuanshan engaged in prolonged encrypted communication with Lu Ying. After receiving Lu Ying's report, where she selectively divulged certain intelligence regarding the planetary spiritual energy network and the observer's reactions, yet concealed any speculations about her own identity as an administrator, Chen Yuanshan fell into a prolonged silence. The volume of information was overwhelming, the impact profound. The preliminary report of our internal envelope operation has surfaced, Chen Yuanshan's voice laden with fatigue. We have eradicated numerous pests, but it has drained some of our vitality. More importantly, we have confirmed that the Shadow Serpent organization has deeper tentacles than we initially imagined. They too seem to be in search of other record stones. He paused, his tone growing graver. Moreover, based on the fragmented information and energy monitoring we intercepted, simultaneous to your encounter with the austere signal, various ancient relics and energy anomaly sites around the globe have exhibited varying degrees of energy agitation, as if some dormant entity is being gradually awakened. Madam Lu Ying, your actions may be accelerating processes we cannot foresee. Lu Ying was not surprised by this revelation. The storm has arrived. Should one refrain from venturing out for fear of getting wet? Her tone remained composed. Rather than passively awaiting the judgment of the observers, it would be more prudent to actively gather leverage and seek opportunities. The next stone lies within the Sahara. I must go. Chen Yuanshan understood he could not dissuade her. We will provide you with all necessary support. However, please exercise utmost caution. The situation in the Sahara is complex. It is not only the Shadow Serpent but also local tribes, warlords, and certain organizations within countries that hold extreme views on supernatural phenomena that may pose potential threats. Furthermore, the desert environment is markedly different from the ocean. I am aware, Lu Ying concluded the call. After completing their rest and resupply, Lu Ying, Lin Lan, Qin Wu, and their team boarded a specially modified transport plane equipped with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, as well as long-range stealth functionality. Departing from the abyssal vessel towards the vast and enigmatic North African continent. Outside the aircraft's window, the scenery transitioned from the boundless azure ocean to undulating green rainforests, ultimately transforming into an endless expanse of golden sands, seemingly extending to the edge of the world, the Sahara Desert, a realm of life's prohibitions, as well as a clandestine graveyard. As they entered the desert's airspace, the mark on Lu Ying's forehead resonated with a sensation starkly different from that experienced during her contact with Poseidon's tear. It was no longer a gentle call, but rather a burning sting and a heavy pull. It seemed as though the stone of record in the depths of the desert harbored an exceedingly volatile and perilous power, and its condition appeared rather unstable. Concurrently, she acutely sensed that beneath the seemingly lifeless yellow sands, there lingered an exceedingly faint yet pervasive residue of sorrow and wrath, older and more desperate than the whispers of the South Pacific Islands. Lin Lan's detector began to sound alarms, indicating the presence of multiple potent sources of energy radiation beneath the desert, along with an anomalously active background of spiritual energy. The attributes of this spiritual energy were imbued with a sense of destruction and finality. The spiritual veins here seemed to have suffered immensely grave wounds. As Lin Lan gazed at the intricate flow of data, her countenance grew pale. The energy currents were fraught with fragments of cruelty and chaos, akin to a colossal scar that had yet to heal, piercing the very essence of the planet. Qin Wu adjusted the aircraft's detection equipment, his brow furrowed. The radar revealed the outlines of large-scale artificial architectural remnants within the sandy layers below. Yet their structure was exceedingly peculiar, unlike any known ancient civilization. Furthermore, near some of the ruined sites, unidentified armed personnel activities were detected. The aircraft descended, and through the cabin window, vague silhouettes of bizarrely styled architectural remains, constructed from black monoliths, began to emerge from the sea of sand. They resembled fortresses or prisons rather than palaces or temples. At that moment, Luing abruptly pressed her forehead, stifling a muffled groan. In her eyes, silver and azure light flickered violently, and increasingly vivid yet horrifying images forcefully surged into her mind. A burning sky, no longer the azure blue, but a dark crimson akin to molten lava, enormous. Flaming meteors pummeling the earth like raindrops. A shattered land. Verdant fields torn asunder by a terrifying force. Vast chasms forming instantaneously, magma erupting from the depths, turning all to scorched earth. A desperate war. She witnessed towering figures with skin like granite, their eyes ablaze with earthy hues, battling against diamond-shaped flying objects descending from the sky, radiating a cold luminescence, similar to the Suzhong beacons, yet more colossal and advanced. The giants roared as they wielded war hammers forged from the cores of mountains, summoning the earth's might. Yet they were steadily defeated under the absolute advantage of technology and rules, their bodies crumbling to dust. The final seal. The scene culminated in a vast, bottomless chasm within the desert. A stone tablet of deep yellow hue, its surface riddled with cracks, appeared to imprison an eternal dark red core of fire at its center. Ensnared by countless enormous black chains, sealed, the tablet emanated a disconcerting aura of fury and destruction, as if it could break free at any moment and incinerate everything. The vision abruptly ceased. Luing gasped for breath, her face pallid. This time, she did not perceive an elegy of a civilization, but rather the utmost, most unwilling rage and curse of a clan on the brink of total annihilation. The tears of Poseidon chronicle the sorrow of the departed, while this stone in the desert seals an unquenched, vengeful history of devastation. What we seek is not merely a record stone. Luing raised her head, her silvery eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity as she gazed down at the boundless yellow sands, which seemed to have swallowed countless secrets. She spoke deliberately, each word infused with weight. What we seek is the core of the wrath of an ancient malevolent deity, long sealed away. Chapter 22. The furnace beneath the yellow sands. The transport aircraft descended, laboriously navigating through the swirling yellow sands and distorted heat waves towards the area of strongest resonance. Outside the window, the stark black monolithic remnants became increasingly vivid. They were not orderly city walls or palatial structures, but rather the shattered remains of some colossal creation, marked by jagged edges and violent scars, silently narrating a tale of an ancient, unimaginably brutal war. The searing sensation from the mark on Lu Ying's forehead intensified, akin to a glowing iron nail pressed against her skin. The call from the core of fury deep within the desert transformed from a clear directive to a tumultuous cacophony of pain and a desire for obliteration, relentlessly battering her mental defenses. She had to constantly wield her power to remain lucid, resisting the assimilation of that primordial wrath. "We can advance no further," the pilot exclaimed anxiously, as a ferocious sandstorm loomed ahead, coupled with intense energy interference that rendered all instruments inoperative. Attempting to breach it could spell catastrophic doom. From the aerial vantage point, a vast basin lay completely enveloped by an ominous crimson sandstorm, within which flickering lightning danced, an anomaly born not of nature, but of violent energy collisions. At the heart of this basin resided the target area Lu Ying had sensed. "Land here. We will proceed on foot," Lu Ying commanded decisively. The transport aircraft made an emergency landing behind a relatively flat sand dune, several kilometers away from the energy storm. Stepping onto the scorching sands, they were immediately engulfed by the desert's harshness. The blistering air felt as if it could ignite their lungs, while the relentless sun poured down mercilessly, and the shifting sands beneath them seemed to conceal countless predatory traps. The Qinwu squad swiftly formed a defensive line, donning protective gear suited for the desert environment and arming themselves accordingly. Lin Lan busied herself with calibrating a portable energy detector and environmental analyzer, Her brow furrowed at the data displayed on the screen. The psychic energy here is exceptionally hostile. Her voice was dry, suffused with brutality, chaos, and an undercurrent of profound resentment. Life signals were exceedingly scarce, and the few desert creatures present exhibited bizarre mutations, brimming with aggression. It feels as though we have intruded into a vast, unhealed wound. Without further elaboration, Lu Ying gazed into the distant storm, perceiving the pulsating waves of annihilation emanating from the core. She could hear the sealed core of fury roaring and struggling, yearning to unleash its wrath upon the desert that had entombed its kin, threatening to engulf the entire world in flames of vengeance. Stay close to me. Within a 10-meter radius, Lu Ying instructed her companions, as a gentle energy field enveloped her. A harmonious blend of the purifying power of Poseidon's tears and her own stabilizing luminescence, shielding the squad members from the external harshness and insidious mental pollution. This energy field resembled a mobile oasis, barely resisting the malevolent environment surrounding them. With cautious steps, they advanced towards the storm, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar as they neared the basin's edge. The hue of the sandy terrain gradually transformed from a golden yellow to a deep crimson, as if stained by blood. The air began to manifest fleeting, distorted visages formed from granules of sand, emitting silent, anguished howls, yearning to lunge at the living. Yet upon contact with the energy field of Lu Ying, they disintegrated into grains. The ground became littered with more colossal remnants of black metal and rock, some of which bore distinct symbols from a civilization not of this earth, alongside immense claw marks and scorch marks. Undeterred by the peril, Lin Lan collected several samples. Preliminary analyses left her astounded. These metals exhibited a forging technology and elemental composition entirely unknown, their age so ancient it defied measurement. This place had once been a battlefield. Lin Lan's voice trembled as she spoke of a conflict occurring in an unfathomably distant epoch, transcending the technological and supernatural realms comprehensible to contemporary understanding. At last, they reached the periphery of the sandstorm zone. The fierce winds whipped the dark red granules, akin to countless sharp blades, mercilessly slicing through everything. Visibility dwindled to less than 5 meters, with only the howling wind and the crackling sound of granules colliding with the energy field resonating in their ears. It's far too perilous to venture in there, a team member shouted. Despite the protective energy field, the physical impact of the storm was indeed daunting. Lu Ying halted, sensing that this tempest was itself a formidable sealing barrier. A natural, or perhaps supernatural, phenomenon arising from the unconscious forces emitted by the core of wrath interacting with ancient seals. Pressing her hand against the searing sand once more, she attempted to communicate with the faint consciousness that lingered within the land itself. Unlike the relatively gentle spiritual vein of the South Pacific, the planetary consciousness here was rife with anguish and trauma, responding with a tumultuous and chaotic surge of energy that nearly harmed her. No, the wounds here are too severe for communication, Lu Ying declared, her expression grave. She had no choice but to force her way through. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the newly acquired power, which fused with the planet's spiritual energy, to its zenith. A cerulean glow intertwined with silvery luminescence, coalescing before her into a conical, rapidly spinning energy drill. Forward, she commanded in a low voice, leading the charge into the tempestuous storm. The energy drill whirled furiously, creating a temporary passage through the impenetrable wall of sandstorm. The Qin Wu team, undeterred, immediately followed suit, plunging into the aperture. Inside the passage, the sand and wind remained fierce, yet at least they had a foothold. With tremendous pressure bearing down upon them, they trudged through the makeshift corridor Lu Ying had cleaved. Time became an abstract notion, as if traversing a tunnel through time and space, until the winds and sands ahead abruptly cleared. They burst forth from the storm zone, arriving at the heart of the basin. The sight before them elicited gasps of astonishment, rendering them motionless. At the center of the basin, there was no anticipated stele or altar, but rather an immense, unfathomable pit. The pit's diameter spanned several kilometers, its edges smooth as a mirror, as though the rock walls had been instantaneously molten by intense heat. At the bottom of the chasm, darkness did not reign. Instead, a viscous flow of dark red energy surged forth, reminiscent of molten lava. These crimson currents writhed and bubbled like living entities, exuding a stifling heat and an aura of destruction. At the very center of this energy flow, a massive stone, roughly the size of a house, floated, a dark yellow monolith marred by numerous fissures. Embedded within its core was a pulsating heart that emitted an ominous red glow, continuously radiating terrifying fury and waves of annihilation. Countless dark golden chains, forged from pure energy and adorned with shimmering runes, extended from the void, tightly coiling around the dark yellow giant in an effort to suppress the wrathful core. Yet, the chains were already riddled with cracks, their once brilliant luminescence now dimmed in many places, indicating that the seal was perilously close to collapse. Was this the recording stone? No, this was, in fact, a living seal, a prison containing ancient forces of destruction. The gate of this prison was being gradually breached from within by its captive. We are too late? Lin Lan's voice trembled, her scientific understanding overwhelmed by the scene before her. No. Lu Ying fixated on the dark yellow giant and its crimson core, sensing that although the seal was loosening, it had yet to shatter completely. However, it would not hold for much longer. They had to reinforce the seal, or, before it erupted entirely, discover a means to control or channel this power. Yet, in that fleeting moment of observation, an unforeseen twist occurred. From the shadows at the edge of the chasm, dozens of dark figures suddenly sprang forth, clad in desert camouflage that melded with the surroundings. They moved with the swiftness of leopards, brandishing weapons that glimmered with ethereal blue energy. These were the Shadow Serpents. It appeared they had long been lying in wait for something. The leader of the Shadow Serpents gazed at the surging dark red energy and the impending fracture of the seal, his eyes alight with fervor and greed. Indeed, it is here, the wrath of the celestial incinerator, the legendary power that can incinerate the very stars. He laughed maniacally, raising a peculiar device resembling a compass, aimed at the depths of the chasm. The master was right. Once unleashed, it will allow this world to be reborn in the purifying flames. And we shall be the harbingers of the new world. The compass-like device erupted with blinding white light, releasing a beam of energy imbued with a specific frequency that precisely struck the dark golden chains entwined around the giant stone. Crack! The already fractured chains groaned under the strain, several thinner links shattering instantaneously. The dark yellow giant trembled violently, and the pulsating red core throbbed with increased intensity. More dark red energy gushing forth like blood from the fissures. Stop him! Qin Wu bellowed, and the team members immediately opened fire. However, the Shadow Serpents were evidently prepared, swiftly dispersing to utilize the terrain and specialized energy shields to deflect the onslaught, all while relentlessly bombarding the sealing chains with that compass device. Foolish! A flicker of cold light glimmered in Lu Ying's eyes. She had not anticipated that the Shadow Serpent's adherents would be so frenzied as to actively unleash such a devastating force. This was tantamount to suicide. No longer hesitating, her form transformed into a shimmering stream of silver and blue, rushing directly towards the Shadow Serpent leader wielding the compass. It was imperative to dismantle that apparatus at the earliest opportunity. However, just as she was about to make contact with the leader, an anomaly erupted at the bottom of the pit. It seemed that the external stimuli and the further loosening of the seal had awakened the red core at the center of the dark yellow monolith, which suddenly erupted with an unprecedented radiance. A pure and overwhelming mental shockwave, infused with the essence of destruction and finality, surged forth like a tsunami in all directions. This time, the impact was far more ferocious than any previous occurrence. Lin Lan and several members of the Tombstone team were the first to bear the brunt. Despite the protective energy field provided by Lu Ying, they were struck by this ancient fury, causing blood to seep from their mouths and noses, their minds nearly fracturing. Even Qin Wu felt darkness engulf him, as if his brain had been struck by a heavy blow. Many members of the Shadow Serpent clutched their heads, shrieking in agony as they collapsed, their mental fortitude evidently insufficient to withstand such a magnitude of power. Only Lu Ying, fortified by her formidable soul essence and a peculiar resilience from her mark, managed to endure this shockwave, though her momentum was momentarily hindered. In this fleeting pause, the Shadow Serpent leader displayed a mad yet resolute smile, directing the compass apparatus towards himself before abruptly pressing a button. 4. Rebirth. Boom. The compass device exploded. Yet it was not a physical explosion. Rather, a profoundly pure essence of soul energy, imbued with self-destructive intent, surged into the energy beam, connecting to the sealing chains like fuel. Empowered by this sacrificial energy, the potency of the energy beam surged exponentially. Crack, crack, crack. More dark golden chains snapped in response. The entire sealing system emitted a mournful cry, teetering on the brink of collapse. The fissures on the surface of the dark yellow monolith spread wildly, and the red core at its center swelled violently, resembling a supernova on the verge of detonation. The cataclysmic force poured forth as if tangible, churning the dark red energy flow at the bottom of the pit into a boiling sea. It was over. Lin Lan gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before her, her eyes brimming with despair. Qin Wu struggled to organize a defense, yet in the face of such overwhelming power, individual efforts appeared utterly insignificant. In this critical moment, Lu Ying made a decision. She ceased her attempts to assault the shadow serpent or mend the seal. She understood that time was no longer on her side. She concentrated all her spirit and strength, including the planetary spiritual energy she had just acquired, her own luminous essence, and even the elevated aura of the observer emanating from the mark on her forehead, coalescing it all. She did not intend to confront the impending destructive force. Instead, she aimed to undertake an even more reckless endeavor, to communicate with it, to embrace it, to guide it. Her silhouette transformed into a resplendent pillar of blue, gold, and silver light, not charging towards her adversaries, but rather, resolutely plunging towards the abyss, towards the colossal dark yellow boulder on the verge of shattering. Poised to unleash the wrath of annihilation, she surged towards the pulsating core of fury, emblematic of the ancient tribe's final despair and vengeful resolve. You must be in great anguish. Before her consciousness was completely engulfed by the torrent of destruction, she conveyed her final thought to that tempestuous will. Let me bear it. Chapter 23, Prelude to New Beginnings. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. In the eyes of Qin Wu, Lin Lan, and the remaining members of the Shadow Serpent, the unwavering blue, gold, and silver tricolor light beam racing towards the core of annihilation stood in stark contrast to the suddenly erupting dark red torrent at the bottom of the pit, embodying an ultimate collision reminiscent of the birth of the universe. There was no sound, no shockwave, only light and darkness, order and destruction. Variables and constants waged a fierce battle and fusion at the most fundamental level. In the instant that Lu Ying's consciousness made contact with the core of the Avenger's fury, it felt as though she had plunged into the heart of a star. This was not mere heat. It was an existential obliteration that transcended all physical concepts. The core, fueled by the collective resentment and fury of the ancient Titan race, unleashed a destructive will akin to countless razor-sharp knives, tearing apart the mental defenses and energy barriers she had meticulously constructed. Pain. No. It surpassed the realm of pain itself. It was as though her soul had been cast into an eternal furnace, every inch of her consciousness dismantled, scorched, and assimilated by that frenzied inferno, reduced to nothingness. She witnessed the Titans turning to ash under the purifying beams of the observers, felt the despair of falling stars and crumbling continents. This was the final, most malevolent curse of a civilization. If we cannot survive, let all accompany us to the grave. This torrent of destruction relentlessly washed over Lu Ying's self-awareness. The languor and defiance that belonged to her, the rationality and steadfastness that belonged to Wang Lu, blurred and dissipated at an astonishing speed. She felt as if she were becoming a part of this inferno, transforming into another Avenger that knew only annihilation. Yet, just as her consciousness teetered on the edge of complete oblivion, a faint yet remarkably resilient golden light flickered like an undying lighthouse amid the storm, igniting tenaciously in the depths of her soul. It was Wang Lu, the cornerstone of order and guardianship, even in the deepest slumber. Even at the moment when the essence of consciousness was on the verge of being consumed, he instinctively and resolutely safeguarded the foundation of their shared existence. This faint golden light became the last straw for the struggling camel. No, it was the final lifeline for the drowning. It allowed the oncoming assimilation of Lu Ying to grasp that nearly non-existent clarity. I am not a Titan. I am not a vengeful specter. I am Lu Ying, and also Wang Lu. We are the key and barrier of this era, an unprecedented desire for survival and control. intertwined with the steadfastness brought by Wang Lu, erupted from the core of her nearly shattered soul like a volcano. She ceased her attempts to resist that force of destruction and began to fervently comprehend it, dissect it, and absorb it. The tears of Poseidon, embodying the nurturing and inclusive essence of planetary spiritual energy, played a pivotal role at this moment. The gentle azure energy enveloped her fragmented soul, akin to the most resilient maternal womb, providing the fundamental support for her existence. Her primal force, the shimmering light, a harmonious blend of silver and pale gold that symbolized infinite potential and the power to alter reality, transformed into the most intricate furnace and hammer. It was structured upon Wang Lu's ordered will, with the predatory instincts of Lu Ying guiding it, as it began to forcibly strip away the destructive wrath of the inferno, extracting its foundational principles of annihilation and the ultimate forces of heat and motion. This was an extraordinarily frenzied process, akin to constructing a precise instrument at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Her soul became the workbench, her will the craftsman. The fury of the Titans roared and resisted, attempting to obliterate her completely. Yet, the shimmering light, infused with the essence of planetary energies and the elevated traits of an observer, exhibited an extraordinary adaptability and control that transcended reason. It was both the most voracious glutton and the calmest scholar, enduring the cataclysmic shock while fervently learning, imitating, and ultimately mastering. Beyond the abyss, Qin Wu and Lin Lan could only witness the brilliance at the collision's center gradually transform from fierce confrontation into a bizarre, slowly rotating vortex of chaos. Within the whirlpool, dark red destructive energy, azure planetary essence, silver-white interference light, pale golden order force, and a frigid gray luminescence from the marked entity intertwined, permeated, and fused like the primordial nebula of the universe. A disquieting aura, as if capable of creating and annihilating worlds, emanated from the vortex. The sandstorm across the basin ceased, the celestial anomalies crystallized, and even time appeared to pause in the presence of this nascent power. Uncertain how much time passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, the chaotic vortex began to contract inward, its brilliance gradually receding. Ultimately, all anomalies vanished. At the abyss's bottom, the surging dark red energy dissipated, along with the cracked dark yellow boulder and the pulsating crimson core. Only a bottomless, smooth pit remained, as if the cataclysmic scene had merely been a fleeting dream. On the edge of the pit stood a solitary figure. It retained Lu Ying's form, yet her essence had undergone a profound transformation. Her silver hair flowed without wind, the tips tinted with a hue reminiscent of cooled lava. Her formerly pure silver eyes now harbored a flicker of dark gold flame deep within the pupils, seemingly containing the power to incinerate stars, yet restrained by deeper layers of silver and azure. Her skin appeared even more luminous, subtly shimmering, a testament to the nurturing effect of Poseidon's tears. Surrounding her was no longer the previously aggressive energy field. Instead, it exuded an extreme inwardness, as if all power had coalesced within, achieving a perilous yet novel equilibrium. She slowly raised a hand, and at her fingertips, a minuscule flame, shimmering in chaotic hues, danced quietly. This flame emitted no warmth, yet the surrounding air rippled as if the very fabric of space were being scorched and distorted at the moment of its emergence. She had succeeded. She had transformed herself into a crucible, utilizing the core of the Titan race's destruction as fuel, achieving an astonishing alchemy of power. She was no longer merely the variable Lu Ying, nor merely the heir to planetary spiritual energy. She had become the embodiment of the paradoxical unity of destruction and rebirth, interference and order. She felt within her a new power, vast as the starry expanse, yet as controllable as her own limbs, a confidence unprecedented, as if she could confront the observer's true essence. However, she was acutely aware that Wang Lu's consciousness, in this frenzied amalgamation, had expended great energy to protect her and stabilize the foundations of order, succumbing once more into a deeper silence, akin to a conceptual hibernation, binding with her soul ever more tightly, yet becoming increasingly difficult to awaken. Simultaneously, the mark upon her brow no longer conveyed searing pain, but rather a chilling sense of being locked onto. She understood that the observer had designated her current state as a high-priority threat. She lifted her gaze to the invisible source of scrutiny in the sky, the dark golden flame leaping deep within her eyes. "Now," she murmured softly, her voice infused with an alluring blend of Lu Ying's magnetism, Wang Lu's steadiness, and a hint of the raspy power of destruction. "It is my turn to establish the rules." Her gaze swept over the trembling figures of Qin Wu, Lin Lan, and the remaining members of the Shadow Serpent who sought to quietly slip away. "Let us clear the scene. Then, we shall go visit those friends who have long lingered in the shadows." Chapter 24. Embers and New Flames. The basin lay in profound silence. The winds and sands had utterly ceased, as if subdued by the preceding celestial clash, no longer daring to stir a single grain of dust. The extraordinary phenomena in the sky dissipated, revealing a night shrouded in its original gloom, yet marked by normalcy, with sparse starlight and a silent cold moon witnessing the transformed land below. The vast pit resembled a scar upon the earth, its edges unnaturally smooth, and within its depths, there was no longer the heart-stopping dark crimson pulsation, only pure, light-devouring darkness. At the edge of the chasm stood a figure, transformed, and now the sole focal point of existence. Lu Ying stood there, embodying a newly birthed rule, both restrained and perilous. The chaotic flame at her fingertips quietly extinguished, and the subtle distortion in the surrounding space calmed. Yet, the intangible sense of oppression felt heavier than before, pressing down upon each survivor with a palpable weight. Qin Wu, propped against his broken spear, knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. His armor lay in tatters, his face smeared with blood, dust, and disbelief. He gazed at Lu Ying with an expression of profound complexity, filled with concern, reverence, and a bewilderment in the face of the unknown. He had witnessed her surge toward obliteration and then rise anew from the ashes. This process transcended any account he had ever studied. Lin Lan fared slightly better, yet the excruciating pain from her depleted mental energy rendered her as pale as a sheet. She struggled to remain upright, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Ying. As a mentalist, she could perceive the monumental shift in Lu Ying's essence. No longer merely a powerful source of energy, she resembled a living singularity of rule, where stability and destruction coexisted in a manner beyond Lin Lan's comprehension. As for the remaining members of the Shadow Serpent, they had long lost their nerve. They had witnessed their leader, or at least their collaborator, bloodily slaughtered by this monstrous woman before them, and the spectacle of divine retribution was etched into their minds. Survival instinct compelled them to huddle in the ruins, devoid of the courage to flee, trembling in anticipation of the final judgment. Lu Ying's gaze swept across the scene like a tangible spotlight. The dark golden flame danced within her eyes, exuding a calm indifference to all things, ultimately landing on Qin Wu and Lin Lan. "Can you still move?" Her voice resonated, still imbued with Lu Ying's distinctive magnetic timbre, yet intertwined with an inexplicable weight and hoarseness, reminiscent of the lingering warmth after molten lava flows. Qin Wu inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him. And with the support of his broken spear, he rose, responding in a low voice, "I won't die." Lin Lan managed a nod, her voice weak yet clear, "I need a little time to recover." Lu Ying inclined her head slightly, shifting her gaze to the remnants of the Shadow Serpent. Her eyes bore no malice, yet plunged those individuals into a frigid abyss, as if their very souls were on the verge of freezing. "Clear the scene," she reiterated her previous command. Her tone is flat, as if instructing someone to tidy a room. "Retain the useful information. Erase the useless traces." She did not provide specific instructions on how to cleanse, yet both Qin Wu and Lin Lan comprehended her intent. The members of the Shadow Serpent served as troublesome witnesses and potentially valuable sources of intelligence. A flicker of intensity flashed in Qin Wu's eyes as he tightened his grip on the broken gun. Lin Lan, suppressing her discomfort, began to concentrate her remaining mental energy, preparing for memory retrieval and consciousness interference. They held no compassion for these cultists who walked in darkness. Lu Ying turned her attention away from the handling of the situation, slowly closing her eyes to turn inward. Within her, the once distinct powers had now completely merged into a chaotic essence, swirling like a nebula of primordial energy. This energy was vast and boundless, resonating with the vitality and inclusiveness brought forth by the tears of Poseidon, possessing the destructive force sufficient to annihilate matter. Refined from the wrath of the incinerator, and infused with the infinite possibilities of her own Lu Guang that could interfere with reality and define rules, anchored by Wang Lu's faint golden order as the core stabilizing point. This was an unprecedented system of power, formidable and entirely under her control. She sensed that with a mere gesture, she could induce subtle shifts in the spatial rules around her. Should she exert her full strength, the outcomes would far surpass her previous capabilities. Yet, the cost was substantial. Wang Lu's consciousness resembled a light submerged in the deep sea, faint and distant. To maintain the immortality of the soul and the stability of order amidst their fusion, his core will had borne tremendous pressure, nearly exhausting all vitality and entering a profound state of dormancy. This dormancy was not akin to injury. Rather, it was a form of self-protective hibernation, intricately entwined with her soul, making it difficult for her to perceive his presence as clearly as before, let alone communicate. He had become the cornerstone of her power, yet temporarily silenced the other half of her soul. Simultaneously, the mark on her forehead conveyed a continuous, icy sense of being locked onto. This was not pain but a clear signal of observation, emanating from a higher dimension, from an observer. Clearly, this newly born variable had been elevated to the highest alert level. Any excessive display of power could invite more direct and terrifying interventions. Establishing rules. Lu Ying silently repeated her earlier boast, now tempered with increased caution. She understood that before genuinely possessing the strength to overturn the chessboard, she must learn to dance within the interstices of rules, utilizing every potential force at her disposal. A few minutes later, Qin Wu and Lin Lan completed the cleansing. Qin Wu bore new wounds, yet his breath was steadier, evidently having regained some vitality from physical activity. Lin Lan's complexion remained pale, but her gaze had regained clarity. She approached Lu Ying and whispered, "I have checked. They are all peripheral members." They only knew that this mission was to assist Blood Butcher in seizing the core of wrath of the incinerator and to liaise with an organization codenamed Containment Society. They were unaware of the higher-level structure and objectives of the Shadow Serpent, Containment Society. Lu Ying softly repeated the name. This was their second encounter with the enigmatic organization. The first had occurred while investigating the case of the rules editor, where they had sensed its shadowy presence lurking in the background. "Where is the meeting place? How will we proceed?" Lu Ying inquired. "The location is at the Black Sand Market on the outskirts of the Forgotten Wasteland, and the time is before sunset tomorrow," Lin Lan replied. "The token for the meeting is a half-black, half-white bone tile, which should have perished with the bloodthirsty being." Lu Ying's eyes glimmered. "The Black Sand Market. It seems we must attend the gathering." She raised her hand, her fingertips tracing an arc in the air. Chaotic energy flowed forth, not as an attack, but as a means of sketching and shaping in the void. Soon, a bone tile, indistinguishable from Lin Lan's description, even down to the intricate energy patterns, materialized out of thin air and landed in her palm. Material reconstruction, rule simulation. This was a simple application of her newfound ability. Qin Wu and Lin Lan gazed at this miraculous scene, their pupils constricting in astonishment. This ability to conjure something from nothing, to replicate perfectly, verged on the divine power of a creator. "Let us depart." Lu Ying tucked the tile away, her tone unperturbed. This place would soon attract more flies. She did not cast a final glance at the pit, as if the abyss that had consumed the grievances and essence of the Titan race was merely an inconspicuous puddle by the roadside. Turning, she stepped forward. Her movements appeared unhurried, yet with each stride, she traversed dozens of meters, as if the space beneath her was subtly folding. Qin Wu and Lin Lan exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear and resolve reflected in the other's eyes. They dared not linger, immediately summoning their remaining strength to follow closely behind. The three figures swiftly vanished into the desolate night of the wasteland, leaving behind the silent basin, the smooth pit, and the lifeless remains of the Shadow Serpents, which bore witness to the heart-stopping tales that had unfolded there. Chapter 25. Shadows of the Black Sand Market. 3 days after departing from the basin, which had been baptized by death and rebirth, Lu Ying, Qin Wu, and Lin Lan arrived at the edge of the Forgotten Wasteland. The wasteland lived up to its name. As far as the eye could see, there lay monotonous, undulating gray-yellow sand dunes, scorched by the relentless sun. The air shimmered with heat, and apart from the occasional sight of a few twisted and resilient thorny grasses, there was scarcely a sign of life. A profound sense of solitude, as if forgotten by the world, permeated the atmosphere. Yet, within this seemingly absolute desolation, There lay a path that only a select few could discern. Guided by the encrypted maps of the Shelter Association and Lu Ying's subtle perception of energy flows, Lin Lan directed their course. The sand beneath their feet gradually solidified, and eventually, an ancient road, partially obscured by wind-blown sands and paved with a peculiar black gravel, emerged before them. Following this route, they would soon glimpse the black sand market. Lin Lan's voice was somewhat hoarse as she took a sip of water and continued, according to the records. This is a no-man's land, rife with the circulation of various contraband, forbidden knowledge, and illicit supernatural artifacts. All factions have eyes and ears here. It is a perilous laying of fish and dragons. Qin Wu silently checked his gear. His long spear had been replaced with a specially crafted Gauss rifle from the Shelter Association, and the ammunition pouch at his waist now contained specialized rounds designed for anomalous energies. He cast a glance at Lu Ying, who walked ahead with a demeanor of calmness, as if she were strolling through her own garden rather than traversing a treacherous landscape. The battle-worn garments she wore had been reconstructed through energy simulation, transforming into a fitted, dark-hued garment that facilitated movement, with subtle dark red patterns flowing through the details, echoing the color at the tips of her hair. Her aura was entirely subdued. Yet Qin Wu could sense that beneath her tranquil exterior lay an even more terrifying power than before. The slumber of Wang Lu seemingly liberated her from her final reservations, rendering Lu Ying's essence more pure and unpredictable. Stay vigilant, Qin Wu whispered to the remaining 2 members of the Tombstone Squad. Originally a team of 5, 3 had been lost to the Crimson Cocoon and Desert Basin in the preceding battles. As they delved deeper, sporadic, weathered boulders began to emerge, inscribed with enigmatic symbols and directional markers. The desolate silence that had pervaded the air slowly gave way to a complex atmosphere, a cacophony of greed, vigilance, madness, and faint hope. Like countless tiny voices whispering at the subconscious level. We have entered the radiance of the market. Lu Ying suddenly spoke, her silver eyes sweeping over a large stone marked with a symbol of a distorted eye. The rules here are lax and fraught with malice. Stay close to me. Do not let them draw you away. The them she referred to were not physical entities, but rather an intangible presence that permeated this region, coalescing from countless transactions, betrayals, desires, and despairs, a near-conceptual amalgamation of rules. Finally, after traversing a massive sand ridge, the landscape before them opened up dramatically. It was not a marketplace in the traditional sense, devoid of the clamor of vendors and the throngs of stalls. Before the gathering lay a vast depression, seemingly shaped by the impact of a meteorite, presenting a black hollow. Scattered within this hollow were rudimentary shelters, constructed from tattered canvas, corroded metal sheets, and even the skeletal remains of some colossal creature. The ground was a pure black sand that appeared to have been steeped in ink, exuding an unsettling sense of adhesion underfoot. Shadows flitted between the shanties, most clad in cloaks or robes that obscured their faces, while some figures bore altered forms, possessing non-human traits, or were entirely composed of energy or machinery. Transactions occurred in silence or hushed whispers, with glances exchanged far more frequently than words. This was the Black Sand Market, an outlaw haven amid the desolation, a confluence of secrets and sin. The arrival of Lu Ying and her companions immediately attracted countless cold gazes hidden throughout the area. New faces were always conspicuous, especially those like theirs, marked by a distinct aura of order emanating from Qin Wu and Lin Lan's attire, and an utterly inscrutable anomaly, Lu Ying. First, gather intelligence, Lu Ying murmured, her eyes sweeping across the market, ultimately resting on the largest structure at the hollow's center, built from a dark purple wood and metal. A crooked sign hung above it, inscribed with the same word in multiple languages, Silence Tavern. Taverns often served as the most rapid conduit for information. They approached the tavern and pushed open a door that appeared to be assembled from countless shards, emitting a faint, fishy odor. Inside, the dim light mingled with the acrid scent of cheap alcohol, sweat, oil, and the pungent aroma of some burning spices. A few oddly shaped patrons occupied scattered tables, while behind the bar, a rotund proprietor, his skin resembling coarse bark and sporting 4 arms, silently polished a cup that seemed crafted from a skull. All conversations ceased the moment they entered. Countless curious, scrutinizing, greedy, and hostile gazes converged upon them in an instant. Qin Wu felt a chill run down his spine as he tightened his grip on his rifle, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Lan. Lin Lan, attempting to feign calm, quickly scanned the surroundings, cataloging potential threats. Only Lu Ying appeared oblivious to the atmosphere. Walking directly to the bar and taking a seat on an empty stool, her fingers gently tapping the surface. Any recommendations? Her voice, laced with a lazy rasp, strangely harmonized with the tavern's ambience. The barkeep raised his murky eyes to regard her, then glanced at Qin Wu and Lin Lan behind her. His voice gravelly like grinding stones. Newcomers? The drinks here might not suit your palate. One can only discern compatibility through tasting. Lu Ying smiled faintly, her fingertips inexplicably adorned with a shimmering core of equipment that emanated a faint glow of energy, a remnant from a fallen member of the Shadow Serpent. With this, could one procure information regarding the appearance of the Containment Society representatives? As soon as the core materialized, several gazes within the tavern ignited with fervor. It was evidently a source of high-grade energy, a form of currency in this realm. The barkeep, with his 4 hands momentarily pausing, fixated on the core and remarked slowly, "Information comes at a price. Yet, knowing too much can invite peril." As Lu Ying toyed with the core, its chaotic hues flickering at her fingertips, she mused, "I have always had a penchant for trouble." Just then, a sinister voice echoed from a shadowy corner. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I was wondering who possessed such bravado. Turns out it's the big shot who vanquished Blood Butcher." A man clad in opulent yet tattered attire, his visage partially concealed by a metallic chrome mask, rose unsteadily, a goblet in hand. He was flanked by several formidable subordinates, marked by evident enhancements. Blood Butcher, that fool, with a touch of brute strength and the favor of the higher-ups, thought he could monopolize the wrath of the Inferno, only to find himself thwarted, I presume? The chrome-masked man approached the bar, unabashedly scrutinizing Lu Ying, his gaze traversing her exquisite features and graceful form, ultimately fixating on the energy core at her fingertips. "It seems that precious item has found its way into your possession. Woman, surrender that and any valuables you possess, and perhaps I can grant you a swifter demise." The atmosphere in the tavern thickened with tension. Clearly, the news of the Blood Butcher team's demise had spread, and Lu Ying's presence rendered her a target in the eyes of certain individuals. Qin Wu immediately aimed his gun at the chrome-masked man, while 2 team members swiftly took strategic positions. Lin Lan covertly activated a disruptor, preparing for any impending conflict. In the face of such blatant threat, Lu Ying did not even flinch, continuing to toy with the energy core, murmuring as if to herself, "It appears the flies here are even more impudent than I had imagined." Finally, she lifted her gaze to the chrome-masked man, her silver eyes flickering with a hint of dark golden flames. He was taken aback by her penetrating stare, yet, bolstered by his numbers, he feigned a cold smirk. "What? Do you still wish to resist? Let me inform you. I, Death's Crow, reign in this black sand market." His sentence remained unfinished, for Lu Ying merely exhaled gently towards him. There was neither sound nor light. But in the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, Death's Crow and his immediate entourage froze mid-motion, their bodies silently disintegrating into fine, black granules from within, like a sand sculpture scattered by the wind, collapsing onto the ground and ultimately merging with the tavern's dark sands, leaving no trace behind. It was as if they had never existed. On the level of rules, the deconstruction of substance, the tavern fell into an eerie silence. The previously malevolent gazes vanished in an instant, replaced by profound fear and reverence. Those who managed to survive in the black sand market were far from foolish. They were acutely aware that this seemingly beautiful and languid woman was a terrifying entity, utterly beyond their comprehension and, therefore, beyond their reach. The barkeep, whose hands were busy polishing a glass, abruptly halted his actions, his 4 arms trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Esteemed guest, regarding the news of the Containment Association's representative, I do possess some knowledge. They typically convene at the Shadow's Corner, at the time of tomorrow's sunset, when the hourglass turns for the 3rd time." He hastily divulged the information, fearful that any delay might lead him to share the same fate as the Raven. Lu Ying seemed satisfied, casually tossing the energy core to the barkeep as if discarding a mere pebble. "Very well." She rose, her gaze sweeping across the hushed tavern. Those who met her eyes instinctively lowered their heads or averted their gazes. It appeared that tranquility had finally returned. She turned and exited the tavern, with Qin Wu and Lin Lan promptly following. Only after their figures disappeared beyond the door did the air within the tavern seem to resume its flow, accompanied by a chorus of repressed, post-catastrophe gasps. Stepping out of the silent tavern, the sky had already begun to darken. The night in the wasteland descended swiftly, and the temperature dropped dramatically. The black sand appeared to devour the light like an abyss in the twilight. What was that power? Lin Lan couldn't help but whisper, her voice trembling slightly. She understood that Lu Ying was formidable, but the ease with which she obliterated several living beings from the realm of existence had surpassed her comprehension. A mere cleanup, Lu Ying replied nonchalantly, as if she had simply squashed a few insects. The rules here encouraged the survival of the fittest. Displaying power could save one from a multitude of troubles. She raised her gaze towards a darker corner deep within the market, where vague shapes resembling enormous shadows of rock loomed. The Shadows Corner. That must be the place. Qin Wu, having taken note of the barkeep's description, pinpointed their destination. We need a plan, he stated solemnly. Tomorrow's meeting with the Containment Association could very well be a trap. People from Shadow Serpent may have laid a meticulous snare, and the attitude within the Containment Association remains uncertain. A plan? Lu Ying's lips curled into a dangerous smile. My plan is simply to see what tricks they wish to play. She felt the dormant consciousness of Wang Lu within her, along with the cold mark on her brow. If they were after the key, a dark golden flame ignited silently in her eyes. Then I shall make them aware that grasping the key comes at a price. As the night deepens, the black sand market resembles a colossal beast awakening, its gaze hidden within the shadows growing ever more numerous. Meanwhile, Lu Ying, a nascent entity wielding the forces of destruction and order, is poised to unleash an even greater tempest in this realm beyond the law. Chapter 26. The Bloodweight. The night at the Black Sand Market is more vibrant than the day. The pale crescent moon, an astronomical phenomenon warped by this world, hangs high in the sky, casting a cold, eerie violet glow upon the black sands. The once dreary shanties, lifeless under the sun, now flicker with an array of peculiar light sources, swaying phosphorescence, pulsating bioluminescence, and unstable energy coils, illuminating the market in surreal hues. Shadows writhe among them, and transactions occur in the corners untouched by moonlight. Whispers fill the air, laden with temptation and danger. This place is a breeding ground for desire and secrets, as well as a hatchery for lies and betrayal. The trio, Lu Ying, did not seek a fixed abode, as that would render them easy targets in the market. Instead, they temporarily regrouped in a relatively concealed hollow against a massive wind-eroded rock. Qin Wu set up miniature vibration and energy sensors, while the two team members took turns on watch. Lin Lan seized the moment to analyze fragmented information gleaned from the tavern owner and several brokers attempting to sell intelligence. The situation proved more intricate than anticipated. Lowering her voice, Lin Lan's fingers danced across the screen of her portable terminal, bringing forth her preliminary relationship map. The Shadow Serpent possesses deep-rooted influence here, with numerous eyes and ears. Their ostensible leader, codenamed Blood Butcher, has been dealt with, yet the successor appears to be a more cunning and cautious individual. Codenamed Venomous Scorpion, the representative of the Containment Society, Faceless, is said to be exceedingly enigmatic, with no one having ever glimpsed their true visage. Nor is it clear whether they are a singular entity or a collective. They are expected to appear at Shadow's Corner tomorrow, but the precise purpose remains shrouded in ambiguity. Some speculate it is to procure forbidden knowledge, others suggest it aims to purge internal traitors, while some contend it is merely to await our arrival. Lin Lan's gaze reflects her concern. Await us? Qin Wu furrowed his brow, astonished by how swiftly the news had spread. Perhaps not. Lu Ying reclined against the rock face, eyes closed, seemingly dozing, yet her perception, like an invisible web, had already enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. It is also possible that someone wishes for us to encounter the Containment Society, Shadow Serpent, or perhaps other onlookers eager to stir discord. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, their silvery hue faintly glowing in the night, directing her gaze toward the encroaching darkness. A guest approaches. Almost as soon as her words fell, a slight figure, shadow-like, silently slipped to the edge of their concealment. It was a dwarf cloaked in tattered black robes, revealing only a pair of keen, glimmering eyes in the darkness. "Good evening, esteemed guests," the dwarf spoke, his voice high-pitched and ingratiating, yet his eyes betrayed a glint of calculation. "I am Gray Mouse. I apologize for the intrusion. I have heard. You are inquiring about the Containment Society and the Shadow Serpent?" In an instant, Qin Wu's gun was raised, aimed directly at Gray Mouse. The two team members immediately assumed combat stances. Startled, Gray Mouse raised his hands in a flurry, imploring, "No, please, do not shoot. I mean no harm. Merely wishing to engage in a transaction with you all." "What sort of transaction?" Lu Ying spoke softly, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. The Gray Mouse cautiously surveyed his surroundings, lowering his voice. "I possess knowledge of a top-secret plan concerning the Scorpion. Pertaining to Tomorrow Shadow's Corner, he remains unaware that Blood Butcher has perished and intends to execute the original plan, launching a surprise attack during the meeting, targeting Thousand Faces and you all." This revelation sent a chill through Qin Wu and Lin Lan. "The terms." Lu Ying spoke succinctly. "I merely require a modest reward." The Gray Mouse rubbed his hands together, his gaze greedily sweeping over Qin Wu's rifle and Lin Lan's equipment, such as a special bullet from that military gentleman, or a small device from Miss Doctor. "Very well," Lu Ying interrupted him, casually extracting a probe from Lin Lan's equipment bag, without permission, designed for collecting energy samples, not core, but of considerable technical merit, tossing it to the Gray Mouse, saying. The Gray Mouse fumbled to catch the probe, his face lighting up with delight, quickly stating, "The plan of the Scorpion is to exploit the very environment of Shadow's Corner, which is a remnant of an ancient rift in rules. The space and physical laws there are exceedingly unstable. He has prepared 3 items. First, a seed of silence, capable of temporarily stripping away all sound and information transmission within a certain area. Second, a subjugated Void Stalker, adept at launching attacks in the Shadow Dimension. And third, most crucially, he has somehow acquired a discarded artifact of an observer, said to trigger localized rule overwrite. Rule overwrite. Upon hearing this term, Lin Lan's complexion changed dramatically. This implies that the physical constants and causal logic of a localized area could be forcibly altered, a perilous capability indeed. "Where are these items?" Qin Wu demanded sharply. "This. I am afraid I do not know their specific locations." The Gray Mouse recoiled slightly. Scorpion is exceedingly cautious. These items are undoubtedly scattered and hidden, known only to him. I merely overheard a conversation between him and his confidant. Lu Ying gazed silently at the Gray Mouse, her silver eyes seemingly capable of penetrating his very soul. The Gray Mouse felt a chill run down his spine, the smile on his face freezing. "You have omitted a detail." Lu Ying suddenly spoke. "WH. What?" The Gray Mouse was taken aback. "You bear the mark left by the Scorpion." Lu Ying's voice was frigid. "You are bait released by him, deliberately sent to convey the plan, directing our focus toward Shadow's Corner and those 3 items. Am I correct?" The Gray Mouse's face turned ashen, and he attempted to retreat into the shadows. However, as he took a step, he found himself unable to move. The black sand beneath him transformed into a viscous mire, ensnaring his legs and creeping upward. "No, spare me. I beg for mercy." The Gray Mouse shrieked in terror. "It was the Scorpion who compelled me. He has taken my family. If I do not comply, they will all perish." Lu Ying advanced toward him, towering above, her eyes devoid of any compassion. "Tell me, what is the true plan of the Scorpion?" Or perhaps, at her fingertips, that chaotic flicker of flame re-emerged. "Allow me to impart to you the essence of true rule rewriting, under the looming threat of death and the absolute force of Lu Ying." The psychological defenses of the Gray Mouse shattered completely. I confess. He wept bitterly. "The real attack is not from the Shadow's Corner. That is merely a ruse. Scorpion. He bribed the owner of the Silent Tavern. He placed the eggs of soul-burrowing worms in the water you drank. Calculate the time. They are about to hatch." "What?" Qin Wu and Lin Lan gasped in shock. They had indeed ordered water at the tavern, though they had prudently refrained from drinking it. Yet Lu Ying at that moment. They turned to her, only to find no trace of surprise gracing her countenance. Soul-burrowing worms, void parasites that feast upon consciousness and memory. Lu Ying mused, finding it somewhat creative. She lifted her hand, her fingertip gently tapping her brow. There, the cold mark flickered slightly. In the next instant, an almost imperceptible, twisted strand of gray energy, as if forcefully extracted from her brow by an unseen power, writhed painfully at her fingertip, struggling until, with a soft pop, it vanished into nothingness. She had already discovered it and resolved it with ease. It seemed Scorpion is a tad more cunning than Blood Butcher, but still limited. Lu Ying flicked her wrist as if brushing off dust, recognizing that a direct confrontation would be futile. Thus, he resorted to such insidious tactics. Alas, he underestimated the caliber of the key. She gazed at the gray mouse, whose face was ashen. In light of your final honesty, before Lu Ying could finish her sentence, the black sand enveloping the gray mouse suddenly solidified, encasing half of his body within a hard black crystal, leaving only his head exposed. You may remain here, left to your own devices. Whether you live or die depends solely on your fate and whether Scorpion will come to silence you. Having dealt with the gray mouse, the atmosphere grew even more tense. We are being watched closely, Qin Wu intoned solemnly. Scorpion lurks in the shadows while we are in the light. Tomorrow's meeting will undoubtedly be a perilous venture. A perilous venture? Lu Ying chuckled lightly, finding it intriguing. Her gaze drifted toward the shadowy rock formations deep within the market. Known as the Shadow's Corner, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Informed Chun Yuanshan, she instructed Lin Lan to apprise him of the situation here. Additionally, inquire about his knowledge of the observer's abandonments. I require as much intelligence as possible. What shall we do now? Lin Lan asked. Wait, Lu Ying replied as she settled back down. Closing her eyes, biding her time until dawn, until dusk, until Scorpion unveiled his tricks one by one. In the meantime, her perception expanded once more. This time with even more audacity, like a sovereign surveying her domain, sweeping over every shadowy corner of the market, clearing away those unwelcome eyes nearby. As her voice faded, several concealed observation points in the distance suddenly emitted a series of muffled sounds and disturbances of energy, only to fall into complete silence thereafter. Qin Wu and Lin Lan exchanged a glance, both sensing the chill in each other's eyes. The power and methods of Lu Ying appeared increasingly unfathomable and ruthless. That night, the Black Sand Market was destined to be a place of sleeplessness. The following day, the market maintained an eerie tranquility on the surface. Yet the undercurrents surged with greater intensity. Lu Ying's effortless elimination of the soul gnawers and the clearing of surveillance was undoubtedly a provocative display of strength towards the Scorpion faction. Some previously indecisive moderates began to reassess the situation, while the Scorpions grew even more reticent, as if enveloped in the calm before a storm. Lin Lan received an encrypted reply from Chun Yuanshan. The letter warned that the observer's abandoned artifacts were exceedingly perilous. They were remnants of the observer's interference with reality, containing fragments of its inherent rules, typically highly unstable. Utilizing them was akin to playing with fire. Within the containment organization, only a scant few samples existed, sealed under the highest security levels. Chun Yuanshan strongly cautioned them that if it was confirmed that the Shadow Serpent possessed such items, they must do everything possible to prevent their activation and, if necessary, abandon the mission to prioritize their own safety. Simultaneously, Chun Yuanshan divulged crucial information. There were divisions within the containment organization regarding the objectives of the Faceless. Some high-ranking officials suspected that the Faceless might have ambiguous affiliations with certain external forces, urging Lu Ying to remain vigilant against them. The situation grew increasingly perplexing. As dusk approached, it arrived swiftly. When the third moon, the smallest and most pallid, rose to a specific height, according to the ancient hourglass timing of the market, it signified that the moment for the third turn had arrived. Lu Ying rose, adjusting her non-existent garment with a touch of anticipation. Let us proceed to meet our friends, she said, her tone imbued with expectation. Qin Wu inhaled deeply, checking his equipment with unwavering resolve. Lin Lan secured the most critical data and samples close to her. Gripping the specially designed mental protection device tightly, the trio departed from their hiding place, making their way toward the shadowy cluster of rocks that loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast. The closer they approached, the more they could sense the anomalies present there. The light twisted and dimmed, as if absorbed by an unseen force. The air was piercingly cold, a stark contrast to the desert night's chill. This was a cold that penetrated the very soul. The black sand beneath their feet grew viscous, as if countless icy hands clutched at their ankles. Within the rocky enclave, bizarre formations created a natural labyrinth. Enormous shadows intertwined, casting a chaotic domain of light and darkness. The spatial perception here was disordered. Distances that appeared close could take an eternity to traverse, and vice versa. According to their agreement, the rendezvous point was a relatively flat area at the center of the rock formation. Upon their arrival, they found a solitary figure already standing in the clearing. The figure donned a pristine and uniquely styled silver-gray uniform, their face concealed by a smooth, mirror-like white mask devoid of any discernible features. They stood there silently, their posture erect, gender indeterminate, seemingly at odds with the distorted surroundings, while simultaneously blending seamlessly into the chaotic order of the scene. The representative of the containment committee, Qinyan. "Welcome." A neutral, tranquil voice emanated from behind the mask, betraying no emotion. "Ms. Lu Ying, Captain Qin Wu, Dr. Lin Lan. You are far more captivating than anticipated." Lu Ying halted a few meters before Qinyan, her silver-gray eyes scrutinizing the figure. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries," she stated directly. "Scorpion has prepared a gift for us. Are you aware?" "I have heard whispers," came Qinyan's calm reply. "The seed of silence, the void stalker, and a perilous little toy. Mr. Scorpion seems to hold high hopes for our meeting." There was an unmistakable air of confidence in Qinyan's tone, as if they were fully aware of the intricacies of the Shadow Serpent's plans. "What do you intend to do in response?" Captain Qin Wu stepped forward, his voice low and serious. In response, Qinyan tilted their head slightly, the mask turning toward Qin Wu, its polished surface reflecting his vigilant figure. "Why respond? This stage meticulously prepared by Mr. Scorpion, with us as the protagonists. How could we possibly disappoint his good intentions?" Their tone carried a disquieting calmness, as if they were masterfully orchestrating every element of the unfolding drama. Just then, a low hum resonated. An invisible wave swept across the open space in an instant. All sounds vanished. It was not silence, but an absolute void of sound. Even the thumping of their hearts and the flow of blood became inaudible. Lin Lan attempted to speak, but could not utter a single syllable. Even the telepathic communication was utterly severed. The seed of silence had taken effect. Immediately, shadows at the edge of the clearing began to writhe unnaturally. A blurred figure, seemingly composed of pure darkness and multiple limbs, slowly materialized, the Void Stalker. It locked onto several individuals in the area, emanating a chilling aura of menace. Yet Qinyan remained still, seemingly oblivious to the dramatic shift around them. Lu Ying glanced at Qinyan, then at the approaching Void Stalker emerging from the shadows, and finally at the eerily silent labyrinth of rocks surrounding them. A dangerous smile crept upon her lips once more. It appeared the drama was about to commence. Chapter 27. The frenzied dance on the silent stage. Absolute silence, more disquieting than any thunderous noise, enveloped the area with an oppressive power that stripped away sound, seemingly sapping the vitality of space itself. The air felt as heavy as lead, rendering each breath laborious, as though inhaling not air, but a viscous gel. Even the flow of energy became sluggish and obscure. Lin Lan experienced a wave of intense dizziness and nausea, a physiological response to the deprivation of sensory input and disruption of information flow. She clutched her mental protective device tightly, barely managing to maintain her clarity of consciousness. Qin Wu, relying on his indomitable will, suppressed his discomfort, his Gauss rifle steadily aimed at the Void Stalker emerging from the shadows. The creature bore no fixed form, resembling a constantly writhing mass of thick ink, its edges melding seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. It possessed no eyes, yet all could sense a cold, ravenous gaze fixated upon them. Multiple shadowy appendages, sharp as blades, extended from its body, silently slicing through the air, exuding a chilling essence capable of severing the very soul. Meanwhile, Qin Mian remained motionless, his smooth mask directed forward, akin to a lifeless statue. He exhibited an almost haughty calm in the face of the encroaching threat and the eerie silence. Lu Ying stood in front of all, her silver eyes narrowed slightly. Within this realm of silence, her perceptions were somewhat hindered, yet far less so than the others. She could discern that the power of silence acted like an invisible shroud, with the Void Stalker being the privileged predator within it. The plan of the venomous scorpion was crystal clear: to utilize the essence of silence to deprive its prey of sensory awareness and communication, followed by silent slaughter with the Void Stalker. A classic tactic, predicated on the assumption that the prey lacked the capacity for resistance. The Voidstalker moved. It emitted no sound. Its massive shadowy form vanished like a specter, only to reappear at Qin Wu's side in the next heartbeat. A shadow blade silently lunged towards the nape of his neck. The speed was breathtaking, with no forewarning. Qin Wu's combat instincts saved him. Despite the absence of the whistle of cutting air, his intuition, honed through years on the precipice of life and death, sensed the imminent danger. He lunged forward, simultaneously turning to fire. Swish, swish, swish. The specially designed projectiles from the Gauss rifle traversed the silence, equally devoid of sound, yet their energetic trajectories were distinctly visible. However, the bullets passed through the shadow, as if striking at nothingness, causing only a slight ripple in the darkness, with their speed scarcely affected. The effectiveness of physical attacks was minimal. The shadow blade grazed Qin Wu's armor, carving a deep gash into the sturdy alloy, with black corrosive energy spreading at the edges. Qin Wu rolled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The creature's attack was not only silent, but also possessed a certain annihilative quality of regularity. Lin Lan attempted to utilize the energy disruptor. However, the interference waves encountered significant difficulty propagating within the realm of the silent seed, rendering their efficacy severely diminished. The Voidstalker, having missed its initial strike, once again melded into the shadows, only to re-emerge from an unexpected angle, its target aimed directly at Lin Lan, who was diligently striving to maintain her defenses. Just as the shadowy blade was about to make contact with Lin Lan, a chaotic beam of light surged forth, preemptively intercepting the blade with precision. It was Lu Ying. Without even shifting her position, she merely raised her hand. The shadowy blade collided with the chaotic light, producing no clangor of metal, but rather a silent, violent reaction akin to ice plunging into magma. The energies of shadow and chaos eroded and annihilated one another, emitting a sharp, piercing wail that could only be perceived by the soul. The Voidstalker seemed to suffer injury, abruptly retracting its blade, its shadowy form writhing in silent rage. Lu Ying lowered her hand, observing the monster that had once again vanished into the shadows, a flicker of understanding gleaming in her eyes. Existing within the dimension of shadows, it was immune to most physical assaults, yet it feared the onslaught of intense energy and the power of order. Through a mental link, she conveyed information directly into the minds of Qin Wu and Lin Lan. Within the domain of the silent seed, her telepathic communication was also suppressed, yet she managed to maintain it with great effort. The thousand faces remained entirely motionless, resembling an indifferent spectator. The Voidstalker launched another assault, this time adopting a more cunning approach. Instead of direct confrontation, it darted through the shadows, conjuring multiple indistinguishable illusions, simultaneously launching feigned assaults and genuine lethal strikes from all directions. The open space appeared to be filled with writhing shadows, with lethal intent surging from every possible angle. Qin Wu and Lin Lan stood back to back, defending with all their might amidst the perilous chaos. Qin Wu's bullets could only repel the illusions, failing to inflict any substantial harm upon the true entity. Lin Lan's disruptor had its range compressed to the utmost, barely managing to shield the two of them. Lu Ying stood still, her silver eyes calmly surveying the tumultuous shadows around her. Instead of intervening with a block, she slowly raised both hands. Her fingers spread wide, and the chaotic energy at her fingertips danced and entwined as if it were alive. She no longer sought to discern which was an illusion and which was the true form. What she intended to do was alter the rules of this area. In this space shrouded by the silent seed, she silently proclaimed on a mental level, "Shadows, be expelled." There was no cataclysmic eruption of energy. However, with her declaration, an invisible decree emanated from her being. On the open ground, the writhing shadows appeared to be illuminated by an unseen sunlight, emitting silent, anguished wails as they began to distort and fade dramatically. Those illusions shattered in succession like fragile bubbles. The true form of the Voidstalker was compelled to reveal itself, and it realized with horror that its connection to the shadow dimension had become exceedingly unstable, as though it could be severed at any moment. Its form, composed of shadow, began to grow thin and transparent, the decree of the spoken word. This represents her profound mastery over the forces of chaos, transcending mere manipulation of energy to impose a transient and forceful definition upon the fundamental logic of the local realm. The Void Stalker sensed an imminent threat and, disregarding all else, lunged toward Lu Ying, attempting to interrupt her before she could complete her command. An onslaught of shadowy blades cascaded down like a tempest. The corners of Lu Ying's mouth curled slightly as she remained unmoving. She simply uttered a single word to the approaching monstrosity: "Fix." With her words, the spell was cast. The airborne Void Stalker froze instantly, as if ensnared in the amber of time and space, maintaining its menacing pose yet unable to budge even a fraction. Not only it, but even the surrounding drifting debris and the warped light momentarily succumbed to inertia. Though this absolute control lasted less than a second, it sufficed. Lu Ying extended her index finger toward the immobilized Void Stalker and, with a gentle gesture, released a spark of chaotic hue from her fingertip, which delicately landed upon the creature. In the next instant, like igniting a gasoline-soaked cotton ball, the chaotic flames rapidly engulfed the entirety of the Void Stalker. There was no sound, yet one could witness the shadowy form writhing in the flames, evaporating, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. The effect of the Seed of Silence lingered, but the suffocating aura of menace had dissipated with the Void Stalker's demise. Qin Wu and Lin Lan exhaled in relief, though their hearts remained apprehensive. The threat of the scorpion and its most perilous discarded artifact still loomed. At that moment, the previously motionless Qianmian finally reacted. He raised a hand and gently applauded. Of course, in the realm of deathly silence, no sound emerged. Yet, the gesture brimmed with irony. The smooth mask turned toward Lu Ying, and that calm, unperturbed voice resonated once more in the minds of all present, seemingly unaffected by the Seed of Silence. A spectacular performance, Lady Lu Ying. Your comprehension and application of the rules have transcended the realm of anomaly, approaching authority. Her tone conveyed admiration, yet beneath it lay an imperceptible thread of greed. However, Qianmian swiftly shifted the topic, stating, "It appears Mr. Scorpion's curtain call is not yet over." No sooner had the words left her lips than a completely different, soul-chilling wave erupted from the depths of the rocky labyrinth. This time, it was not the silence that deprived sound, but a horrific sensation of existence itself being violently distorted and overshadowed. The light in the clearing began to flicker wildly, changing hues, at times blood-red, at others a sickly green, and at one point resembling the chaotic static of a television. The black sand beneath their feet lost its gravity, began to float into the air, and then scattered in a manner defying the laws of physics. Qin Wu felt the Gauss rifle in his hands suddenly become unbearably heavy, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, only to swiftly transform into a feather-light burden, nearly slipping from his grasp. Lin Lan, in a state of terror, realized that the data on her terminal screen was morphing into meaningless gibberish, even beginning to flow in reverse. The rules were being rewritten. That abandoned artifact of the observer had been activated. It was there. Lin Lan, suppressing the discomfort that gnawed at her very soul, pointed towards the direction from which the disturbance emanated, a seemingly ordinary boulder, now emanating a sinister gray glow. The scorpion, clearly cornered, no longer awaited the opportune moment and unleashed its ultimate weapon. "Stop him!" Qin Wu bellowed, attempting to rush towards the boulder. But the chaotic rules surrounding him rendered his movements arduous. Each step could land him several meters away or leave him rooted in place. Lu Ying sensed the rapidly shifting rules around her, her brow furrowing. This rewriting was chaotic and malicious, lacking any semblance of orderly modification, resembling a violent assault on the stability of reality itself. She endeavored to employ her authority once more, only to discover its efficacy significantly diminished. In this area forcibly rewritten, her linguistic powers were met with tremendous interference and rejection. The observer's power, indeed troublesome. With a cold snort, the golden ember in her eyes flared to life. Since precision manipulation was unattainable, she would resort to brute force. No longer attempting to define the rules, she unleashed the vast chaotic energy within her. Boom! A visible torrent of chaos, intertwining shades of blue, gold, silver, and dark red, surged forth from her like a tsunami, radiating outward in all directions. This torrent did not target any entity, but crashed directly into the rampant force of the rule rewriting. The two forces, transcending the bounds of reason, collided violently within this confined space. There was no sound, Yet all present felt a soul-rending tremor. The very fabric of space splintered like a shattered mirror. Light contorted into grotesque whirlpools, and the states of matter frantically oscillated between solid, liquid, and gas. It was as though two formless titans battled upon this ground. Engaged in the most primal of struggles, Lin Lan and Qin Wu were compelled to lie flat on the ground, desperately gripping the surface, even as the ground itself morphed, to avoid being torn apart by the chaotic rules. They gazed in horror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding around them, their hearts heavy with a sense of helplessness. Qian Mian remained standing, enveloped in a faint, rippling silver light, as if some force shielded him from the chaos of the rules. Her mask turned towards Lu Ying, who was fiercely resisting the rule rewriting beneath the smooth surface. A flicker of complex light seemed to flash. The standoff lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Though the chaotic torrent was domineering, the rules contained within the observer's abandoned artifact were of a higher order. Lu Ying's power held quantitative superiority, yet qualitatively, it appeared somewhat lacking. The chaotic torrent began to be slowly yet resolutely suppressed, eroded. Proceeding further, not only is it impossible to prevent the rewriting of rules, but Lu Ying herself may also be gravely injured by this force emanating from higher dimensions. In this critical moment, the long-silent consciousness of Wang Lu, deep within, flickered with a faint golden light, seemingly provoked by the intense clash of external rules and the immense pressure borne by Lu Ying. Suddenly, in a barely perceptible manner, it shone for an instant, like a nearly extinguished lighthouse defiantly illuminating the dark sea amidst a tempest. This fleeting moment, though insignificant, bestowed upon Lu Ying a delicate and exquisite adjustment in her control over the chaotic force, a touch of order emerging from the turmoil. The once violent chaotic torrent, which sought to resist with brute strength, seemed to be infused with a hint of sentience in that instant, becoming more adaptive and permeable. It ceased to confront head-on. Instead, it began to entwine, analyze, and even mimic the structure of the rewriting power. What is this? A spark of insight ignited within Lu Ying. She relinquished her resistance and instead guided the chaotic torrent to learn and assimilate. Chaos, after all, harbors infinite possibilities. It can annihilate, yet also create. It can disrupt and even simulate. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Qin Wu and Lin Lan, the four-colored chaotic torrent gradually shifted its hues towards the gray of the rewriting rules, its internal structure's fluctuations increasingly resembling that rewriting force. After several breaths, the chaotic torrent astonishingly fully transformed into a different manifestation of the rewriting power. Then, these two forces, now nearly identical in nature, ceased their mutual repulsion and began to merge, like two tributaries flowing into the same river. In the center of the space, the scene, once in utter chaos, began to swiftly calm. The distorted light returned to normal, the floating sand settled, and the peculiar gravity vanished. All anomalies receded like a tide. Only the massive rock emanating a gray glow remained. Alongside a man clad in a shadow serpent uniform, holding a peculiar metallic cube, constantly pulsating and covered in cracks, his face a mask of horror and disbelief, Scorpion. The metallic cube in his hands, an abandoned artifact of the observer, was now in a state of extreme instability due to the force being forcibly guided and merged. No. This is impossible. Scorpion gazed at the unharmed Lu Ying, witnessing the surrounding space returning to normal, letting out a desperate, silent scream, as the effect of silence still lingered. Lu Ying slowly approached Scorpion, her silver eyes devoid of any emotion. Your trick, her mental transmission cold as ice, is over. She extended her hand towards the violently pulsating metallic cube and gently grasped it. Crack. The cracks on the surface of the metallic cube instantaneously spread throughout. Then it shattered completely, transforming into a cloud of gray dust that slipped through Scorpion's fingers. Meanwhile, the silence that enveloped the open space dissipated like a burst bubble, replaced by a cacophony of sounds, the rustling of the wind, the clattering of gravel, and the heavy, labored breaths of the Scorpion. The creature's countenance turned ashen as it beheld the advancing figure of Lu Ying, its eyes brimming with terror. In a desperate bid for escape, it spun around abruptly. Yet, as it took a single step, a sudden constriction enveloped its body, as if bound by invisible chains, rendering it immobile. I can divulge the plans of the Shadow Serpent. I possess many secrets concerning the high priest and the other stones. The scorpion stammered, pleading for mercy. Spare my life. I pledge my loyalty to you. Lu Ying approached, her gaze fixed upon it in silence. Secrets? She intoned softly. I could easily discern them even were I to slay you. As she spoke, a chilling ember of chaotic flame flickered to life at her fingertips. The scorpion's pupils constricted in horror. However, just as Lu Ying was poised to strike, Qian Mian, who had been an onlooker until then, suddenly sprang into action. Unbeknownst to the scorpion, Qian Mian had materialized behind it, a hand descending like a whisper upon the back of its neck. The scorpion's body froze abruptly, vitality vanishing from its eyes, leaving them vacant and hollow. Its mouth opened, yet no sound emerged, as torrents of fragmented memories were violently extracted, manifesting as visible wisps of light that surged into the smooth guise of Qian Mian. Soul extraction. Qian Mian had audaciously executed the most thorough and merciless memory plunder before Lu Ying. Moments later, Qian Mian withdrew their hand. The scorpion's form collapsed lifelessly to the ground, a mere shell devoid of essence. Turning towards Lu Ying, Qian Mian's voice, calm and unruffled, resonated once more. My apologies, my grip faltered. Such worthless memories are unworthy of tainting your hands. After a brief pause, the mask shifted to regard Lu Ying, a hint of genuine curiosity lacing their tone. However, from the chaos of its memories, I have confirmed one intriguing detail. Lady Lu Ying, or should I refer to you as the forthcoming enemy of the world? Chapter 28. The indistinguishable chessboard of allies and enemies. The phrase world enemy struck the still air like four icy daggers, piercing the hearts of Qin Wu and Lin Lan. Having just escaped the terrors of rewritten rules, they found themselves reeling from this even more astonishing accusation. Qin Wu's fingers, white-knuckled around his firearm, involuntarily shifted the gun's muzzle between Lu Ying and Qian Mian, momentarily lost as to the true source of danger. Lin Lan opened her mouth to voice her disbelief, but, recalling Lu Ying's unfathomable power that intertwined destruction and creation, as well as the eerie silence of Wang Lu's consciousness, a chill spread from her core. Only Lu Ying, at the eye of the storm, remained unperturbed, her silver eyes betraying not a ripple of emotion. She gazed intently at Qian Mian, her look seeming to penetrate the smooth mask to behold the soul beneath, if indeed Qian Mian possessed one. World enemy? Lu Ying echoed, her tone laced with amusement, as though she had just heard an amusing jest, merely based on the memory of a scorpion of such caliber. Qian Mian, your intelligence sources are woefully inadequate. Memories may deceive, but the imprint of the soul and the tendencies of energy do not. Qian Mian's voice remained steady, yet his words struck like a serpent's flicking tongue in a brief span. You have consumed the planetary energy of Poseidon's tear and forged the core of destruction from the wrath of the celestial incinerator. The essence of your power is undergoing a perilous metamorphosis, chaos and disorder, harboring an ultimate inclination to obliterate the existing order and return everything to the origin. In the cognition of Shadow Serpent and its underlying existence, this is the very nascence of the world enemy. What they fear is not the purification by the observer, but a far more profound termination, birth from the world itself. He stepped forward, his smooth mask nearly touching Lu Ying's face, his calm voice imbued with a hypnotic allure. Carefully sense the power within you, Lu Ying. That restlessness, that yearning to tear apart all rules, the impulse to dissolve. Can you truly control it entirely? Or are you, perhaps, being assimilated by it? Lu Ying's gaze turned frigid. She could indeed feel the tumultuous energy within her, especially after forcibly simulating and merging with the rewritten rules. That power now seemed hungrier and more vibrant. The order anchor provided by Wang Lu appeared feeble in the face of such turmoil. Yet, she was not one to be swayed by mere words. Even if I truly am the world enemy, Lu Ying smirked wryly, what will you do? Act as heaven's agent here to eliminate this threat of mine? Eliminate? Qian Mian let out a soft laugh, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. No, that would be far too wasteful. The purpose of the containment agency is to understand, control, and utilize. A potential world enemy holds immeasurable research value. He retreated a step, arms outstretched, adopting a seemingly sincere posture. On behalf of the evolution faction within the Foundation, I extend a formal invitation for collaboration. We can provide you with the necessary support and route to reach Sky City in Ascatra, assisting you in locating the heart of the firmament. In return, you are required to cooperate with us in a series of non-invasive power monitoring and adaptive testing, aiding us in comprehending you and the chaos source you can access. Evolution faction. Lin Lan could not help but interject, surprised that such a faction existed within the Foundation. Is Director Chen aware of this? Director Chun Yuanshan belongs to the relatively conservative Stability faction. Qian Mian's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible disdain. They tend to thoroughly seal or neutralize all uncontrollable anomalies, lacking the requisite audacity and foresight to confront greater future crises. We believe that only by understanding and mastering higher powers, even if they are destructive, can humanity possess a glimmer of hope in the face of observers and even more terrible threats. Qin Wu's expression grew exceedingly grim. His loyalty lay with the Foundation, yet he was more devoted to the order and protective ideals represented by Chen Yuanshan. The emergence of such significant internal discord, potentially involving the exploitation of dangerous entities like Lu Ying, left him feeling unprecedentedly lost and conflicted. Lu Ying remained silent, seemingly weighing her options. Traveling to Ascatra was her established goal, yet Qian Mian and the Evolution faction behind him were evidently more perilous and unscrupulous than Chen Yuanshan. Engaging with a tiger requires immense skill and strength. How can I trust you? Lu Ying finally spoke, questioning whether she could believe that you would not tamper with the tests or betray her once she located the heart of the firmament. You need not trust us? Qian Mian's voice held an eerie allure. You only need to trust in the benefits. Currently, our objective aligns, finding the heart of the firmament and acquiring the knowledge and power left by ancient civilizations. Throughout this process, we can be your most capable allies. As for what follows, that depends on your growth and the outcomes of our research. Perhaps we can discover a way to extricate you from the fate of being the enemy of the world, a lie. Lu Ying felt almost certain it was a deceit. Yet, she sensed that the portion regarding her power's trajectory was not entirely unfounded. I need to consider. Lu Ying did not immediately acquiesce. Of course, Qian Mian seemed unsurprised. You may linger at the Black Sand Market for another day. By this time tomorrow, provide me with your answer. Furthermore, before she could finish, their form began to blur and become transparent, resembling a reflection in water. Be wary of Broken Mirror. They are equally interested in you, but their methods may be more direct than ours. As the voice dissipated, Qian Mian's figure vanished entirely from the air, as if it had never existed, leaving behind the cold corpse of a scorpion and a chaotic scene, with the rules still somewhat unstable in the area. A deathly silence once again descended, but this time, it was a profound stillness of the soul. The three individuals departed from the shadow corner, seeking refuge in a more concealed ruin. The atmosphere was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. We cannot trust him. Qin Wu broke the silence with resolute conviction. The evolutionary faction. It sounds akin to another shadow serpent. To exploit anomalous powers? This contravenes the most fundamental principles of the containment society. Yet he provided us with the means and support we desperately needed to reach Ascatra. Lin Lan's voice was tinged with exhaustion and conflict. Director Chun seems no longer entirely trustworthy. If he belongs to the stabilization faction, might his directives someday deem Lu Ying a target for elimination? She cast a complex glance at Lu Ying. Lu Ying sat upon a fractured wall, her fingertips dancing with a flicker of chaotic flames, her gaze profound, lost in thought. He is partially correct, she suddenly spoke, her tone ethereal. This power is indeed influencing me. It is not merely formidable, it possesses a desire to assimilate all, to annihilate, then return to chaos. She lifted her gaze towards Qin Wu and Lin Lan. Wang Lu's slumber may not solely be due to exhaustion, but also an instinctive form of self-preservation. He is instinctively resisting this assimilation. This revelation plunged Qin Wu and Lin Lan's hearts into despair. What shall we do? Lin Lan's voice quivered with a hint of hopelessness. We must go to Ascatra. Lu Ying's eyes regained their determination. Since the heart of the firmament is the control node of the planetary defense system, it may possess a formidable order power capable of stabilizing the chaos within me, perhaps even awakening Wang Lu. This is our only hope at present. However, Qian Mian, what harm is there in seeking an alliance with a tiger? Lu Ying rose, emanating a resolute aura. As long as I am strong enough, the tiger must yield. If Qian Mian seeks to exploit me, I too shall seek to utilize them. In the end, it shall be a contest of wits. She turned to Qin Wu. Contact Qin Yuanshan. Inform him of everything that has transpired here, including the allegations against Qian Mian and the existence of the evolutionary faction. Let us see how he responds. This was a test, as well as a means to partially restore the choice to the order to which Qin Wu had always been loyal. Qin Wu nodded gravely, beginning to operate the encrypted communication device. Just then, an anomaly erupted. It did not stem from an external attack, but rather from Lu Ying herself. The chaotic energy within her, already somewhat agitated, surged violently without warning. A destructive impulse erupted in her consciousness like a volcano, yearning to obliterate everything around her, returning it to nothingness. Ugh! Lu Ying gasped, dropping to one knee, her silver hair swirling wildly as if caught in a tempest. The dark golden flames in her eyes raging, nearly consuming the silver hue. Lu Ying, Lin Lan cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be repelled by an invisible force, imbued with the essence of destruction. Qin Wu immediately severed the communication, raising his weapon in vigilance. Yet he was uncertain whom to aim it at. Was it the thousand faces who secretly intervened, or has the tendency of the world's adversary truly begun to manifest? Lu Ying gritted her teeth, and deep within her soul, the faint golden light belonging to Wang Lu struggled against the onslaught of destruction. Like a solitary boat in a tempest, swaying perilously yet valiantly emanating a soft glow, attempting to draw her back to the shores of reason. Suppressing herself, she squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, as chaotic energy surged violently around her, expanding and contracting, distorting the space around her into a nebulous haze. At that moment, a cold voice, reminiscent of moonlight, suddenly resonated in the minds of the onlookers. It seems you require a little assistance. A gentle white light silently pierced through the ruins, enveloping the agonized and struggling Lu Ying. This white light, though not overwhelming, possessed a peculiar calming effect, as if it could soothe all restless energy. Under the illumination of this light, the chaotic energy boiling within Lu Ying began to settle at a visibly rapid pace. The impulse of destruction receded like a tide, and the dark golden flame in her eyes retracted, transforming into a mere point deep within her pupils. She gasped for breath, her body drenched in cold sweat, as though she had just been pulled from the water. A figure, shrouded in the hazy moonlight, quietly appeared at the entrance of the ruins. Clad in a simple white robe, her features obscured as if veiled in mist, the woman exuded an ethereal and distant aura, entirely out of place in the black sand market. You are the one from the broken mirror? Qin Wu immediately aimed his gun at her, sensing a formidable threat. The white-robed woman paid no heed to Qin Wu's firearm. Her gaze, if there was indeed a gaze behind that mist, settled upon Lu Ying, who was slowly rising to her feet. We have observed you for quite some time, Lu Ying and Wang Lu. Her voice directly penetrated consciousness, ethereal and detached. Thousand Faces did not entirely deceive you. You are indeed treading a perilous path. Chaos is primordial power, yet it is also the most easily lost. What do you want? Lu Ying coldly regarded her, her internal power having calmed, yet her vigilance heightened to its zenith. The white-robed woman instilled a sense of unpredictability even greater than that of Thousand Faces. We do not wish to exploit you, nor do we desire to control you. The white-robed woman continued slowly. We simply wish to prune those erroneous branches that could hasten the world's demise. Alternatively, if necessary, completely eliminate the dangerous variables. Her tone was tranquil, yet it harbored a purity of chilling indifference that was more alarming than that of Thousand Faces. However, it seems that the spark of order has not been completely extinguished. Her gaze appeared to sweep over the faint golden light deep within Lu Ying's soul. We are willing to offer you an opportunity, as well as a chance for ourselves to observe. She raised her hand, and a translucent, white jade pendant, within which nebulous patterns swirled, slowly floated towards Lu Ying. This is the calming talisman, capable of providing brief sanctuary and clarity when your power spirals out of control. Consider it a modest investment. The jade pendant hovered before Lu Ying. Remember, each choice you make influences the ultimate outcome. Will it be the key that saves the world, the end that brings destruction, or perhaps the discovery of a third path? We shall witness. Upon finishing her words, the figure of the woman in white gradually dissolved into the moonlight, leaving not a trace behind. The calming talisman gently fell into Lu Ying's hand, its touch cool, yet undeniably imbued with a peculiar power that soothes the spirit. In the ruins, only 3 individuals remained. Within a brief span, they had endured the assassination by the Shadow Serpent, the multifaceted accusations and temptations, the uncontrollable surge of their own powers, and the warnings and investments from the Shattered Mirror. The complexity of the situation had far exceeded imagination. Lu Ying tightened her grip on the calming talisman, gazing at the horizon that gradually turned pale in the distance. In her silver-white eyes, an expression of grave seriousness emerged for the first time. The journey to Ascatra was no longer a mere quest for the next guardian stone. It would determine her fate, and that of this world. Along a path fraught with thorns and shrouded in mist, an irrevocable road. Chapter 29. Fractures of Trust. The darkness before dawn is the most profound. Amidst the ruins, the calming talisman in Lu Ying's hand radiated a gentle white light, subtly confronting the remnants of chaotic energy still lingering in the air. Qin Wu's encrypted communication had been dispatched, awaiting a response from Chun Yuanshan. Each second felt like an agonizing torment upon scorching gravel. Lin Lan was engrossed in her equipment, striving to analyze the energy signatures from the appearance and disappearance of the woman in white, as well as the composition of the calming talisman. Yet, the results were as elusive as stones cast into a deep pond, vanishing without a trace. I cannot decipher. Lin Lan's voice bore the weight of frustration. The nature of her existence and the technical principles behind the talisman surpassed our current understanding. This transcended the realm of technology or known supernatural abilities. It resembled a direct manipulation of concepts. Lu Ying caressed the cool jade talisman, sensing within it a tranquil and harmonious force. This power could indeed soothe restlessness. Yet her vigilance towards the shattered mirror in her heart remained undiminished. Words like trim and delete concealed a chilling indifference towards all existence, reducing everything to mere fodder. Whether this talisman was a lifeline or a death warrant remained uncertain. We felt like leaves tossed in a tempest. Qin Wu's voice was hoarse as he leaned against a crumbling wall, his gaze sweeping over the gradually brightening, yet increasingly sinister marketplace. Shadow Serpent's lunatics, Thousand Faces schemers, and Shattered Mirror. God knows what else. As for Director Chun, sigh. He exhaled heavily, a profound confusion manifesting on his resolute face for the first time. At that moment, Qin Wu's encrypted communicator emitted a faint yet distinct vibration. Chun Yuanshan's response had arrived, marked with the utmost urgency, a one-way information stream that was untraceable and irrepliable. Qin Wu promptly connected it to a dedicated decoding device. Moments later, a severely compressed and encrypted message was deciphered and projected onto a small light screen. The content was succinct yet weighty. Qin Wu, message received. The situation is critical, far exceeding expectations. The evolutionary faction has deeply entrenched influence. Its tendrils reaching into the council. Thousand Faces is extremely dangerous, with its true identity and intentions shrouded in mystery. Do not trust them, nor engage in direct confrontation. Regarding Lu Ying, the notion of her being the enemy of the world originates from ancient forbidden prophecies, the veracity of which is difficult to ascertain, yet caution is imperative. The highest confidential document of the containment agency, the Book of Lazarol, contains obscure references. Children of chaos are both the key to hope and the bell of the end. The ultimate trajectory hinges upon heart and anchor. Your mission has been altered, at all costs. Ensure Lu Ying reaches Ascatra. The heart of the firmament may be the key to stabilizing her condition and revealing the truth. You are authorized to utilize Shadow Protocol privileges, accessing Darkline resources. But it is imperative to remain concealed, avoiding Thousand Faces and other internal surveillance. Remember, Qin Wu, what we protect is not merely an organization, but the hope for the survival of human civilization. If necessary, you may make your own decisions. Take care. Chun Yuanshan's message abruptly ceased, and the light screen dimmed. The ruins descended into an even deeper silence. Rather than bringing clarity, Qin's response was akin to a boulder cast into an already murky quagmire. He confirmed the existence and threat posed by the evolutionary faction, affirming that the prophecy of the world's adversary was not without merit, even referencing more ancient confidential documents. He entrusted the final decision, along with the immense pressure, to Qin Wu. Terms such as shadow agreement and self-determination signified that Qin Wu was granted near limitless autonomy. while also implying that they had been isolated by the mainstream faction of the containment society, potentially regarded as a threat that needed to be eradicated. Qin Wu's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He had dedicated his life to discipline, obeying orders, and safeguarding order as his sacred duty. Yet now, he found himself leading what might be a world enemy against the forces within his own organization, searching for a path to survival amidst the encroaching pressures from all sides. The sense of identity fragmentation was nearly overwhelming. Lin Lan watched Qin Wu with concern, then glanced at Lu Ying. Shen Yuanshan's message mentioned the heart and the anchor. Perhaps the heart referred to Lu Ying's own will, but what of the anchor? Did it signify Wang Lu? Lu Ying observed Qin Wu's struggle in silence, offering no words of comfort or urgency. She understood that this hurdle was one Qin Wu must overcome on his own. She merely directed her gaze towards the gathering shadows in the distant marketplace, sensing the delicate balance between the power within her and the calming talisman. After a prolonged moment, Qin Wu abruptly raised his head. Though bloodshot, his eyes regained the steely resolve and decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. "I understand," he spoke in a low voice, imbued with a sense of irrevocable determination. The mission remained unchanged. The objective was Ascatra. But we cannot rely on thousand faces. He turned to Lu Ying and Lin Lan. "We need to carve our own path. Dr. Lin, utilize the permissions of the Shadow Agreement to attempt to connect with the supply points and intelligence nodes established by the Containment Society in nearby star domains or dimensional rifts. Seek out alternative routes to Ascatra, even if they are mere legends or forbidden records." Understood. Lin Lan's spirit was invigorated as she immediately began her operations. Qin Wu then addressed Lu Ying. "Ms. Lu Ying, we must remain concealed here for the time being until we find a reliable path. You need to swiftly familiarize yourself with and master your powers, especially the way to coexist with that talisman." His gaze fell upon the calming talisman. The implication clear: to harness its power while remaining vigilant against it. Lu Ying nodded in agreement, moving deeper into the ruins to sit cross-legged. Placing the calming talisman in her palm, she began to actively guide its power, striving to communicate with and tame the chaotic energies stirring within her. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice. In the ensuing 2 days, the surface of the Black Sand Market remained deceptively tranquil, while beneath it, turbulent currents swirled. The annihilation of the Scorpion and its loyal subordinate, alongside the brief yet harrowing conflict of rules at the Shadow's Corner, has long reverberated through various channels. The fearsome reputation and unfathomable strength of Lu Ying have compelled the majority of factions to adopt a stance of cautious observation and avoidance, wary of provoking her wrath. Yet, the covetous and greedy gazes have not dissipated. They merely lurk in deeper shadows. Qian Mian appears to honor the tacit agreement, refraining from further interference. Yet all are acutely aware of an invisible surveillance that remains, akin to a web spun by a spider. Lin Lan, utilizing the privileges conferred by the Shadow Protocol, successfully established contact with an informant codenamed Old Dog, a clandestine intelligence dealer lurking at the fringes of the marketplace. This individual exhibited extreme caution, agreeing to meet only after numerous rounds of encrypted verifications and probes, ultimately settling on an absolutely secure location deep within the marketplace, an ancient underground drainage system, abandoned and rife with radioactive dust and mutated creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Ying, in her struggle against her own powers, made a new discovery. The power of the Tranquility Talisman was indeed remarkable. It effectively quelled the tumultuous energies of chaos. However, she also discerned that when she endeavored to delve into the origins of her power or to forge a deeper connection with the faint glow of Wang Lu within her soul, the Jade Talisman emitted a subtle yet unmistakable fluctuation, akin to a shielding or interference wave. While the talisman aided in her stabilization, it seemed to simultaneously constrain her. She attempted to momentarily remove the talisman while channeling her power. In that fleeting instant, the wild and immense chaotic energy surged forth once more, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse for destruction. Yet alongside it came a clearer perception of rules and a sharper sensitivity to the almost imperceptible fluctuations of Wang Lu's consciousness. This left her in a quandary. Reliant on the talisman, she felt secure but restricted. Without it, she was powerful yet perilous. Simultaneously, the faint golden light that belonged to Wang Lu, deep within her soul, appeared to have solidified into an exceedingly delicate thread after experiencing the rule shock at the shadow's corner and days of meditative retreat. It had transformed from a mere glimmer into what resembled an infinitesimal speck, emanating a constant warmth. This seemingly trivial change imbued Lu Ying with a sense of solid warmth from her other half amidst the chilling calculations and the labyrinth of power. The rendezvous was set for the stroke of midnight the following day. The entrance to the drainage system lay concealed behind a collapsed pile of refuse, exuding a potent stench of decay. Qin Wu, Lu Ying, and Lin Lan donned fully enclosed protective gear, and after ensuring they were not being followed, stealthily infiltrated the site. The interior of the system was astonishingly vast, resembling an underground canyon. Beneath their feet lay viscous, luminescent sewage, while above, a corroded ceiling dripped with caustic liquids amidst rusted pipes and bizarre fungal growths. The air was thick with the acrid scent of radioactive dust and the excretions of mutated creatures, causing discomfort even through their protective suits. As per their agreement, they convened in the 7th diversion valve chamber of the 3rd main pipeline. The chamber was modest in size, cluttered with discarded mechanical parts and the remains of unknown biological entities. A figure, hunched over and clad in a bulky, tattered protective suit, with a face obscured by a respirator marked by numerous scratches, squatted atop a relatively clean metal crate, idly manipulating a dagger that shimmered with ethereal energy. It was the old dog. Upon noticing Qin Wu and his companions, his murky eyes narrowed behind the mask, and a raspy voice filtered through the respirator's filter. Crackling with static, shadows linger. The night endures. Qin Wu returned the coded response. The old dog nodded, sheathing the dagger, and scrutinized Lu Ying and Lin Lan with caution. Lingering momentarily on Lu Ying, a flicker of subtle fear flashing in his eyes. The goods, he stated succinctly. Qin Wu tossed him a small container, encapsulating high-purity energy crystals. This was hard currency under the Shadow Protocol. The old dog accepted the container, inspected it with satisfaction, and tucked it into his cloak. He then retrieved a greasy metal cylinder from behind him, extracting a yellowed scroll seemingly crafted from some beast's hide. Regarding the Sky City Ascatra, all public channels are nonsense. The old dog's voice lowered. The true paths are held by a select few ancient guiding families, or special entities like yourselves. He unfurled the scroll, revealing a star map drawn in a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of dried blood, adorned with distorted runes. 3 routes, the old dog indicated on the scroll. The first, Storm Corridor, is the most direct yet perilous. Spatial turbulence can shred battleships, and ancient automated defenses known as Starbone Sentinels roam there. The second, Sea of Dreams, involves a specific mental resonance ritual, allowing consciousness to traverse the void, reaching Ascatra's spiritual projection. But the risks are immense, and one may easily become lost, especially since the Shattered Mirror faction seems quite knowledgeable about this path. Upon hearing Shattered Mirror, Lu Ying's gaze flickered. The third, the old dog pointed to an exceedingly remote area marked as a void fold on the star map, is the Silent Passage. Legends say it is a weak point in the fabric of reality, where a forgotten, relatively stable subspace conduit can lead directly to the vicinity of Ascatra. However, the entrance is exceedingly obscure, requiring a specific key to unlock, and within the passage, it is said that things guard it. After concluding, the old dog rolled up the scroll and looked at Qin Wu. That is all I know. The choice is yours. However, I advise to keep your distance from Thousand Faces and Shattered Mirror. Just then, Lu Ying spoke, her voice emanating through the protective suit with a chilling resonance. What is the key to this silent passage? The old dog's body stiffened slightly as he gazed at Lu Ying, hesitating before whispering. It is said to be a silent ballad, which must be listened to with the heart and resonated with the soul. What it specifically entails, no one knows. The few guiding families privy to this knowledge have long perished or vanished. A silent ballad? Soul resonance? This clue was ethereal, nearly non-existent. As the crowd fell into contemplation, a sudden series of urgent beeps emanated from Lin Lan's portable energy detector, signaling an imminent high-energy response approaching rapidly, multiple signatures, no less. This was disastrous. We had been discovered. In an instant, Qin Wu drew his firearm, eyes darting towards the sole entrance of the valve chamber. The old dog's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt down from the metal crate, akin to a startled rabbit seeking refuge in the sewage pipes. Yet, it was already too late. The heavy, rusted iron door of the valve chamber was wrenched open with a violent force, accompanied by an agonizing metallic screech, slamming against the opposite wall with a resounding crash. Outside stood 3 figures, with the foremost being Qian Mian, clad in a pristine silver-gray uniform. The smooth surface of her mask reflected an icy glint in the dim light. Behind him loomed 2 uniquely designed individuals, towering in stature, encased in a formidable dark red armor that seemed a fusion of biological and mechanical elements. Their heads featured compound eye sensors, while their arms were transformed into whirling energy cannons and chainsaw swords adorned with glowing runes. They radiated a chilling and ferocious energy, starkly contrasting with Qian Mian's calm demeanor. The Containment Society, Internal Purge Unit, Cleaners. Qian Mian's serene yet chilling voice resonated, laced with a menacing intent. It is unfortunate, Captain Qin Wu, Dr. Lin Lan, and Lady Lu Ying, you have conspired with peril, pilfering organizational secrets in an attempt to evade oversight. By the highest directive, you are to be eliminated. With a subtle wave of her hand, the command was given. Commence the operation. In an instant, the sensors in the eyes of the 2 cleaners ignited with a ferocious crimson glow as volatile energy coalesced around their weapons. A trap. This was merely a ploy to lure them out. The old dog may have acted unwittingly, but their movements had long been under Qian Mian's control. In this confined underground space, faced with the unmistakably bioengineered cleaners and the unfathomable Qian Mian, the situation had become dire indeed. Chapter 30. The cognitive cage. The energy cannon on the scavenger's arm emitted a low, ominous hum, filling the cramped valve chamber with an oppressive sense of death. The sound of dripping sewage was painfully clear in this moment. Qin Wu's gun barrel shifted between the 2 scavengers and the figure at the door, sweat trickling down his brow. Lin Lan clutched the damaged equipment tightly, her complexion pale. The old dog had cowered into a corner, wishing to merge with the rusted wall. Only Lu Ying, after an initial shock, displayed a glimmer of icy clarity in her silvery eyes. She did not gaze at the lethal energy cannon, but heightened her perception to its utmost limit, functioning like the most precise radar, scanning every detail of the surrounding environment, the flow of air, the residual echoes of energy, and the almost imperceptible scars on the walls. The smooth mask of Qian Mian faced them, and a calm voice echoed once more, bearing the indifference of a judge pronouncing a sentence. Surrender your futile resistance, and you may retain a relatively intact consciousness for research purposes. Just as Qin Wu's finger was about to pull the trigger, Lu Ying suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Here, the condensation and release of energy are prohibited. This was not directed at the scavengers or at Qian Mian. It was as if she was issuing a command to the valve chamber itself, addressing the inherent yet unnoticed rules of the space. With her words came the manifestation of law. Buzz. The brilliance of the energy cannons on the arms of the 2 scavengers, which were about to reach their zenith, extinguished abruptly, as if a duck had its neck grasped. Not only the energy cannons, but the turbulent energy fields surrounding them also dissipated instantaneously, rendering them akin to ordinary heavily armored soldiers. What? The compound eyes of the scavengers flickered wildly, their sensory structures clearly grappling with an incomprehensible phenomenon. Qian Mian's smooth mask shifted slightly, betraying a hint of minute surprise. This was not a forceful suppression of their powers by Lu Ying. Rather, she had discovered and momentarily activated an underlying rule inherent in this abandoned drainage system, one long forgotten. In her recent perception, she had detected the remnants of an ancient array of runes for energy silence hidden within the seemingly meaningless corrosion marks on the walls. This area, in a distant past, might have served as a secret place requiring absolute silence. She merely acted like someone who had found an ancient switch, gently pushing it up. Go. Seizing the moment of confusion among the scavenger system, and as Qian Mian seemed to reevaluate the situation, Lu Ying commanded. Her chaotic energy no longer employed for attack, but transformed into a gentle thrust, enveloping Qin Wu, Lin Lan, and the stunned old dog. Like an arrow released from a bow, they surged out of the valve chamber, crashing into a narrower side pipe reeking of potent chemical odors. Chase! The calm yet noticeably colder command of Qian Mian followed them, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping as the scavengers forcibly breached the constraints of the rules. The escape has commenced. Within the labyrinthine sewer system, Luing no longer relies solely on speed. Her perception extends like tendrils, incessantly capturing the fragmented remnants of the environment's rules. They traverse an area where the ground is strewn with dried, multicolored slime. Luing cautions, avoid stepping on the red patterns. A cleaner pursues them, disregarding the warning, and steps onto a dark red stain, causing his armored leg to dissolve silently, as if devoured by an invisible maw. They delve into a section of pipe submerged in murky sewage. Luing discerns the flow of the water's eddies and the etchings on the pipe wall, advising, swim along my path, circumnavigate the third pillar counterclockwise. Qin Wu follows closely, navigating through safely. However, another cleaner, choosing a direct pursuit, is suddenly ensnared by a powerful undercurrent that appears out of nowhere, vanishing into the depths of the pipe. They burst into a chamber filled with abandoned cultivation tanks, within which twisted biological remains float. Luing glances at the blurred labels on the tank walls, whispering urgently, "Slow your breathing. Do not gaze directly at Tank 7. The others comply, holding their breath and sidling past. A pursuing cleaner enters, his rapid breaths and scanning gaze seemingly triggering something. Tank 7 erupts violently, releasing an invisible psychic shockwave that paralyzes the cleaner momentarily, granting them precious time to escape. This is not a battle, but rather a life-or-death puzzle game rooted in the remnants of ancient rules. Lu Ying's dual perspective proves crucial here. The male logic swiftly analyzes the symbols, energy flows, and physical anomalies in the environment, while the female intuition captures non-logical, emotional, and curse-like rule implications. Qin Wu and Lin Lan, initially taken aback, gradually develop complete reliance and astonishment. They realize that Lu Ying's true terror lies not in the cataclysmic chaotic energy, but in her ability to perceive and manipulate the underlying rules of the world. Old Dog watches in wide-eyed amazement, muttering, "A monster. No, a rule walker." The legends are true. Finally, after utilizing a complex mechanism that requires the simultaneous fulfillment of sound frequencies, footstep rhythms, and specific timing to unlock a hidden door, they temporarily shake off their last pursuer and arrive at the safe house described by Old Dog, a concealed chamber beneath the sludge of a vast sewage treatment pool. Constructed from ancient radiation-proof materials, the air in the chamber is murky yet relatively safe. "We must leave the Black Sand Market immediately," Qin Wu gasps. Qian Mian will not relent. "How do we escape?" Lin Lan replies with a wry smile. "Every exit is surely sealed." Old Dog slumps to the ground, still shaken, saying, "There is a path that almost no one knows of, and few dare to tread." "Speak." Luing gazes at him with a calm, yet undeniable authority. The Old Dog swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty. "The Clinic of Oblivion. There lies an abandoned cognitive transmission channel, which is said to be capable of directly projecting consciousness to a specific coordinate outside the marketplace. However, what is it? But there, it is quite sinister." Fear etched across the Old Dog's face. It was not a clinic in the physical sense, but rather a living entity governed by rules. Its method of treatment involves the manipulation of your memories and cognition. Many have entered, never to return, or emerged transformed into complete strangers, firmly believing in an entirely different existence. Cognitive alteration? Memory erasure? A chill coursed through Qin Wu and Lin Lan. This was far more chilling than confronting a formidable beast. Yet, a glimmer of light sparked in Lu Ying's eyes. This sounded like an extraordinarily potent and peculiar realm of rule-bound horror. "What are the rules?" She directly inquired about the essence. "No one knows the complete rules." The Old Dog shook his head, only aware of fragments. "For instance, one must not lie to the doctor, cannot refuse treatment, and above all, must never recall one's true name." Fragmented rules, unknown risks. An eerie entity that feeds on memory and cognition. Outside looms the threat of the thousand faces and the scavenger, while internally, potential traitors and suspicions abound. And now they must willingly step into an even more unpredictable trap of rules. The suspense and pressure reached their zenith. Lu Ying fell silent for a moment, feeling the faint yet unwavering warmth emanating from the pale golden dust deep within her soul, and glanced at the calming talisman in her hand, which could both soothe and confine her. She lifted her head, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her silver-white eyes. "Let us venture to the clinic of oblivion." Her tone suggested that they were not about to enter a den of dragons and tigers, but rather to unravel an intriguing enigma. The information and paths we seek often lie hidden in the most perilous places. Chapter 31. The Price of Memory. The entrance to the clinic of oblivion, as described by the old dog, is not a concealed door shrouded in secrecy, but rather the depths of a sewage treatment pool, an incessantly swirling vortex composed of murky foam and fragmented light. It emanates an ethereal pull, as if it could directly ensnare one's consciousness. Just leap in. The old dog's voice trembles as he clings desperately to a protruding rebar, too fearful to approach. But I warn you, once you enter, there is no turning back. The clinic's rules will come into effect. There are no further choices. From deep within the pipes behind them, the muffled, metallic footsteps unique to the rebooted cleansing system began to resonate ominously. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ying was the first to stride toward the vortex. In the instant of contact, her form dissolved into the sea as silently as a droplet merging with water, vanishing without a trace. Qin Wu inhaled deeply and followed closely. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, clutching her remaining equipment, and leaped in as well. Last was the old dog, nearly dragged by Qin Wu. There was neither a sensation of falling nor the disorientation of traversing a passage. It felt as though, with a mere blink, the surroundings had utterly transformed. They found themselves standing in an infinitely extending corridor, pristine and white. Countless identical, unmarked milky white doors lined both sides of the corridor. The ceiling emitted a uniform, indifferent light, with no visible source. The air was suffused with a comforting yet unsettling scent, a blend of disinfectant and aged paper. An absolute silence enveloped them, as if even their heartbeats and breaths were absorbed by the sheer whiteness. Is this the clinic of oblivion? There were no grotesque monsters, no bizarre sights. Yet, this extreme purity, devoid of all references, instilled a profound sense of oppression. Do not lie to the doctor. Do not refuse treatment. Do not recall your true name. Lin Lan murmured the known fragments of rules, her gaze warily scanning the surroundings. At that moment, the nearest door slid open silently. A figure clad in a pristine, pressed white nurse's uniform, complete with a white mask and cap, stood at the threshold. Judging by her silhouette, her face bore no expression, and her eyes resembled two hollow black glass beads, devoid of life. New patients? The nurse's voice was flat, lacking any modulation, akin to a pre-recorded message. Please follow me for initial registration. Rule 1. Do not refuse treatment. The four exchanged glances and silently fell in line behind her. The nurse led them through the endless white corridor, her footsteps soundless. The doors flanking them were indistinguishable, rendering direction impossible. Lu Ying attempted to probe the situations behind the doors with her perception, only to discover her abilities were swallowed by this pure white space, as if they had vanished into a vast ocean. They were ushered into a room, which remained entirely white, featuring only a white table and two white chairs. The nurse seated herself behind the table and produced a plate as pure as snow, thin as gossamer. Name. The nurse lifted her hollow, glassy eyes and gazed at Qin Wu, who stood at the forefront. Qin Wu stiffened, recalling Rule 3. One must never think of their true name. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. To lie? Rule 1. One must never deceive the doctor. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. In this tense moment, Lu Ying unexpectedly stepped forward and calmly spoke. He is guardian. She then pointed to Lin Lan. She is scholar. Then turning to herself, I am traveler. Finally, she indicated the trembling old dog. He is guide. She refrained from using their true names, instead opting for code names that best represented their current identities and characteristics. The nurse's vacant gaze lingered on Lu Ying's face for 2 seconds before she lowered her head to record on her tablet. The screen displayed no content, yet she seemed to be inscribing something, symptoms. The nurse looked up again, this time at Lu Ying. We are lost and need to find a path to leave here. Lu Ying carefully selected her words. This was both a fact and their objective. The nurse recorded once more, preliminary diagnosis, loss of directional sense, accompanied by slight confusion of reality perception. With a straightforward tone, the nurse announced that a memory sorting treatment was necessary to eliminate redundant information and reinforce core coordinates. Treatment cost, 1 vivid memory per person. The payment was memory? Before they could react, the nurse stood and walked toward the wall. She pressed her hand against the pure white surface, which rippled like water, revealing four side-by-side white devices resembling sleep pods from a science fiction film, emanating a soft, inviting glow of slumber. Please lie down in the treatment pod and recall the memory you wish to pay with. The treatment will proceed automatically. The nurse turned sideways, gesturing invitingly. Rule 2. One cannot refuse treatment. What to do? Which memory to offer? Would the extracted memory truly vanish? What would happen if they declined? Suspense and pressure reached a peak. This was not a dilemma solvable by force, but a cruel choice targeting the most precious possession of a person. I will go first. Luing approached one of the treatment pods. She could not allow them to take the risk first. The moment she lay down, the pod door slowly closed. A gentle light enveloped her. A flat voice resonated directly in her mind. Please recall and specify the payment item. A vivid memory. Luing closed her eyes. She possessed the memories of both Wang Lu and herself, vast as an ocean of smoke. Which one was vivid? She deliberately avoided the segments deeply resonant with Wang Lu, those related to core secrets, ultimately selecting a memory belonging to Lu Ying, of lazily admiring an extraordinary flower in an otherworldly garden that changed colors to the rhythm of song, filled with irrelevant yet brilliant hues and leisure. She directed this memory toward that voice. A subtle sensation of detachment enveloped her, as though her very soul were being gently extracted. The hatch opened. Lu Ying sat up, sensing, seemingly, nothing had changed. She still remembered her identity as Lu Ying, recalled Wang Lu, and retained all the significant memories. Yet, when she endeavored to recollect the specific hues of that peculiar garden, she found the memory fading like an old photograph, leaving only a pale notion of its beauty. Indeed, her memories had been stolen. Next came Qin Wu, his complexion ashen as he lay down. As a soldier, his vivid memories were predominantly intertwined with comrades and missions. Ultimately, he opted for a recollection from his rookie days, a moment of uproarious laughter shared with his peers over a comical blunder during training. It was a rare, pure burst of color amidst the weighty journey of military life. As he exited the treatment chamber, a barely perceptible ease flickered in his gaze. Lin Lan chose to relinquish the memory of her first independent success in conducting a complex experiment, her exhilaration upon witnessing the promising data. This marked the genesis of her scientific career, brimming with unadulterated passion and brilliance. As she stepped out, she instinctively adjusted her glasses, sensing a small void in her heart. The old dog entered almost in tears, surrendering a memory from his youth, his first taste of success in a remote planet's black market, where he cleverly unearthed a treasure, basking in his own triumph. Upon his emergence, the fear on his face had lessened somewhat, yet he appeared somewhat deflated, as if he had lost the undercurrent that had previously sustained him in the lower echelons of life. The nurse observed them, her vacant eyes betraying no satisfaction or discontent. She merely nodded. The fee has been paid. The memory sorting is complete. Your sense of direction has been preliminarily restored. Next, proceed to room 3 for cognitive adjustment and further diagnosis from the doctor to obtain pathway information. She gestured down the corridor, straight ahead, the 7th door. The 4 departed the initial examination room. Following her directions, the atmosphere grew ever more oppressive. They had sacrificed precious memories, receiving in return only a nebulous restoration of their sense of direction and instructions for the next step. This cursed place is gradually devouring us, the old dog murmured, his voice tinged with despair. Reaching the 7th door, it slid open automatically. The room inside was somewhat larger, still pristine white. A doctor clad in a white coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of cultured elegance as he sat behind his desk. His smile was perfectly professional, yet within his gaze lay an icy emptiness, reminiscent of the nurse's. Welcome, patients, he greeted, his voice smooth and melodious. Please, take a seat. We are here to discuss your fundamental issues. His eyes roamed over the 4 before settling on Lu Ying, his smile deepening slightly. Especially you, Miss Traveler. Your cause is quite exceptional. I sense that within you. There exist 2. No, they are merging into one name. Pray tell, what is your true name? The doctor's voice remained gentle. Yet the inquiry pierced through Lu Ying and Wang Lu's most profound secrets like the coldest dagger. The ultimate test of Rule 3 had arrived in the most unforeseen manner. They could neither recall nor articulate their true names. Yet, in the face of the doctor's assessment. Would a refusal to respond constitute a breach of the rule against declining treatment? At this moment, the cognitive trap revealed its sharpest fangs. Chapter 32. Pressure. The pure white of the cognitive adjustment room is even more suffocating than the corridor. It resembles a colossal eraser, striving to obliterate all thoughts that do not belong here. The doctor inquires, "What is your true name?" Like an invisible noose, it hangs above everyone, particularly over Lu Ying. The rules are in conflict, and a stalemate appears to have formed. However, what Lu Ying senses, aside from the warning signals emanating from Wang Lu's consciousness, is a subtle, peculiar stirring rooted in her bodily instincts. This body, capable of freely transitioning between genders, seems to remind her of some latent possibility. She does not respond to the doctor immediately, instead gently closing her eyes. To an outsider, it appears as if she is summoning courage or contemplating a strategy. Yet internally, a nuanced transformation is underway. She is not merely toggling between the overt states of male and female, but is subtly guiding her body toward a more neutral, ambiguous interstitial state. This is not a shift into a combative form, but rather a temporary blurring of self-definition at the fundamental level of existence. A tranquil and inclusive aura radiates from her, spreading outward like ripples on water. For the first time, a flicker of barely perceptible doubt crosses the doctor's hollow eyes. The cognitive locking mechanism he relies on encounters unprecedented interference while attempting to grasp Lu Ying's essence. It is akin to a target in a scope suddenly transforming into a blur of unfocused light. Lu Ying opens her eyes, her voice imbued with a unique neutrality. Clear and serene. "Doctor, within your cognitive model, name serves as a coordinate anchoring singularity. But when the coordinate itself possesses fluidity, how do you anchor it?" She gently raises her hand, her fingertips seemingly brushing across invisible strings. Just as sound has its highs and lows, and light and shadow possess their brightness and darkness, is your insistence on pursuing a singular true name not akin to identifying a single leaf in a forest that represents the entirety of its life? She employs her fluidity of gender to construct a cognitive fog that defies singular labeling. The doctor's fingertips hover in midair, the rhythmic tapping ceasing abruptly. His diagnostic logic, predicated on an either-or framework of absolute definitions, experiences a fleeting disruption when confronted with an inherently inclusive existence. Interesting. Interference. The doctor's tone remains flat, yet his pace slows slightly. Your state of existence constitutes a form of cognitive resistance. He relinquishes the direct approach with Lu Ying, shifting his gaze to Qin Wu. "Guardian, in your eyes, which stable form does your companion lean towards? This will aid in my diagnosis." He still attempts to breach the matter indirectly. Qin Wu inhales deeply. He does not look at Lu Ying but fixates intently on the doctor, responding with the resolute tone honed on the battlefield. "She is who she is. She is the captain who can lead us to survival. Everything else is inconsequential and should not be defined by me." Absolute trust in itself embodies a resistance to the authority of definition. Lin Lan intervened at an opportune moment, once again raising her scientific shield. "Doctor, from the perspective of quantum biology, gender itself exists on a spectrum at the genetic and hormonal levels. Forcing a binary classification is, in essence, a crude form of cognitive violence that does not align with objective reality. Your current actions constitute an imposition of violence rather than a means of healing." The doctor's expression remained unchanged, yet the pure white space surrounding him seemed to distort ever so slightly, akin to a poorly tuned screen. A series of rebuttals from various dimensions, philosophical, loyal, scientific, clearly exerted pressure on the maintenance of this absolutely ordered space. Silence descended, longer than any previous instance. Eventually, the doctor appeared to execute some underlying directive, bypassing the segment where answers could not be directly acquired. He mechanically turned to his desk and retrieved a pure white object resembling a USB drive, devoid of any markings. Pathway information. He placed the object on the table. Locked by a cognitive lock, the key was scattered across various rule-bound realms within the maze zone. He gestured towards a suddenly manifested, bizarre door. A reminder, the rules within the maze differ from those of the adjustment room. They are more primal, more reliant on the intruder's own essence. His gaze swept over Lu Ying one last time, her void seemingly tinged with a cold, programmatic curiosity. "Especially you, traveler, your essence may uncover some unique shortcuts within the maze, or perhaps trigger a deeper rejection. As his words fell, before they could react, a gentle yet irresistible force propelled them towards the door. One by one, the four entered the distorted halo. After a fleeting sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, they found themselves standing at the beginning of an ancient corridor constructed of dark stone. The corridor stretched forward, disappearing into dim light, flanked by countless dust-covered, colossal mirror walls that still reflected their figures with clarity. The air was thick with a stale odor, starkly contrasting with the previous scent of disinfectant. Most crucially, on the stone wall at the entrance of the corridor, a line of softly glowing, undeniable text was inscribed. Like an ironclad decree, Rule 1, silence is golden. Any form of sound is prohibited here. Rule 2, shadows in the mirror may be true or illusory. Do not trust. Do not touch. Do not follow. Rule 3, find the singular silent key to leave. An absolute silence enveloped them, to the extent that even the sound of breathing seemed absorbed by some unseen force. Lin Lan immediately gestured for everyone to observe the rules, pointing to her mouth and making a sealing gesture. Qin Wu nodded gravely, instinctively softening his already nearly soundless footsteps. The old dog fearfully covered his mouth, terrified of letting out even a whisper. Lu Ying, standing at the forefront of the group, felt her perception still suppressed here, though somewhat improved compared to the pure white corridor. She gazed into the depths of the corridor, where countless mirrors reflected the pale and vigilant faces of the four. However, as she cast her gaze upon one of the mirrors, her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The reflection within seemed to lag momentarily, and moreover, the facial contours of the mirrored figure appeared slightly softer and more feminine than her current neutral state. Rule 2. The shadow within the mirror may be truth, or it may be illusion. This silent corridor, this enigmatic mirror wall, where lies the key? What is the silent key? Lu Ying took a deep breath, feeling the essence of her gender flowing freely within her. The doctor's final words echoed in her mind. Your essence may lead you to a unique shortcut. It seemed she began to comprehend something profound. This initial labyrinth, a fusion of the silent corridor and the mirrored maze, perhaps tested not merely the ability to remain silent and discern truth from falsehood. It challenged the understanding and steadfastness of one's essence in the face of countless possible selves. And she, Lu Ying, the one with the most unstable and fluid essence, might very well be the key to unraveling the rules of this place. She raised her hand, making no sound, merely signaling her companions behind her to follow and remain vigilant, before stepping forth into the depths of the silent maze comprised of myriad selves. Chapter 33. The silent key in the mirror silence bears a weighty presence. It presses upon each individual's eardrums, constricting their lungs, rendering every instinctive breath a cautious endeavor, as if even the slightest sound might awaken something dormant within this corridor. The four figures advanced slowly along the dimly hued stone passage. Towering mirror walls loomed on either side, reflecting their pallid, vigilant, and voiceless silhouettes, countless versions of themselves extending into the obscurity ahead, creating a disconcerting infinite replication. A rule loomed above them. Any form of sound is strictly prohibited. Their most subtle communication was restricted to glances and gestures. Lin Lan incessantly gestured in the air, urging her companions to observe the nuances within the mirrored images. Qin Wu lowered his center of gravity, each step cat-like in its grace, his sharp gaze sweeping ahead and into the mirrors, muscles taut, poised to confront any danger that might spring forth from the reflections. The old dog nearly crawled, hands clutching his mouth and nose, tears welling in his eyes, yet he dared not allow even a whisper of sob escape. Lu Ying led the way. Her perception felt shrouded in a thick fog, extending only a brief distance from her body. Yet, she could acutely sense that the mirrors were not mere inanimate objects. They resembled countless cold eyes, greedily capturing and analyzing every subtle movement, even delving into their inner essence. She glanced again at a nearby mirror. The reflection of herself appeared delayed, and the image bore a gentler visage than her current neutral state, her gaze seemingly imbued with a trace of a profound depth she had intentionally concealed, belonging to Wang Lu. When she consciously adjusted her demeanor to lean towards a more masculine essence, the reflection in the adjacent mirror immediately adopted sharper lines and a more piercing gaze. These mirrors, while reflecting their external forms, seemed to preferentially capture and magnify specific intrinsic qualities. Do not trust, do not touch, do not follow. The warning of Rule 2 echoed in their minds. Which to trust, which to touch, which to follow. All paths led to peril. Suddenly, the old dog's body stiffened, his eyes widening in terror as he fixated on a mirror ahead. The reflection no longer depicted his lewdly fearful countenance, but transformed into that of a well-dressed, shrewdly cunning businessman, smiling enticingly at him while beckoning with a finger. Temptation. The mirror magnified the deep-seated yearning within him for dignity and success. In an instant, the old dog's gaze turned vacuous, and he instinctively began to step towards the mirror. A faint sound, almost imperceptible yet distinctly out of place in this realm, broke the silence. It was Qin Wu, who had swiftly torn a small piece of sound-dampening foam from his backpack, precisely launching it at the old dog's forehead. The slight sting jolted the old dog awake, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he recoiled in terror, distancing himself from the mirror. Almost instantaneously upon the sound's emergence, the silence of the entire corridor seemed to awaken, generating a viscous and suffocating fury. The myriad reflections within the mirrors on either side contorted into grotesque, distorted expressions, as if silently howling in rage. The mirror walls nearest the source of the sound began to ripple with undulating waves. The established order had been violated. Qin Wu's countenance shifted, immediately adopting a defensive posture. Lin Lan swiftly gestured for everyone to remain absolutely still. In that moment, Lu Ying moved. She neither attacked nor defended. Instead, she stepped forward, positioning herself at the forefront of the group, confronting the twisted reflections. She inhaled deeply. This action itself was soundless, then commenced guiding the essence within her. No longer maintaining a vague neutral balance, she actively and distinctly initiated a systematic and stable transition between the complete states of masculinity and femininity. Like a slowly rotating polarizer, her state of existence began to undergo periodic transformations within the mirror's gaze. In one moment, she appeared as a tall youth, radiating an air of vigor. The next, she morphed into a graceful figure, her gaze imbued with wisdom and femininity. With each subsequent second, she continued to alternate. Initially, the reflections in the mirrors struggled to keep pace with her transformations, synchronously shifting. However, as Lu Ying's frequency of changes stabilized into a specific rhythm, seemingly infused with a certain cadence, a peculiar phenomenon ensued. The previously distorted and howling reflections began to exhibit delays and disarray. When Lu Ying transitioned into her masculine form, some reflections remained in a feminine state. Conversely, when she shifted to her feminine guise, other reflections clung to their masculine traits. Countless mirrors no longer reflected a unified, synchronous image, but rather fragmented depictions of thousands of Lu Yings, embodying male, female, and various intermediate transitional states in chaotic assemblage. The mirrors, those creations reliant on immediate mapping and singular capture, could not contend with this rapid, stable, and fundamentally dualistic fluidity. They endeavored to simultaneously lock onto two constantly alternating truths, resulting in an overload of their own cognition. The ripples across the mirror's surfaces intensified, with fine, spiderweb-like cracks beginning to appear on some. The grotesque reflections clashed and tore at one another amidst the chaos, emitting a silent shriek perceptible only to the soul. The corridor's viscous anger began to dissipate, replaced by a disordered collapse of rules. Qin Wu, Lin Lan, and Old Dog stood stupefied, gazing at Lu Ying, who stood before them, her form resembling an ever-shifting source of light, forcefully disrupting and even dismantling the fundamental rules of this mirrored corridor with her unique essence. Several minutes later, Lu Ying ceased her transitions, returning to a state of serene neutrality, slightly breathless, beads of sweat forming on her brow. This precise control of her essence flow exacted a significant toll on both her mental and physical stamina. Meanwhile, the mirrored corridor ahead lay in utter disarray. Most of the mirrors, though unshattered, reflected images that had become hazy and distorted, losing their former allure. The constraints of order had evidently weakened. Amidst the remnants of these principles, a once ordinary mirror wall ahead suddenly emanated a soft, non-reflective milky glow. Within this luminescence, an abstract symbol gradually emerged, a perfect fusion of the male and female symbols, forming an infinite loop. It hung serenely in the light, no longer mirroring the external world. The silent key. It was not a physical entity, but rather a cognitive acknowledgement, a concept representing transcendence over binary opposition, achieving dynamic balance and inclusivity. Luing stepped forward, extending her finger to gently touch the luminous symbol. The symbol transformed into a warm current, flowing into her fingertip. In that instant, she felt an absolute understanding and authority over the rules of this corridor. Turning back, she looked at her companions, and for the first time in this desolate space, a faint smile graced her lips. Then, she raised her hand and waved forward. The mirror wall ahead, radiating milky light, rippled like a curtain of water, revealing a deeper passage leading into the unknown. The silent mirror corridor had been traversed. Without hesitation, the four stepped into the new passage. After their departure, the chaotic mirror corridor restored its cold luster. Yet, in one of the most severely fractured mirrors, what was reflected was no longer their figures, but a blurred outline wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It was the doctor. He gazed silently at the direction they had taken, his hollow eyes devoid of any emotion, filled only with an unfathomable, pure white inquiry. Chapter 34. The rational gradient. As they traversed the corridor at the end of the mirrored hall, the curtain of water behind them rippled and quietly closed, severing the remnants of shattered silence. Yet, before the four could catch their breath, they were captivated by the spectacle before them. There was neither ground nor sky. They found themselves immersed in an endless sea of liquid light, ever shifting in hues. Beneath their feet lay a solid yet soft halo of light, supporting their weight. Surrounding them were flowing, nebulous patches of color, akin to a colossal palette tipped over, slowly merging, separating, and rolling in a grand ballet. Vivid crimson surged like molten lava, deep blue flowed like the cold currents of the abyss, bright yellow blazed like the scorching sun, and dark purple resembled the toxic wounds of decay. Each color emanated a potent and pure emotional resonance, assaulting their minds. The rules echoed in their consciousness like a brand: maintain colorlessness. Lin Lan silently mouthed the words, her expression gravely serious. She quickly surveyed their surroundings, realizing that the bodies of the four emanated a faint, nearly transparent white glow, as if they were four anomalies intruding upon this vibrant ocean. However, this glow was incessantly battered by the surrounding torrents of color, flickering uncertainly. Suddenly, Qin Wu tensed instinctively as a patch of crimson, representing fury, erupted ahead. A fleeting, chilling intent to kill surged within him. In that instant, the white glow surrounding his body dimmed sharply, and a tendril of red, like a virus, rapidly infected his surface. Simultaneously, the crimson patch seemed to have found its target, emitting a silent roar as it coalesced into a fierce beast composed purely of wrath. Its form blurred, yet its claws razor-sharp, hurtling towards Qin Wu with a wave of scorching heat. Emotion ignited the colors, and the colors manifested as an attack. Qin Wu's pupils constricted, his combat instincts urged him to strike back. Yet he halted, grappling with the rule of maintaining colorlessness. Would the act of aggression incite a more intense combative emotion, leading to a graver chromatic taint? Just as the tension reached its zenith, a figure interposed itself between him and the crimson beast. It was Lu Ying. She did not attack, nor did she even glance at the beast. Instead, she faced Qin Wu, her eyes profound, while her innate power flowed within her in an unprecedented manner. She transcended the simple dichotomy of gender, guiding the two primal forces like the yin-yang fish, creating a rapidly spinning vortex of balance that intertwined yet constrained each other. A peculiar field of equilibrium radiated from her center. As the lunging crimson beast entered this realm, its movements abruptly faltered, as if its violent wrath encountered a form of dissolution and analysis. The red hue noticeably dimmed and dispersed, its impact significantly reduced. Ultimately, it collided with an invisible, soft wall, howling silently, as it dissolved into a non-threatening, muted red mist that gradually merged with the surrounding sea of light, mere inches before Qin Wu. The crimson hue on Qin Wu's body gradually faded, and the white radiance stabilized once more. What a close call. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Merely a flicker of emotional fluctuation nearly triggered a lethal physical assault. The old dog was particularly terrified, as he had almost succumbed to a creeping sense of dread, barely managing to suppress it by desperately recalling his most numbing experiences. Here, every step was fraught with peril. Each heartbeat and thought might ripple through emotions, potentially inviting catastrophic consequences. Absolute rationality, or rather, an utter lack of sentiment, was the sole means of survival. Lin Lan tightly shut her eyes, beginning to mentally recite intricate physical formulas and mathematical theorems, striving to cloak all emotions with the mantle of pure rational thought. This method proved effective, yet it drained her mental faculties immensely and demanded unwavering concentration. Qin Wu, on the other hand, endeavored to enter a state akin to Zen meditation, losing himself in the moment. For someone as resolute as he, this represented another form of cultivation. The old dog could only exert himself to become devoid of thought, a Herculean task for one accustomed to grappling with fear and greed. Meanwhile, Lu Ying maintained the equilibrium of her internal vortex, a tremendous burden for her, yet yielding significant results. She discovered that when an emotional surge, such as Qin Wu's wrath, precipitated a colorful physical assault, she could temporarily dominate opposing traits by fine-tuning the polarity of her vortex, for instance, countering masculine fury with feminine gentleness and resolution. Effectively neutralizing the threat, she resembled a living emotional filter. However, this emotional dye pool was far more expansive and peculiar than anticipated. The colors were not evenly distributed. At times, a sudden wave of jubilant gold would surge forth, causing the mind to sway uncontrollably. At other moments, a mire of despairing black would seep from beneath, attempting to drag one into oblivion. They had to maintain the stability of their white points amidst the tumultuous waves of emotion, laboriously advancing forward. Where was their destination? The rules merely dictated the preservation of colorlessness without specifying an exit. After an indeterminate duration of travel, each individual felt profoundly fatigued, as if they had been walking a tightrope for a century. Suddenly, Lin Lan gestured for everyone to observe a particular direction. In the depths of the swirling colors, there lay an area exhibiting an absolute, colorless gray. This gray was remarkably stable, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding turbulent sea of hues. It appeared to be the terminus of all emotions, the stillness following a tempest. At the center of this gray expanse, a small crystalline object floated, also gray, yet emanating a subtle wave that attracted all reason. Key fragment. The absolute rationality of emotion. They had pinpointed their target. But how would they traverse this tempest of extreme emotions to reach that realm of rational gray? As one draws closer to the gray domain, the emotional hues surrounding become increasingly vivid and extreme, as if the entire dye pool's immune system is thwarting any attempt to reach that ultimate void. I can no longer endure it. The old dog's mental defenses crumbled first, with a torrent of repressed emotions, fear, regret, greed, erupting like a dam bursting. The white luminescence of his body was instantly transformed into a chaotic, murky amalgam, reminiscent of polluted waters. In an instant, vibrant patches of emotions surged forth, coalescing into grotesque entities radiating malevolence, all lunging towards the old dog. To save him might mean being swept into the eye of the emotional storm. To abandon him would surely spell his doom. Lu Ying's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, she amplified the spirals of equilibrium within her, enveloping the old dog in her protective embrace. Simultaneously, she undertook an audacious maneuver. Instead of striving to completely neutralize all emotions, she actively guided the chaotic emotions surging from the old dog, channeling them through her own spirals for sorting and redirection. She directed fear towards the serene, deep blue representing calmness, regret towards the gentle green symbolizing relief, and greed towards the warm orange signifying satisfaction. Acting as a medium, much like an adept chemist, she catalyzed and transformed these tumultuous emotional reactions, engaging in a perilous alchemy. This process was extraordinarily treacherous. Lu Ying's body trembled violently, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, her consciousness flickering like a candle in a tempest of emotions. Deep within her, Wang Lu's awareness issued a sharp warning, yet also offered an ancient method of mental stabilization. Ultimately, under Lu Ying's almost exhausted control, the chaotic entities lunging at the old dog clashed and annihilated upon contact with the equilibrium field, dissipating most of their energy, leaving behind only a few harmless hues that gently faded away. The old dog collapsed to the ground, his color returning to pallor. His eyes filled with bewilderment and gratitude for having survived the ordeal. Through this extreme endeavor, Lu Ying's comprehension of the emotional dipool's rules reached unprecedented heights. Breathing heavily, she pointed towards the gray domain. I understand now. Completely repressing emotions is akin to damming a flood. What we require is understanding and guidance. Through mental resonance, she conveyed this thought to her companions, urging them to follow her, to not resist the enveloping power. She once more unfurled the equilibrium field, but this time, its nature had transformed. It ceased to be merely a defensive and neutralizing force. Instead, it embraced an aspect of inclusivity and fluidity. She gently stimulated and guided the faintest, most elusive emotional ripples within her companions, allowing these subtle hues to be released and flow freely, forming a delicate, ever-shifting emotional iris within the field. This iris, in turn, established a peculiar resonance with the external torrent of chaotic colors, significantly diminishing hostility and rejection. They appeared to don a camouflage woven from their own emotions, blending seamlessly into the ocean of colors, no longer standing out as starkly. By employing this method, they perseveringly and resolutely approached the realm of absolute gray. When Lu Ying's hand finally made contact with the shard of the absolute rational key, imbued with gray emotions, a chilling torrent of absolute reason, devoid of all sentiment, surged into her consciousness. In that fleeting moment, she perceived the entirety of existence as merely analyzable models, with every emotion reduced to variables in need of optimization. This state was both formidable and frigid. She swiftly contained it, suppressing its encroachment upon her being. The gray expanse began to recede, and ahead, a luminous portal composed of pure logical lines, incessantly calculating mathematical formulas, slowly opened. Beyond the threshold lay the next realm of regulatory time fragments. Chapter 35. Existential Anxiety. The luminous portal, composed solely of pure logical lines, silently closed behind them, completely isolating the tumultuous spectrum of emotions. From the cacophony of vibrant colors, they plummeted suddenly into an abyss of profound silence and shades of gray. The chamber of temporal fragments. Here, the concepts of up, down, left, and right ceased to exist. They floated amidst an array of prisms, each varying in size, slowly rotating around them. Within each prism, a dynamic image was encapsulated, an image of themselves. Rule: discover the correct sequence of time. Both past and future are traps. The imprint of the rule resurfaced in their consciousness, cold and precise. Lin Lan attempted to activate the detector on her wrist, but the screen merely displayed a jumble of characters, the timestamp erratically fluctuating, spanning from the birth of the universe to its eventual heat death. Finally, with a sharp crack, it emitted a wisp of smoke, rendering it utterly inoperative. Time here is fragmented. Lin Lan's voice held a hint of dryness as she compelled herself to observe rather than rely on devices. In a massive prism to her left, the image of young Qin Wu appeared, clumsily practicing a horse stance, his small face flushed with effort, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet his gaze remained remarkably focused. In a slender prism to the right, an elderly dog lay curled in a shadowy corner, its eyes clouded, mindlessly chewing on something, exuding the stench of impending decay. Surrounding them were countless prisms reflecting innumerable versions of themselves, from the squalling infant to the frail elder. These images were not static. They lived, acted, and breathed within their respective fragments, forming a vast and dizzying mausoleum of existence. The correct sequence of time. Qin Wu furrowed his brow, attempting to sense the flow of his vital energy, only to find his internal biological clock utterly disordered, at times feeble like that of a child, at others sluggish like that of an old man. Suddenly, a prism reflecting a 7- or 8-year-old Lu Ying silently glided before them. The little girl in the mirror, clad in faded, worn clothing, stared vacantly at a tattered picture book, her eyes harboring an unsettling maturity and confusion that set her apart from other children. An overwhelming pull emanated from the mirror. It was not a physical tug, but rather a summons at the level of consciousness. Lu Ying felt her thoughts simplifying, her ability to deduce complex rules rapidly diminishing, a long-forgotten sense of dependency and vulnerability, characteristic of childhood, quietly blossoming within her. She instinctively yearned for a dependable adult to lean upon. Steady your mind. Wang Lu's voice thundered within the depths of her consciousness, a refreshing aura forcibly stabilizing her core awareness. Lu Ying abruptly bit her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to clarity. The equilibrium vortex within her, which had recently begun to merge rational keys in the emotional dye pool, spun rapidly, a cold emotion shedding rationality temporarily, suppressing the emotional summons rooted in her childhood. Do not look. Do not think. Lu Ying whispered fiercely. These fragments are synchronizing our perception of time. Yet, the warning arrived too late. The old dog stood before a prism that reflected his middle-aged self, reveling in the triumphant moment of counting bills after a successful scam. In the mirror, he seemed to sense the gaze of his current self, abruptly lifting his head to reveal an irresistibly alluring smile, waving the cash in his hand and forming an inviting gesture. In an instant, the old dog's eyes glazed over, his expression a tumultuous blend of greed and nostalgia. As the faint glow representing his present began to flicker violently, compelling his body to drift toward the prism. Awaken! Qin Wu's thunderous shout reverberated, the sound waves imbued with internal energy striking the old dog's consciousness like a tangible hammer. The old dog shuddered, jolting back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly been consumed by the allure of his successful past. He had to locate the coordinates of now. Lin Lan tightly shut her eyes, refraining from looking at any prisms, relying solely on her spatial awareness and logical reasoning. The fragments revolved around a core, perhaps the correct timing lay therein. The moment her words fell, all the prisms around them began to whirl at an accelerated pace, the images intertwining in a dizzying spectacle. More frighteningly, they sensed their own time becoming unstable. Qin Wu's hair fluctuated between a deep black and sparse gray, while the skin on his arms oscillated between youthfulness and wrinkled age. Lin Lan felt her repository of knowledge rapidly deplete and refill, her mind bombarded with intense waves of information, causing sharp pangs of pain. The old dog was in even greater turmoil, at times emitting infantile cries, which ceased just as swiftly, and at times letting out dying groans. The entire fragmented time chamber transformed into a colossal, chaotic temporal blender. Lu Ying bore immense pressure. She not only had to maintain her own present stability, but also had to divert her focus to utilize the balancing field, desperately shielding the three others, slowing their assimilation into the disparate time fragments. Yet this effort was akin to rowing against a current, exhausting and yielding limited results. This could not continue. Lu Ying felt her consciousness beginning to blur. The ancient incantations from Wang Lu became increasingly difficult to sustain. They had to actively intervene in the flow of time. A wild thought surged within her. If the essence of gender transformation was a balance of opposing attributes, could time also be perceived as a flowing river of opposing properties, past, future? She suddenly unleashed the balanced vortex within her, infused with the key of rationality, to its utmost potential. However, this time, the vortex absorbed and balanced not emotions or gender traits, but the sense of time. Using herself as a fulcrum, she forcefully began to untangle the chaotic flow of time around her. Lin Lan, imagine the moment your theory receives its ultimate validation. Lu Ying commanded, simultaneously channeling a flow of time representing future achievements toward Lin Lan. Lin Lan's body trembled, her face instantly illuminated with a spark of wisdom, the signs of aging momentarily fading. Qin Wu, recall the time when you first grasped martial arts, brimming with vigor. Another flow of time, embodying the pinnacle of the past, surged toward Qin Wu. With a gaze sharp as a blade, Qin Wu's white hair transformed to black, and his vitality surged anew. In contrast, Lu Ying instilled in the old dog an intense urgency to survive in the present moment. This crude manipulation of time was exceedingly perilous, akin to altering their own timelines. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible cognitive disarray or bodily collapse. Yet, in this dire strait, it was the sole method to break the deadlock. Harnessing this fleeting, enforced temporal stability, the four of them clutched at a lifeline amidst the tumultuous waves, striving toward the core region of the fragmented reality that Lin Lan had surmised. The closer they drew to the center, the more violent the temporal turbulence became. Countless past reflections reached out, attempting to pull them back into their bygone regrets and sorrows. Innumerable future phantoms unveiled magnificent or horrifying visions, tempting or intimidating them to tread into the unknown. Lu Ying exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the fragile balance. As blood began to seep from their orifices, a harbinger of mental exhaustion. At last, They broke through the final dense prism zone and arrived at the core. There, rather than another fragment, was a formless mass, perpetually twisting, expanding, and contracting, a void devoid of color and shape. As if it were a singularity born from the intertwining of all timelines' beginnings and ends. At the heart of this singularity floated a crystal, hourglass-shaped, flickering between existence and non-existence. Key fragment, anchor of the present. However, just as Lu Ying reached out to touch the anchor of the present, a sudden anomaly erupted. One side of the prism wall shattered with a deafening crash. It was not a natural rotation, but rather a forceful breach by an overpowering, brutish strength from the outside. Amidst the chaos of splintering fragments, 3 figures entered, exuding a potent aura of the present that starkly contrasted with the time fragment chamber. At the forefront was a man clad in a silver-gray, form-fitting combat suit, his visage as chiseled as if sculpted by a master's hand. His sharp gaze swept over Lu Ying and the others, finally resting on Lu Ying, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Found you." Anomaly of fluidity, his voice, reminiscent of metal scraping, carried no hint of emotion. "I am the captain of the 3rd Division of the Thousand Faces Hunting Squad." Codename Time Breaker. Flanking him were a diminutive man clutching an unusual compass, his eyes flickering as he computed something, and a voluptuous red-haired woman, electricity crackling at her fingertips. "Cease your resistance and return with us," Time Breaker commanded in a tone devoid of warmth, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, or be buried alongside this temporal grave. Meanwhile, the opposite prism wall rippled like water, and a figure adorned with a crying mask slowly emerged. It was the shattered mirror's Moonlight. He did not regard the pursuers, but instead addressed Lu Ying with a tone both mocking and tinged with urgency, saying, "Oh dear, it seems unwelcome guests have arrived. Sister, would you care to know why the doctor holds such favor for you? Beneath his clinic lies not the benevolence of healing, but a multitude of specimens like you, stripped of their vibrancy after being rectified. Is this secret enough to barter for the anchor in your possession? Before you looms a myriad of predatory faces, while to the side linger enigmatic members of the Shattered Mirror, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Below your feet lies a time singularity on the brink of chaos. And within your grasp are fragments of a key, tantalizingly close yet elusive." Lu Ying's outstretched hand lingered in the air, her pupils reflecting shattered time, the coldness of the hunt, and secrets brimming with both temptation and peril. Chapter 36, The Gap of Silence. In the heart of the temporal fragment chamber, the void singularity, a symbol of the inception of time, relentlessly twisted, expanded, and contracted, emanating chaotic vibrations that suffused every inch of space with existential anxiety. Lu Ying's hand, mere inches from the flickering anchor of the present, felt as though it were separated by an invisible chasm. The captain of the thousand-faced hunting team's 3rd squad, Time Severance, surveyed Lu Ying and the 3 individuals behind her with chilling, emotionless eyes, akin to a scanning device. The oppressive aura he exuded stemmed not from malice, but from an unwavering confidence in his mastery over power and time. The anomaly of fluidity. "Your value lies in your indeterminate state." Time Severance's voice shattered the frozen silence, resonating like metal scraping against glass. "Resistance would only hasten your solidification in any manner we deem necessary." He raised his hand slightly, and the peculiar compass in the grasp of a slender teammate emitted a faint ticking sound, its needle oscillating wildly, as if locking onto something. Meanwhile, Moonlight, hidden behind a mask of sorrow, regarded the scene with a curious amusement, drifting between Lu Ying and Time Severance, as if savoring a drama in which he had no stake. Lu Ying slowly withdrew her hand from the key fragment. This motion caused the tenuous temporal balance she had been forcibly maintaining to quiver, graying Qin Wu's hair and causing beads of sweat to form on Lin Lan's forehead. "Return with you?" Lu Ying's voice emerged hoarse from the extreme strain on her psyche, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "What would we return for? To become yet another specimen labeled in the Thousand-Face collection?" Time Severance's brow subtly furrowed, seemingly disapproving of such subjective characterization. "It is observation and study. Your abilities pertain to the essence of existence, possessing immense strategic value. By cooperating with us, you can receive optimal guidance, steering clear of uncontrollable distortions, just as a doctor guides his patient, ultimately transforming them into specimens beneath the clinic." Lu Ying suddenly pivoted to Moonlight, echoing the disturbing insinuations he had cast earlier, questioning him while seeking to stir the waters. Moonlight let out a light, playful laugh, as though he had awaited this moment. "Sister, you are indeed perceptive," he exaggeratedly gestured. "However, the methods of the doctor are far more brutal than those of the Thousand Faces. His pursuit is absolute purity. Anything that does not conform to his aesthetic of order will be corrected, stripped, archived. And you, dear sister, your fluidity is, in his eyes, the most glaring blemish." The implications within his words were as tempting as poison. Lin Lan's eyes sharpened as she swiftly analyzed this information alongside scattered rumors of the clinic. Qin Wu clenched his fists, his concern centered on the immediate threat. Muscles taut like a poised cheetah, despite the fluctuating sense of time that still enveloped him. The old dog cowered at the back, his visage ashen, glancing anxiously from side to side, feeling utterly powerless against both fronts, desperately wishing for an opportunity to slip away. Yet, he found himself ensnared within a prism of time, with no avenue for escape. Provocation was utterly futile. Disrupting time, he coldly interrupted, "The moonlight and the shattered mirror pests. Your very existence disturbs the temporal order. Priority for elimination." His final words were directed at his subordinates. Before the echo of his voice faded, a surge of electric energy erupted from the fingertips of the red-haired woman beside him. This was not a direct assault on the Luoying team or the moonlight, but rather aimed at a dense cluster of prisms reflecting countless potential futures to the side of the crowd. Crackle! The blinding lightning surged into the prisms, as if igniting a powder keg. The fragments of future possibilities in that vicinity exploded violently. A torrent of indistinct and uncertain future images surged forth like a deluge. There were visions of Luoying trapped in transparent containers connected by countless conduits. There was Qin Wu fighting valiantly to the death. There was Lin Lan lost in an endless calculation. And there was the old dog, struggling to survive in a corner. Ultimately discovered, these chaotic and ominously suggestive future scenarios bore a potent psychological taint, instantly assaulting the consciousness of all present. This was not a physical attack, but a more insidious contamination of possibilities. Its aim was to shatter resolve, incite panic, and provoke internal discord. "Hold fast to your core. That is an uncertain future," Lin Lan shouted fiercely, forcing herself to avert her gaze from the despairing images and focusing instead on deciphering the chaotic patterns of the current flow of time. Qin Wu let out a roar, not as an assault, but unleashing a torrent of pure martial will, attempting to dispel the encroaching specters of future dread. Luoying bore the greatest burden. Not only did she have to withstand the onslaught of the future phantoms, but she also needed to maintain the fragile temporal equilibrium enveloping the team. The negative future images unsettled her, particularly the grim fates that might befall her comrades, sending a chill deep within her heart. At that moment, Moonlight made his move. He did not attack anyone. Instead, like a wraith, he glided towards another prism reflecting the past. He extended his gloved hand, gently pressing it against a prism displaying the young disruptor undergoing some form of cruel training. "Ah, look who this is. Were you ever this unlovable as a child?" The voice of Moonlight resonated with an eerie reverberation, causing the prism to illuminate suddenly. A powerful wave of emotion, mingled with pain, defiance, and a hint of repressed longing, surged forth, not aimed at everyone, but specifically directed at Disruptor himself. For the first time, the eternally stoic expression of Disruptor cracked, revealing a fleeting glimmer of confusion in his gaze, as if tugged by a distant, traumatic past. Now is the moment. In a moment of profound intuition, Luoying refrained from seizing the immediate anchor points or launching an attack against anyone. Instead, she undertook an act that astonished all, channeling every ounce of her power, including the chilling rationality of the nascent rational key and the ancient, steadfast techniques provided by Wang Lu, into a swirling vortex designed to maintain temporal stability for the team. Then, with a sudden force, she expanded this vortex outward. Her intent was neither defense nor aggression, but rather to achieve resonance. She sought to synchronize her own temporal fluctuations with the chaotic eddies of time that had been unleashed around them, briefly aligning them. "Do not resist. Go with the flow," she cried out through their mental link. In an instant, the four companions felt as though they had been thrown into an immense, wildly spinning washing machine. Fragments of the past, present, and future cascaded towards them like snowflakes, only to swiftly vanish. The overwhelming dizziness and sensation of weightlessness nearly induced nausea. Yet, this very chaos formed an exquisite veil of protection. The compass of the time break team, which had been locked onto its target, spiraled out of control, spinning wildly. The future-polluting attack of the red-haired woman lost its clear target, dissipating into the tumultuous currents of time. Even the past disturbances that Moonlight attempted to create were diluted by this sudden and massive temporal turmoil. Seeking escape, Time Break swiftly regained its composure, a glint of cold determination in their eyes. With hands poised in an ethereal grasp, an invisible force radiated outward, attempting to solidify the flow of time in a small area centered around him, as if he were driving a stake into the rapids. However, the chaos of the temporal fragments far exceeded his expectations. His temporal stasis could only maintain a radius of a few meters, and its edges were relentlessly eroded by the chaotic currents. Amidst this artificially induced, extreme disorder, Lu Ying, clinging to a faint connection with the present anchor points and guided by the ancient wisdom that transcended time from Wang Lu's consciousness, drifted precariously. She glimpsed a prism, which did not reflect an individual, but rather the past of this fragmented temporal chamber, how it had been torn asunder from a once coherent continuum by some great force. Another prism revealed a hazy figure clad in a white coat, a doctor, tinkering with some apparatus, the backdrop seemingly being the basement of a clinic. These fragmented images flickered and vanished, yet they etched deeper questions into her mind. Time slipped away, an eternity encapsulated within a fleeting moment. Just as Lu Ying felt her spirit on the brink of being completely assimilated and lost within the endless chaos, the balance vortex finally detected an exceedingly faint, yet remarkably stable, temporal fluctuation. This fluctuation emanated from an unassuming, motionless gray prism. Unlike the other prisms, it did not reflect images. Its surface was smooth as glass, merely mirroring the core of a constantly twisting void singularity. There, with her last reserves of strength, Lu Ying guided her team towards that gray prism. Like traversing a layer of frigid water, the four individuals stumbled into the gray prism. The anticipated collision never materialized. Instead, they appeared to have entered a narrow, completely isolated interstice of suspended time. The chaos of the outside world, the menace of the pursuers, the whispers of Moonlight, all sounds and vibrations vanished in an instant. Here, there was only profound silence and a comforting sense of temporal stasis. For the moment, they were safe. The four collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Even in this realm of stillness, where breathing seemed to occur at an agonizingly slow pace, each of them wore a pallid expression, drained of spirit. Lu Ying was nearly incapacitated, leaning against the cold, if such a sensation existed, gray wall, reluctant to even move her fingers. Yet her mind raced with thoughts. The pursuit of the thousand faces, the implications of the broken mirror, the truths of the doctor, the rules of the temporal labyrinth, a multitude of information intertwined. We cannot remain hidden here indefinitely. Lin Lan was the first to regain composure, surveying the static space. Time here was nearly at a standstill. Yet their thoughts and vital energies seemed to be consuming themselves at an excruciatingly slow pace. This was a sanctuary, but it could also be a tomb. Qin Wu silently regulated his breath, attempting to calm the still turbulent flow of energy within him. His gaze was sharper than ever, as if the baptism of this temporal turbulence had tempered his will anew. The old dog appeared as if he had narrowly escaped death, mumbling, "That scared me to death. Scared me to death. I thought I was truly going to become debris in time." Lu Ying lifted her head, directing her gaze towards the center of this stasis. There, suspended, was an exceedingly minute grain of sand, radiating a gentle white light. The sand of time, fragments of stasis, it was not an anchor of the present, but a minuscule flaw in the rules of time, a temporary harbor permitted to exist. She reached out and gently touched the grain. A surge of understanding regarding stillness, intervals, and potential flowed into her heart. This was not a force meant directly for combat, yet perhaps it could play an unforeseen role at crucial moments in the future. As she pocketed the sand of time, Lu Ying's gaze grew resolute. "We need a plan." She spoke softly, her voice resonating with unusual clarity in this absolute silence. "The thousand faces lurk outside, waiting. The purpose of Moonlight remains ambiguous, and the anchor of the present is still near the singularity." She paused, looking at her companions. "We cannot confront them with brute strength. we must outwit them. Perhaps we can exploit the very rules of this temporal labyrinth to concoct some surprises for them. This brief respite was merely preparation for the perilous journey ahead. Within this temporal stasis, a counter-hunt against the pursuers, as well as a deeper exploration of the relationship between self and time, was about to unfurl slowly. Chapter 333, the final chapter. Volume 45. I am all things. The heart of chaos is not the core in a material sense, but rather the origin and terminus of all rules, concepts, and emotions. Here, there is no form, no color, only an endless sea of possibilities boiling, colliding, annihilating, and being reborn. After the Luiying team gathered the four key fragments, the grayscale of reason, the spectrum of emotion, the anchor of the present, and the essence of action, they were cast into this chaos by the will of the labyrinth itself. Almost simultaneously, the ultimate pursuer, the definer, accompanied by a vast army of conceptual warriors, tore through the boundaries of the heart. Their aim was to reclaim Luiying, to bring the ultimate variable of fluidity under absolute control. On the other side, the void rippled as the Doctor's pure, unblemished figure quietly emerged, followed by countless specimens, stripped of all personal characteristics. His goal was to purify Luiying, the greatest anomaly, restoring chaos to the order he had defined. Meanwhile, members of the Broken Mirror organization, including Moonlight, appeared like specters on the battlefield's periphery, seemingly observers, yet waiting for some opportune moment. The gazes of the three forces fell upon Luiying, enveloped in chaotic energy. Like tangible shackles, abandon resistance, merge with thousand faces, and you shall become one of the foundational stones defining all things. The voice of the definer resonated with undeniable authority, akin to a decree of law. Lost child, return to purity. Erase unnecessary fluctuations to attain eternal tranquility. The words of the doctor were filled with compassion, yet bore the coldness of annihilation. The pressure was enough to crush stars. Qin Wu, Lin Lan, and Old Dog stood resolutely before Luiying. Though their power seemed minuscule on this battlefield, their will was as steadfast as rock. Do not even think of touching her, Qin Wu stated plainly. His martial prowess having reached a state of perfection, his blood and energy contained, resembling a singularity on the verge of eruption. If you wish to move her, you must first step over my corpse. Old Dog rasped, his eyes devoid of fear, filled solely with resoluteness born from hardship. He had reclaimed his lost name. He was Mo Shou, the one who stands firm in the darkness, guarding the last line. Lin Lan remained silent, merely adjusting her glasses. Behind her, countless models composed of pure data were being generated and evolved. With her intellect, she aimed to calculate the singular path to survival for Luiying. Luiying closed her eyes. She sensed the guardianship of her companions and felt the resonance of the four key fragments within her. Reason, emotion, the present, action. These fragments flowed within her, beginning to merge with her essence of fluidity. The consciousness of Wang Lu whispered softly within her depths, "It is time, child. Sing your song, define your truth." She abruptly opened her eyes. In her gaze, there was no longer a mere distinction of male or female, nor any definable state whatsoever. In that realm, the absolute zero of reason is mirrored, while the fervent flames of emotion blaze. It anchors the unwavering present and surges forth with boundless potential for action. She does not cast her gaze upon the enemy, but instead looks towards her companions. Qin Wu, she murmurs softly, as a surge of intent, imbued with the essence of absolute eruption and fleeting eternity, flows into Qin Wu's being. With a resounding roar, Qin Wu's martial path transcends the limitations of the physical form. With a single punch, an attack of conceptual significance is unequivocally established, disregarding all defenses and logic, striking directly at the core principles of the definer, causing a violent upheaval. Ling Lan, another surge of intent, representing infinite extrapolation and the modeling of truth, rushes towards Ling Lan. In her eyes, data flows like a torrent of stars, and she instantly discerns the singular flaw within the doctor's realm of absolute order, injecting chaotic variables into it, causing ripples of instability to emerge in the pristine white domain. Mo Shou, finally, a wave of intent embodying inclusivity, endurance, and the guardianship of boundaries envelopes the Old Dog. With a low growl, Mo Shou's form seems to transform into the primordial pool of emotion. Yet this time, he safeguards the feelings and will of his companions, absorbing and transforming all malicious assaults from the outside world. At last, Luing directs her gaze towards the chaos and then inwardly towards herself. She opens her mouth. No sound emerges, yet an invisible song resonates thunderously throughout the heart of the chaos, centered around her. This is not a melody to be heard by the ears, but a proclamation that directly impacts the essence of existence. It is her song of self-awareness. I am neither male nor female. I am the essence of fluidity. The ability to transcend gender reaches its zenith, no longer confined to binaries, but encompassing all spectral possibilities. I am neither reason nor emotion. I am the intertwining of understanding and experience. Reason and emotion no longer stand in opposition, but merge harmoniously in her song, becoming the wisdom that perceives and empathizes with all things. I am neither past nor future. I am the singular reality of this moment. The anchoring force of the now radiates, firmly securing her and her companions in the present, disregarding the constriction and alteration of timelines. I am neither concept nor action. I am the unity of definition and practice. The essence of action propels her beyond the confines of concept. Her will is the embryonic form of the most fundamental laws. In the song, her form utterly dissipates, transforming into a light that is warm, inclusive, yet imbued with infinite power and change. This light is neither the absolute control of 1,000 faces nor the unyielding order of the doctor. It is a flowing, growing, ever-renewing balance. Impossible. This is the song of origin. The definer emits a voice of incredulous astonishment. Error. It must be eradicated. The doctor's pure white domain begins to unravel in the wake of the song. His expression, unchanged for millennia, finally reveals cracks. The light that is Luing envelopes Qin Wu, Ling Lan, and Mo Shou. Their strength, rather than dissipating in song, was infinitely magnified, perfectly merging with the essence of Luing. The fleeting moment of Qin Wu transformed into the decisive force of light. Lin Lan's deductions became the wisdom of light. Mo Shou's guardianship evolved into the encompassing power of light. This luminous entity, a confluence of the wills and powers of the four, surged forth like a gentle tide, akin to the primordial flood of creation, sweeping towards the forces of the 1,000 faces and the doctor. There were no explosions, no screams. The laws of the definer melted away in this radiance. His very concept of existence rewritten, becoming a scholar enamored with the study of the beauty of fluidity. The doctor's order was infused with infinite variables in this glow. His pristine domain shattered as he stared blankly at his trembling hands, experiencing for the first time the fear and a flicker of life that uncertainty could bring. The specimen legions sparkled anew with a faint yet distinct luminescence. The members of the broken mirror, in that fleeting moment of light, seemed to receive a revelation, quietly retreating, leaving behind moonlight, a complex smile that bore both envy and acceptance. As the light waned, the chaotic core regained its tranquility, no longer boiling in disorder, but teeming with vitality. The figures of Luing coalesced once more. They exchanged smiles, and in that moment, all their tribulations found resolution. Ahead, at the labyrinth's end, a door slowly creaked open. Beyond it lay not the chaotic buffer zone, but the true realm of Ascatra, a world of infinite possibilities they had long sought. Sunlight, for the first time, fell upon them with such vividness. "We are home," Luing murmured. Qin Wu nodded, his gaze serene. Lin Lan curiously surveyed the new world's rules. Mo Shou no? He had reclaimed his name, standing tall, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. Their tale, a legend of growth, self-definition, love, and guardianship, would continue to be sung in this new land. The end, postscript. Thus, the story of strange arrival, I Can Switch Genders comes to a close. I regret to inform you that this book will not continue, as the data has not been favorable and the content somewhat chaotic. I will strive to improve myself and embark on my next book soon. Thank you to my supporters. I look forward to seeing you in the future.